Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. It is important that as you enter, you please sit down.
Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration. Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Never too much, never too much.
Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Good morning. I'm good. Mic check. Probably, hopefully less than 3 minutes. Hopefully less than 3 minutes. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You up? You good? Is Mary's up? Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's good. Where's, okay.
into flames. Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah, freedom, freedom.
Robert Culp used to do a show with Bill Cosby, I Spy, and he did a documentary on breadbasket, Robert Culp.
Oh, wow.
You need to see that documentary. It's great.
Absolutely.
I lived this. I didn't read this. I lived it. I was there.
You true to this?
I'm true to this.
Not new to this.
I ain't new to this.
Vote to phone Troy, you see him?
He was, Jack O'Dell was one of the guys that Kennedy warned Dr. King about. Say he was a communist.
Okay, wow.
Jack O'Dell and Stanley Levinson. And Reverend brought him in. Nobody else in the movement would deal with Jack. Reverend brought him in.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Just us.
Just us.
But there's stories behind all of it. It didn't just happen.
But I am somebody. I may be on welfare, but I am somebody. I may be in jail, but I am somebody. I may be uneducated, but I am somebody. I am black, beautiful, proud. I must be respected. I must be protected. I am somebody.
Come today. I see the Reverend Jesse Jackson is here. Yes. Lord, we thank you for the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Yes. I see the Honorable Maxine Waters is here. Yes. We thank for Maxine Waters. You see the Reverend Al Sharpton is here. Yes. We thank
Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Do you know what time it is? It's Al Sharpton time. It's time to put aside all pretenses, deception, denial, or fronting. The time has come to keep it real on Keeping It Real with Reverend Al Sharpton. You need to keep it real with Reverend Al Sharpton right here on Uber TV. Reverend Al Sharpton, and we're back. 1-877-532-5797. 1-877-532-5797. Let's go back to the phone. Attorney Jennifer Jones Austin is. You know, every day, Monday through Friday, I do 3 hours a day on Keeping It Real with Reverend Al Sharpton. I do 1 hour on Sunday mornings with Reverend Al Sharpton. And I'm live on radio and TV with the Saturday Action Rally. 7 days a week, I talk to our people, hear from them, to call in. I'm sick and tired of people talking for people that they don't talk to. So go on www.nationalactionnetwork.net. Listen to my show, call in, express your opinion. You don't have to agree with me. But let's start talking to each other rather than about each other and lecturing at each other. Let's keep it real with Sharpton.
Happy 20th anniversary to Reverend Al Sharpton on 20 years of keeping it real. 2 decades of truth-telling, fearless advocacy, and keeping the people informed and empowered. Thank you for always speaking power to justice and standing firm for what's right. Here's to 20 years of impact and many more to come.
Some of you forget where you come from and forget how you got there, and act like you got there because you were qualified or that you had a good resume. But some of us had to pay a price for your resume to even be read. Some of us had to take nights in jails and licks upside the head or shut out of boardrooms like Byron so you could walk down red carpets and act like you got there by yourself. So I received this award with a special place in my heart and on my shelf because I'm getting it from a freedom fighter who never forgot where he came from and how he got there. Yes, we've come a long way. We've had now a black president and now a black vice president, but we still can get shot down and have to march to get a case in court. We still can get shut out of boardrooms. We're still doubly unemployed in a good economy. So we're gonna have to keep marching. And I thank not only my family, a mother that raised me by herself, but I thank that lady at the end of the march that knows she won't be on TV that night and knows her name will never be in the paper, but she believed in me enough to get at the end of the line and make me look good. Because Dr. King used to say, if you call a march and no one shows up, you just going for a walk. And I want to thank those that marched with me. 32 years ago, here in Los Angeles, we marched. And then many years later, with George Floyd and others, we're still marching. And I'm gonna keep marching, I'm gonna keep agitating, and I'm gonna keep going. Until we don't have to do it anymore. Eddie, known you a long time, Mariah, Chris, and your kids. And I promise you this, the only thing that I really live for is I get up with this dream that every bigot, every racist, everyone in this country that hates will say, damn, he's up again.
Rev, you know you were right there
From the beginning.
with the stuff that
Yep.
was going on in Brooklyn at that time, at Howard Beach. You were right there.
He had in one of the early movies, he had my name. Then he put me in Malcolm, and I wasn't even old enough to know Malcolm. So we've been through it all.
For those who see Malcolm X, it's 3 hours. But fast forward to the scene with yourself,
Yep.
Bobby Seale.
Right. Bobby Seale, Denzel, and me.
Yeah.
Denzel was on the set.
Now let me ask a question.
Yep.
What was your weight on that scene?
I probably about 270. I was bigger then.
Yeah.
Still had the hair.
And you had the head on.
Now it was
Denzel, yourself, and Bobby Seale.
yeah, all in one scene.
And also, there was no cut. So we went like this.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Only Spike could have done that.
It's my brother right here.
My baby.
Brooklyn's in the house.
Yes, sir.
Brooklyn's in the house.
BK.
Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Just break. I believe that.
Good morning, everybody. I hope the coffee has kicked in by now. I want to start by thanking your leader, the Reverend Al Sharpton, and everyone at the National Action Network for 35 years of standing up for civil rights and opportunity for everyone.
And I couldn't be more grateful for the way that you have blessed the lives of so many, including mine.
As we look today on King Day, let us not forget that we had to struggle to even have this day. They did not wake up one morning and say, let's give a federal holiday to Martin Luther King. People petitioned, people marched. Let us remember now as we bring our children and grandchildren up the Potomac, that they can see the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial, and one memorial that never served as president, but changed this country more than any other American, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
This was an amazing MLK breakfast.
It is truly an honor, and more important, this is an important day for us.
I feel incredibly lucky and honored to be in this room on this day, celebrating Dr. King's legacy of civil rights, especially in the moment that we're facing on a national level. It feels like warmth and home being in this room.
So I'm encouraged by today. I'm encouraged that we're getting out, we're protesting, but more needs to be done. We need to lean in.
And let's keep fighting because the job is not done here. And I just feel so honored to get this award. It's not about getting an award, it's about doing the work. And let's keep up with the work.
Voting rights!
Voting rights!
Everyone look here.
Say it again, Ms. Pearl.
Voting rights!
Voting rights! One more time, Ms. Pearl.
Voting rights!
There we go. Voting rights!
Voting rights!
Voting rights!
Voting rights!
Voting rights!
When do we want it?
Now!
When do we need it?
Now! Yesterday!
What do we want?
Voting rights!
When do we need it?
Now!
What do we want?
Voting rights!
When do we need it?
Now!
No justice! No justice! No justice! What do we want? What do we want?
We are the sons and the daughters. We gotta stand up and make it loud. Just like our God told the Pharaoh, let my people go, go. We are a new generation from the ones who have come before. He's calling us into freedom, let my people go, go. We never shine, never shade. Give me a papa God, rain, make the heavens. If you don't say you know what trouble, let my people go, go. The blood, sweat, and the tears that we gathered through the years. If you don't say you know what trouble, let my people go, go. Wade in the water, we did wade in the water.
Reverend Al Sharpton, and we're back. 1-877-532-5797. 1-877-532-5797. Let's go back to the phone. Attorney Jennifer Jones Austin is. Every day, Monday through Friday, I do 3 hours a day on Keeping It Real with Reverend Al Sharpton. I do 1 hour on Sunday mornings with Reverend Al Sharpton. And I'm live on radio and TV with the Saturday Action Rally. 7 days a week, I talk to our people, hear from them, to call in. I'm sick and tired of people talking for people that they don't talk to. So go on www.nationalactionnetwork.net. Listen to my show, call in, express your opinion. You don't have to agree with me. But let's start talking to each other rather than about each other and lecturing at each other. Let's keep it real. with Shopton.
Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration. National Action Network, Power in Action, 35 years of justice, impact, and purpose.
Wow, this is the Saturday after I had done 90 days in federal jail for leading a protest in Vieques, Puerto Rico. And I had went down to join Latino activists that were against the Navy bombings that was exercising Navy bombings that was causing asthma and health effects among the children there. And I was on my way to Saturday rally one Saturday, and I said, if they're going down there protesting that, and there were protesters, they would go out in the Navy base in the field and lay down, and they'd arrest them for being on federal property. And if they were doing that, then I would join them, because many of the Latino leaders went to jail with us protesting Amadou Diallo. I ended up having to do 90 days in federal jail. They transferred me from the federal prison in Puerto Rico, me and 3 others that went. They only got 40 days. They said because I'd had a long sheet that they was of many other civil rights arrests, they gave me 90 days. I had to do 50 by myself. When I got out and went to the Saturday rally, Stephanie Mills, who we'd known each other since we were kids, she was there and sang at the rally that Saturday. That's her singing Home, as soon as I get home. One, she knew I loved the song, but 2, it was appropriate because I was coming home. And we won that. They closed the Navy base in Vieques, Puerto Rico. You go there now, there's buildings and condos and a little plaque for the 4 of us. They call the Vieques 4.
And tried to turn it into a nightmare. We come to Wall Street rather than Washington this year to let them know you can try to turn back the clock, but you can't turn back time. We gonna keep the dream alive on Wall Street.
It's been a long day.
Us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jamal Watson.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, so glad to have you all here for this conversation, which is an important conversation called Critical Conversations with Scholars, Addressing America's Urgent Challenges. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our panelists for today. I'm going to ask them to all come out right now. First, we have Dr. Kalila Brown-Dean, who's the Executive Director of the Albritton Center Study for Public Life and the Rob Rosenthal Distinguished Professor of Civic Engagement at Wesleyan University. Let's give her a round of applause. Next, we have Dr. Christina Greer, who's the Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham University. Let's give her a warm welcome. Next, we have Dr. Derek Hamilton, who is the Henry Cohen Professor of Economics and Urban Policy at the New School. Let's welcome Dr. Hamilton. And next, we have Reverend Dr. Takoy Porter, who is the President of the Sacramento, California chapter of National Action Network. Let's welcome Reverend Porter. Then we have Dr. Jean Theo-Harris, who's the Distinguished Professor of History at Brooklyn College. Let's welcome her to the podium. And last but not least is Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, who is the Distinguished Professor at Vanderbilt University. Let's welcome Dr. Dyson. Let's all please quiet down so we can begin this important session. We are certainly gathered here today because the challenges facing this nation are not simply abstract policies. They are life and death questions about who this democracy serves, who it protects, and who it leaves behind. From the assault on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the dismantling of civil rights enforcement, to the crushing weight of student debt, immigration policies that tear families apart, The urgency of this movement demands more than simple commentary. It demands clarity, courage, and a willingness to speak truth to power. And the scholars seated before you have dedicated their careers to doing exactly that. And today, in the tradition of National Action Network, we're going to have a conversation that is honest, unflinching, and rooted in the belief that knowledge deployed with purpose is itself a form of resistance. So I want to start off with our panelists asking, and I'll go to you first, Dr. Greer. We are gathering in a moment that many are calling a second reconstruction or a second redemption. And I wondered, from your vantage point, how do you name this moment that we are in, and what does it demand of public intellectuals?
Ooh. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for having us. So the moment we're in is frightening for some, but it's clarifying at the same time. I think that black voters in many ways understand the limits of electoral politics, and that's why we continue to have protest and electoral politics in conjunction with one another, a la Fannie Lou Hamer and Barbara Jordan combined in some ways. I think black voters are not only loyal to the Democratic Party, but they're also strategic in the sense that the Republican Party has chosen to cast their lot largely with white supremacists and white nationalists. So there's a level of party capture that Democrats, black Democrats, feel like they have. In this moment, it is hard to move beyond that because the other party has been so clear about their rejection of not just black people, but so many values that we hold dear. So in this particular moment, the role of black intellectuals, I think, is to continue to educate other black people, not just about the moment, but about the historical significance of how we got here and how party realignments and party stability matter. So when we have celebrities that say the Democratic Party is the party of the KKK, that is devoid of any historical and foundational understanding of party politics and recognizing the dangers that, quite honestly right now, the Republican Party poses to black Americans in every single facet of our lives.
Thank you so much. Dr. Brown-Dean, I'm going to come to you on that same question.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Watson, for bringing us together. I think this is a moment when I'm going to say this in the most scholarly way possible to reveal my upbringing. This ain't new for us. And so when we hear people talk about the surprise of this, everyday folks know that this isn't about democracy failing, it's about democracy revealing itself for many people. And so the same way that democracy failed at Jimmy Lee Jackson in Alabama, it is failing people today who say, why should it be a crime for me to give water to someone waiting in line to vote in the Georgia heat? So the sooner that we collectively can name that truth, to be unapologetic about that truth, but to not be comfortable saying, see, I told you so. Because see, I told you so won't make a difference to people who need access to clean water in this country right now. So I think, as Professor Greer said, the task of intellectuals at this time is to realize we are not the only ones with that knowledge. We are not the only ones with that truth. But if we are not willing to put that ego aside to do the work, then all we will do is have an opportunity to write about the failing without embracing the possibility.
Thank you so much. Reverend Porter, Dr. Reverend Porter, any comments on that question?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to go to you if you had a response at all to the sort of the where we are in this moment right now in history.
Well, right now we are in a moment where I believe that there's a struggle, there's a gap between scholarship being lost in our community, you know, and so with that, we're seeing that gap widening. One of the things that concerns me in this moment is I think a loss of scholarship in our culture, especially within our community. Not just, don't mean formal education, but I'm talking about loss of historical awareness. So it got loss of memory, loss of context. You know, there was a time when our connection to history was stronger. We knew struggle, we knew what it cost, we understood the systems that we were up against, but over some times there's been a generational disconnect. And you know what happens when you lose that connection. You start to accept things as normal that were never meant to be normal. governance happening on social media instead of through real process, a child's zip code determining their future, people working full-time and still barely surviving, disconnection from voting, like our voices don't matter, technology moving so fast that whole communities are getting left behind. And over time, when you see it long enough, you start questioning, it's just this the way it is. You start accepting that. The Bible says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And that's why I believe this scholarship matters. That's why we have to keep that connection. And I think that's why important conversations like this are very important for our history and for our times like these.
Thank you so much. Professor Thea Harris.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I want to pick up on something there in terms of the need to both learn our history and also to deconstruct the kinds of myths we get about it. And mostly today I'm just going to be talking about history and about, in particular, the kind of myths and misimpressions that were given about the civil rights movement that I think impoverish us today in terms of how do we imagine going forward. Anybody who knows me knows that I could spend the entire day talking about Rosa Parks, and I'm just going to give us kind of 2 lessons from Rosa Parks today. Rosa Parks is a lifetime activist. By the time that she makes her bus stand, she's been active for 20 years. She gets started with Scarborough, she's done all this voter registration, she's worked on cases around police brutality and the sexual assault of black women, trying to get justice, and she is frankly despairing. And so to me, we get a myth of Rosa Parks, even in this room, of a longtime activist, but we forget what her courage actually is that she does it even though she doesn't believe it's necessarily going to do anything. She'd been thrown off the bus before. Other people had. It hadn't done something except harm people. So the essence of her courage that I think we need today, and I try to think about today, is how do we take a step again and again and again, even if it doesn't seem like it might work, because at some point it changes, and it does. Again, 20 years of making stands, she says, and all her efforts seemed in vain, and yet she does it again.
Thank you so much. Dr. Hamilton.
Also want to offer my gratitude for being here and for all of you being here in the audience. We are at a moment of change. I would call it paradigm change. And we might say, well, what are the signals that we're at this moment for paradigm change? The levels of inequality. When we have a society where the bottom 50% of households in America own 2% of the nation's wealth, when we have a scenario where the top 10% of households, their wealth grew by 1,000% over the last 20 decade or so. When we have a polarity in politics across different political parties, and when we have a polarity of variation across identity, race, gender, the ways in which we hone in on tribalism, it's indicative of a level of inequality that's suggestive that the system is not going to maintain itself. If we look at the president and some of the things that he calls for, some of the things that he's doing, when we look at that bill that was passed this summer, it's indicative of something different. So I would call it paradigm change, and the question of what can come from intellectuals, what can come from the academy. Well, what happens with paradigm change? Usually there's a crisis, and you need to be ready. So you need some compelling alternatives to determine which way we go from here. So I think we need economic vision. I think we need a new understanding of what economics is and what it should do. So we don't ask the question, what is the purpose of an economy? And right now, the purpose is usually profit and speculation at the expense of investments in human capacities. So I'm going to just sum it up real quick and say from our side, what we need to do is make sure that we have a compelling alternative of what an economy should be, and that we work to build power to achieve it, because although we're at a rupture, where we go from here is not determined. Where we go from here is a question of power, and do we have a compelling alternative?
Thank you so much. Dr. Dyson.
I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton for always remembering to include as a central part of his convention discussions and dialogues with journalists, writers, thinkers, and scholars. It's an extraordinary acknowledgement of the centrality of that thought for the movement. So talking to the great Doris Kearns Goodwin, or speaking to these great thinkers, myself accepted, on this panel, is extremely important. When I think about where we are now, I think about a phrase that my late great pastor, Dr. Frederick Sampson, said: we have already come through what we have come to. And it may not be in our lifetime, but it's in the lifetime of the struggle. It's in the lifetime of our people. When we hear Dr. Theo Harris speak about Rosa Parks, not just the mythology of the nice old lady who was tired and she was on the bus, she was a strategist looking for an opportunity to exploit in order to prove the durability of their resistance and opposition to white supremacy and social injustice. Where we are now is meant to scare us. We have an autocrat, a dictator, an authoritarian, an inveterate ninny hammer who is out here trying to undermine the courage of ordinary people. And we must organize again the courage of ordinary people. We can't depend on the extreme court. We can't depend on sometimes the federal bench. We certainly can't depend upon the legislators. We have to depend upon the voters who represent democracy in this country. And what your job is to, regardless of the implements, the obstacles, and the impediments that are generated by fascist and crypto-fascist figures, we have got to maintain the necessity of voting, because that becomes a key moment of our strong struggle to organize. And I'll say this, it is important to talk about historical periods. We can talk about a second Reconstruction, a third Reconstruction. We can talk about the redemption. We can speak about the Confederacy and how it looms over us. We can talk about the fact that this ain't the first time that they've tried to do what they're doing to us. What I would argue is the nation needs to listen to black people, because black people been through this stuff a long time. Racism presages fascism. Racism is a dry run for the fascist attempts to do it. We all black now. And since we all black now, let's figure out a way to learn the lessons from our struggle to teach the rest of America.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dyson. So Reverend Sharpton and National Action Network have operated at the intersection of the streets and the academy really for decades. But the relationship between protest movements and the scholarly class has not always been easy. So Dr. Porter, can you talk a little bit about the need to bring scholars and activists more closely aligned to deal with these issues?
Yes, and let me first and foremost say how excited I am to be a part of this panel and be a part of this conversation with such distinguished scholars and within this panel. First of all, we need to strengthen the relationship between scholars and people on the ground through proximity and partnership. Proximity means being present, not just studying communities, but engaging them, listening, and building real relationships. And partnerships, which means it's a two-way exchange where scholars and communities are shaping the work together, because that's how you move from ideas to strategies that actually work. For me, this became real in 2018 when Stephon Clark was killed just a block from my church in Sacramento, California. His family is here. Devontae is sitting right there in the front row. Let's give it up for the Clark family. That wasn't just theoretical, but that was right in front of us, and honestly, something I never imagined we would experience and that close. But what I realized in that moment was that we were experiencing on the ground, what we were experiencing on the ground needed language, it needed context, it needed strategy, and that's what pushed my wife and myself to lean in. We made the decision to learn what it means to engage this work at a deeper level, and I'm glad that we have forums such as these. We connected to Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network. We attended our first convention the month after, and it placed us in proximity to scholars and in partnership with practitioners who are on the front lines from across the country. And that's what equipped us to begin addressing the challenges before us. We should be glad that we are here today to be able to converse and to relate. Come on, you can put your hands together for that. Because when scholarship intersects with lived experience, strategy is created. Scholarship informs strategy. Say that with me, scholarship informs strategy. And that's where real change begins.
Thank you so much. Dr. Brown, do you want to jump in on that question as well?
Yeah, I would just say quickly, I think too many of us have gotten comfortable. I think we get comfortable and clothe ourselves in degrees and organizational affiliations and which church we go to and where we go for summer. And then we act almost as if we are shocked when people treat us as if none of that matters. And so I think as we are thinking about who are the truth tellers amongst us, it doesn't matter which school you went to. My grandfather had a 6th grade education growing up in rural Virginia and was the most amazing man I have ever known because his wisdom was simple, but it was enduring. And so that proximity means, yes, we need to be in community because you can't study community if you don't love and respect community. And that also means that community needs to be very careful about whom it looks to for that truth and that knowledge. So I will simply say, Dr. Watson, to community, stop letting people talk you out of your power because they are afraid of your power. And as we come into this election season, start talking with scholars who can help you move through misinformation and disinformation to realize that that ashy uncle on Facebook telling you your vote doesn't matter because they don't want you to have more than what they think you are entitled to.
Wow. Thank you so much. Dr. Craig. So the question is, how do we create more synergetic energy between activists and scholars?
I think that, one, we need to read a little bit more. Because there are far too many of us who can tell us every character on The Real Housewives of Nowheresville. But you can't tell me who your city council member is.
Come on.
Or your state legislator.
You better preach over
or your state senator. Or your 2 U.S. senators. Or your member of the House of Representatives. Or what policies that your mayor is pushing or not pushing. And I'm not saying that we can't do both. However, there is a lack of political education that we are a little too comfortable with, and allowing other people, as my dear friend Kamala Brown Dean said, being in community, we're also letting too many people inside the community to then spread misinformation and disinformation. And so many years ago, this is the beauty of NAN, Al Sharpton and Jamal put together a panel where Kalila and I were on a panel, I think Michael was there too, with Lonnie Guinier, the late, great Lonnie Guinier. And she, to Michael's point, when it's like, look to black people, because we're all black now, look to black women who tend to be the canaries in the mine, warning us of what is ahead. And we have lots of data that shows black women understand economics more than anybody because we manage households. We manage full families. And so this idea that activism takes place in a lot of different forms. I believe in political tithing. That's a form of activism. Not just tithing to my church. I tithe to candidates across the country that I want to see succeed. I have decided that Joanna McClinton, who's the head of the legislature in Pennsylvania, I've decided that I want her to be a U.S. Senator. I don't know what she wants to do. I want that. So it's like, John Fetterman, you gotta go. And when it's time for him to go, I want her to be in position. So it's about finding people to support and figuring out what that support looks like. I'll just close with this. One, we are in a moment that seems really dark, but it's always a moment of opportunity. As Kalila says, her grandfather had 6th grade education. My grandfather had a little bit of 7th grade. My grandmother, on my mother's side, had a little bit of 9th grade. The smartest people, the wisest people, the kindest people I've ever known. Not just about birds, but about life and everything beyond. So I think that we need to understand that primary politics is where a lot of the action takes place. We cannot wait until November to then all of a sudden get activated. When is our election, New Yorkers? When is our primary election this year? June what? Wrong. You know I love a pop quiz. It's the Tuesday, June 23rd, right? So if you don't have a voting plan, you need to get one. And if you do have a voting plan, you need to share it with others. So recognizing all the different levels of politics, because that is a form of activism. As Kalila said, the people who are trying to talk us out of our vote are invested in making sure that we don't actually have a voice. So that's one. Two, I do think that we need to know not just all levels of government, but we need to prioritize making our political knowledge something that we hold dear and that we share with others. And so there are ways that we need and should be in the streets, and I think that Reverend Al Sharpton has shown us the many ways that that can be incredibly effective, but he's also shown us the ways that going to the ballot box and translating that activism in the streets to electoral power is something that has to be hand in hand and go part and parcel.
Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. I'm going to come to you, Dr. Dyson. How do we deal with that relationship between activists and scholars?
Well, look, you're talking to some of the smartest people in America, and there's a lot of smart people in this audience as well. But all smartness ain't equal. Now, if we're going to keep it real, some of us are just dumbasses when it comes. Listen to what I'm saying now. I'm not talking about your level of education. Because as already been indicated, we got folk out here saying stuff that should know better, who got much more education than my daddy in 8th grade, your fathers, your grandfathers, and so on. So I'm not talking about level of education, I'm talking about the narrowness with which they approach the realities we confront. Here's the tension that we miss. Scholars are tense members of a community, right? What I mean by tense is that sometimes when we unearthing stuff that the masses don't want to hear, we got to still say it, right? Just because the masses might be, say, homophobic, we can't get down with that. The masses might be transphobic. We got to bring some of that new knowledge. It's uncomfortable. Some of y'all will think, well, you're selling out because that ain't what black people do. Yeah, it is. What we know in history, there's a lot of stuff. Look, I'm 67 years old. There's stuff I'm just learning about black people right now, right? So you have to be open to the knowledge, and you have to be receptive to the critique, not nastiness, not assault, not hatefulness, but the critique that we could say we got to hold each other accountable, and everything that we do ain't right, and we got to figure out a way to do it better. So that's one. Number two, the community should hold scholars accountable as well. What you got that education for? What you doing with it? Can you help the people? Can you utilize and instrumentalize your knowledge for the benefit and advantage of the masses of black people who are out here, who without the advantages of privilege that others have inherited, do amazing and incredible things. And so what I want to do is be an evangelist for the mind and the life of the mind. And I want young people, I ain't an entertainer, I ain't a singer, I ain't an actor, but I want to make the life of the mind sexy for young people. I want them to say, man, I want to use words like that. I want to use sentences like that. I want to write books like that. Because when you do so, you elevate the people. You give us a sense of what's going on. I think Dr. Greer said we got to read a lot more. Can't just read no Instagram, just can't read TikTok. Get off the damn Facebook, face a book and read it, right? And it's critical. We got all these smart people, everybody up here done wrote books and articles and stuff, and you ask them, now, let me say this, let me get real personal. I be on the internet, and some of these young people, because they disagree with me about Drake versus Kendrick, I ain't gonna get into that, because I'm on a minority position. But I got reasons for it. I have intellectual articulation for it. You ain't got to agree with it, but at least respect me. Don't be calling me out my name. You've been alive 12 minutes, done wrote 400 characters on the internet. I got 27 books, and you think you can just match that without any study, without any insight. So respect my game, respect what I done, and these people up here, and learn before you open your damn mouth.
Thank you, Dr. Dyson. I want to go to Dr. Theo Harris because we are watching a coordinated attack on K through 12 classrooms. We're watching the banning of books, and I was wondering, as a historian, what does it feel like to watch the archives become a battlefield, and what are historians obligated to do about this?
I mean, obviously, this is a very scary moment, right? We are seeing in real time, like, public history being erased, being shuttered, grants, museums, parks. And then I want to pick up on, I think, a point a number of people on the panel have made, which is that, in fact, a lot of our public history wasn't even as good as it needed to be, right? So, for instance, we celebrate a civil rights movement in the South and forget there was a civil rights movement right here in New York City, in Detroit, in Chicago, right? So some of that public history also was a history that made us comfortable, right? Was a history that made it seem like we had a problem in the past with racism in one part of this country, and we solved it. So I think we both have a responsibility to be fighting hard against what they're doing to museums, what they're doing to parks, what they're doing. And we also have to say that some of that public history needed to be richer, better, fuller, right? How do we get this myth of Rosa Parks as a simple seamstress and not a longtime radical activist? We get that also through the ways that I think public history has sometimes been misused to tell a comfortable story, to echo members of the panel. And what we have to do is tell an uncomfortable story, right? Which is partly why they're erasing, partly why they're containing. Because to me, one of the greatest successes of the uprisings of 2020 was the ways that so many people wanted to learn something different. We needed to, and so many teachers started to bring that into their classroom. So I also want to say that I think part of this backlash is because we had made significant step forward. And this is a reaction of fear to that. Mm-hmm. To many of us in this room, in our classrooms, in our writing, saying we need to learn a different history of this country, and we were succeeding. And so I think we need to see this as a backlash against our power, even as low of a moment as this is.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Dr. Hamilton, you want to chime in on that as well?
So I'm going to start with revisiting the question of intersectionality. There are issues that are particularly burdensome for black women and issues that are particularly burdensome for black men. But if we're separating black men and women from larger family contexts, that's not just, and it's also not a good political strategy. We need solidarity and power as mechanisms to redress the situation that we're in, but that means that we should still recognize the uniqueness of certain attributes and conditions that people face. But let me answer the question. Make us do it. Again, the question of power, if your scholars aren't producing the work that's going to advance the movement, make us do it. Build power and make us do it. I can tell you and speak from my own lens, knowledge creation has never been enough for me. I'm an economist, that's my toolkit, that's my craft. But have purpose, I have a purpose. My purpose is to try to facilitate an economy for human flourishing. My purpose is to try to facilitate the tools, the resources, so that people can have authentic freedom, that they can be empowered to do the things that they desire to do, build tranquility for their communities, and promote flourishing. And the mechanism to get there is vision, but also power, and that is where I guess the relationship needs to go. Again, I'll end with the point, make us do it if we're not doing it.
Thank you so much. So I want to ask a question, and someone asked me the other day to ask this question, and it's about historically black colleges and universities. We know that they were born out of exclusion and have survived a century of neglect. But today they face targeted federal defunding, executive orders demanding that the dismantlement of DEI take place, and also accreditation threats. So I'm wondering, are HBCUs more vulnerable than they've ever been, or have we seen this before? You want to take that, Reverend Porter?
Yeah. Well, I think it's quite evident that HBCUs are still vulnerable. Now, my daughter, she's a recent graduate from Southern University, home of the Jaguars. She's sitting right in the front row there. And we have to protect our HBCUs because they are the top makers of our scientists, our engineers, our doctors within our community. And how many HBCU alumni are here? I can't see your hands. Somebody shout out. Shout out your school. Shout out your school. Yeah, we have to protect that. We have to protect those who teach and participate within those colleges and universities. But here's the thing that we have to understand. Nobody's going to come and save us but us. We have to stand up. We have to make sure that we speak loud about what matters to us. And so we always have to speak up. We have to make sure that we are politically engaged. And I know I'm preaching to the choir because you're here, but your job now is to go out and be evangelists, right? Be evangelists out there and make sure that your what matters to you make sure what matters to you matters to somebody else. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Brown-Dean. You want to jump in on that question?
I will just say that what Mackenzie Scott is doing is phenomenal. It is amazing. It is an investment in the decision of those schools to decide for themselves where those funds go. And it is not enough. No one is coming to save us. No one is coming to save our institutions. So with all of that pride and excitement that we feel about HBCUs, we need to put our money where our pride is. Because there should be no reason in this world where there are students right now, weeks away from graduation, not sure if grandma can actually cheer them on at graduation because they owe $300. So let's start looking at some of those stewards at the local level. What Alfred Street Baptist Church is doing around housing, around scholarship is great. There's no reason why each and every one of us cannot tithe, as Dr. Greer said, to ensure that young people can make it across the finish line and bring that back to community.
Thank you so much. Dr. Greer.
Yeah, I just want to say I come from a long line of graduates of HBCUs, FAMU, Spelman, Morehouse, Howard, yeah. My mom went to Florida Memorial. I went to an HWCU, it's historically white college university, set up for the production of white knowledge. I will say this though, in my idea of tithing, I don't want to wait until I'm possibly Oprah level of wealthy to call myself a philanthropist. I tithe to HBCUs every single month, and there are many HBCUs that aren't Howard, Hampton, Spelman, and Morehouse. There are 100 other HBCUs that can use $10 or $15 a month. I tithe to Meharry. Why? Because they have a disproportionate number of black doctors, and most of us need a black doctor who can see us when we and our parents and our grandparents go to the doctor's office. So I want you all to think of yourselves as philanthropists. So when you have that cocktail that's $25, you know that one time a month, $25 to an HBCU, especially a small HBCU, can make a huge difference where they can actually focus the attention on students as opposed to fundraising. And so as Kalila said, Mackenzie Scott has done amazing work, but we know that the wealth differential in our black communities is such that a lot of people don't have tons of just extra cash to throw around. But we actually are the most generous and giving and philanthropic people. And so we need to make sure that it extends beyond our church home into our politics and into HBCUs that can actually help create a new generation of leaders in this country.
Thank you so much. Dr. Dyson.
Well, I started at Knoxville College, right? And now I teach at the great HBCU Vanderbilt. And homeboy cutting up. That's what HBCU stands for me, and that's what I'm doing. All three of my kids went to HBCU: Morehouse, Spelman, and Hampton, right? Because they still educate, as Dr. Porter said, they still educate most of our young people. So we have to embrace these institutions. And y'all know who Mackenzie Scott is, right? Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, taught by Toni Morrison at my other alma mater, Princeton University. So you never know what mind you reaching and what you doing and who you're teaching. Everybody can't teach Mackenzie Scott. She needs a statue erected for real, given the level of wealth she's dedicated to us. But there are so many more, as Dr. Greer said, that what we could do with the resources we have. Because you know what we spend money on, I ain't gonna name it. And we could give some of that to these HBCUs. But at the end of the day, we have to forge these institutions because they still receive the greatest resource we have, our youth. And if we can love them and support them, then we can link this to what's going on with the erasure of our history. If your history wasn't important, they wouldn't be trying to erase it. If so-called black studies was something that was inferior, if it's inferior, why are you mad at it? Why are you trying to undermine it? Because at the end of the day, the things we teach are about economics, political theory, social design, social engineering, history, politics, pop culture. Those things are central to what America is about. And I still contend that at our best, black thinkers, scholars, and those who deal with black interests as scholars have the cutting edge assignment in America. We ain't just theorizing about democracy, we're trying to make that democracy come closer to hand. So the thing that I think we should remind you as scholars is, don't give up hope. This is not the darkest it has been. We will continue to survive and thrive, and when we look back on that history, we can acknowledge that hope kept us going in the midst of the difficulties that we confronted.
Did you all enjoy this panel? Let's thank them all. Let's thank our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Madam Vice President.
Hi, it's so good to see you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. We are asking everybody, please accommodate us by not taking up unnecessary seating. Please remove all bags from seats and make all seats available. Thank you.
Joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Hey, brother. What's going on? What you been up to? I know that's right. How you doing? You all right? You look good. What's been happening? Let me know when you're down in D.C. Catch up. All right? Stop by the office. You know what? You know that's not good for you, right?
I'll take your advice.
All right. It's good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing, my dude? Good to see you.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Very nice to see you.
I saw you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Keep it up. Good to see you, man. I'm serious, so just call me up when you're down in D.C.
All right, I'll do that.
All over the world today, people are gathered in love vigils to celebrate the life of a man that taught the world how to love. People may be wondering why there's such an emotional outburst, but you would have to understand the journey of Michael to understand what he meant to all of us. For these that sit here as the Jackson family, a mother and father with 9 children that rose from a working class family in Gary, Indiana. They had nothing but a dream. No one believed in those days that these kind of dreams could come true. But they kept on believing, and Michael never let the world turn him around from his dreams. I first met Michael around 1970, Black Expo, Chicago, Illinois, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who stood by this family till now. And from that day as a cute kid to this moment, he never gave up dreaming. It was that dream that changed culture all over the world. When Michael started, it was a different world. But because Michael kept going, because he didn't accept limitations, because he refused to let people decide his boundaries, he opened up the whole world. In the music world, he put on one glove, pulled his pants up, and broke down the color curtain, where now our videos are shown and magazines put us on the cover. It was Michael Jackson that brought blacks and whites and Asians and Latinos together. It was Michael Jackson that made us sing "We Are the World" and feed the hungry long before Live Aid. Because Michael Jackson kept going,
He created a comfort level where people that felt they were separate became interconnected with his music. And it was that comfort level that kids from Japan and Ghana and France and Iowa and Pennsylvania got comfortable enough with each other to later it wasn't strange to us to watch Oprah on television. It wasn't strange to watch Tiger Woods golf. Those young kids grew up from being teenage, comfortable fans of Michael to being 40 years old and being comfortable to vote for a person of color to be the president of the United States of America. Michael did that. Michael made us love each other. Michael taught us to stand with each other. There are those that like to dig around mess, but millions around the world, we're going to uphold his message. It's not about mess, it's about his love message. As you climb up steep mountains, sometimes you scar your knee, sometimes you break your skin, but don't focus on the scars. Focus on the journey. Michael Peter, Michael Rose.
National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Ladies and gentlemen, our founder and president, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
Good morning. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank our panel, Dr. Jamal Watson and the scholars. Give them a big hand. And I want to, before anything, I want to thank you all for being here, and you're going to meet my special guest. So turn to your right and shake hands with the one to your right and say, "You are Rev Mal's special guest." You didn't know who you were sitting next to, did you? All right, welcome. This is the second day of National Action Network's third day. Wow. Third day. And we today going to, it is about really hearing from people, understanding. We have our delegates from all over the country. And we are happy, you that have traveled, you that are in National Action Network, you that are not, can join.
and be a part of it. We need to build a coalition to save this country. And that's what we're about. We want you to hear from people from different points of view, but that we'll come together and try to do what is necessary in these times. In order to do that, we need to understand where we are based on where we have come from. And we have the honor of one of the most outstanding historians that have ever written books on history. She, from Team of Rivals on, Pulitzer Prize winner Doris Kearns Goodwin. Come on, give her a hand. Doris, we're going to hear from some people that may run for president, touted to run for president, some already ran. But you've been the presidential historian, and I want you to put this in perspective. You have a book coming out. In fact, after this, you're going to sign, I hope everybody buys one of her books and signs some. She's going to be kind enough to do that after we do this session. But in Unfinished Love Story, you give a front row seat of politics in the 1960s, not just as a historian, but as someone living it through alongside your husband. And one of the things I said on our first day here, day before yesterday, Jack Schlossberg came by, who was the grandson of President Kennedy. And he and I had breakfast, and I told him that everything his grandfather had began with President Kennedy meeting with Dr. King and Whitney Young and Roy Wilkins, had started that Johnson later got in legislation while King and SNCC and others were marching. All of that, the Civil Rights Act of '64, Voting Rights Act of '65, Open Housing Act of '68, this administration is trying to overturn for blacks, for women, for Latinos, for everybody. Explain to us, because a lot of young people that were born at a time that all of these things were done don't understand the struggle it was to get them. And now they're going to have to struggle to keep them.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that one of the things that's the most troubling about what's going on in our country today is they're trying to erase our history. They're trying to tell us that the only things we should be teaching our young children are the good things that happened, and that we shouldn't be teaching the troublesome things. We shouldn't be teaching slavery. We shouldn't be teaching Jim Crow. Unless you teach the troubling things, you'll never understand how we became the country we have. Think about the 1960s. One of the reasons I wanted to write this book, which is not only about the 1960s, but about my husband, who played such a central role in providing the words for some of the great speeches of the 19th century, of the 20th century, was because everything you think about when you look at the history of the 60s, we would not have had the Civil Rights Act of '64 had it not been for the Freedom Riders. What did they do? They engaged themselves in riding those buses. They finally got interstate desegregation. They were hurt. The buses were burned. They had courage. We had the sit-in riders at the sit-ins at the beginning of the century, at the beginning of the decade. And then we had the marchers, and we had the Birmingham Children's Crusade. That crusade, when the Bull Connors people came after them, when the hoses were put upon them, when the dogs were attacking them, fired the conscience of the country. Finally, we have to believe there's a conscience in this country, not a black conscience, a white conscience, an American conscience, and it has to be fired. And it was fired. And as a result of that, the Civil Rights Act was able to be passed. And then what happens? In 1964, the Great Society is passed. Lyndon Johnson thinks he's got to get that through, absorb the Civil Rights Act, wait until 1966 for voting rights. And instead, Selma happens. Martin Luther King had other timing on his hands. And because of the bravery, once again, of those peaceful marchers on the bridge who were attacked by the Alabama State Troopers, and it was all caught on television. I was a graduate student at Harvard at that time and couldn't believe that this was my country. And Lyndon Johnson felt the same way. He knew, okay, now is the time for voting rights. And my husband was lucky to be the chief speechwriter for that speech that night. And I'd just like to talk to you about the lines of that speech. They are so important for us to remember today. He had only that day to write the speech. And in 9 hours, so he put his watch aside when he first came in as if time would go by. And then, because Johnson had decided on a Sunday night he would give the speech on Monday night. Then he got the first line after 2 hours. It took that long. I speak tonight for the dignity of man and the destiny of democracy. That's what Lyndon Johnson would say in that joint session of speech. And then he said, every now and then history and fate meet at a certain time in a certain place. So it was in Lexington and Concord. So it was at Appomattox. So it was in Selma, Alabama. And then this is not a white problem, not a black problem, not a northern problem, not a southern problem. It's not a constitutional problem. The command of the Constitution is clear. And this is the most important line. It is not a moral problem. It is simply wrong to deny your fellow Americans the right to vote. How to remember that, right?
Wow.
And
and that line, I mean, you contrast that with today, where they're trying to put up every impediment they can to stop people from voting, and redistrict by redrawing district lines. And I wanted out, that's why it was so important to us that you be with us, because I wanted them to understand the historic perspective of this and how your husband, he wrote the speech that Lyndon Johnson gave. And I remember you talk a lot about continuity history. Dr. King inspired Jesse Jackson. I was mentored by Jesse Jackson. We're trying to give young people in NAN that comes on and take the leadership role there from me. The thing that, remember Reverend Jackson used to tell me that it meant so much when they watched Lyndon Johnson give a State of the Union address live on television. And he's talked about Selma, and he talked about how people were beaten. And he said, they sang the song, We Shall Overcome. And Lyndon Johnson, as President of the United States in the 60s, and said, and we shall overcome.
No, exactly. What happened is that in the middle of writing that speech, my husband took a break after he said, this is an American problem, and we met here tonight not as Democrats, not as Republicans, to meet that problem. He figured, okay, I've got that part of the speech done. He went out and smoked a cigar, and he came back, and he heard in the distance some kids singing, We Shall Overcome. So he came back in and wrote the lines that have made that speech the historic We Shall Overcome speech. But even if we get voting rights, there's still 100 years of discrimination to overcome. But we shall overcome, which meant that the anthem of the civil rights movement that gave courage and bravery to the civil rights marchers, and the theme of the speech was that they made this night happen. It wasn't President Johnson, it wasn't the people on the top, it was the people on the ground who'd been fighting for all that time. And at that moment, it was said that when he said, we shall overcome, at the highest chambers of power that Martin Luther King cried, knowing the voting rights will be finally passed. And I think the honorable moment for my husband was be given one of those pens that signed the act, which hung before he died on our study wall. I think nothing would have made him prouder than knowing that I'm here tonight to bring his memory back. So I'm very proud to do that.
It has always been incidents that kind of inspire movements. If you have people that can seize the moment and turn it into a movement. I know when we had started early in the 35-year history of NAN fighting racial profiling, that some young men on the New Jersey Turnpike had been pulled over and shot by police. And we took the incident, the parents asked us to fight, but we also changed the racial profiling laws. Same thing with some of the police cases, ending stop and frisk in New York that they're trying to bring back, but that's another session. And body cameras on police we got under Obama with the George Floyd movement. And, you know, a lot of people assume that police always wore body cameras. That did not happen until we were marching, and George Floyd's family's here with us. and Obama put that through. Tell us about what Birmingham did in terms of getting us the Civil Rights Act, even before Selma, because there was the whole drama in Birmingham. One of the things that I don't think a lot of people understand when they say, oh, they're just using episodes, Sharpton them out there just exploit. That is what we did in civil rights history, is take an incident and make it something becomes policy and law.
Yeah, I mean, John Kennedy was moving more slowly on civil rights than Martin Luther King and the leaders of the civil rights movement hoped he would. And so they knew that somehow something had to dramatize what was going on in the South, that the Southern people who were black were not allowed to vote. They had all sorts of means that prevented them from voting. And also, in that case, this was arguing about desegregation. So the Children's Crusade was marching in 1963 really for being able to go into stores, to be able to go to movie theaters against Jim Crow. And it was young kids who were marching so bravely and so peacefully. And when those hoses were turned upon them, and that was seen in photographs in the nation, and when those dogs were asked to attack a young people, John Kennedy said at one point it made him sick when he saw that photograph. It touched something. We shouldn't have to be shocked to understand what was going on, but sometimes the fairness of the people is mobilized. And as a result of that, John Kennedy went on television in June of 1963 and said he was calling for a Civil Rights Act. And I'm not sure he would have done that had that not been for that march. That's what did it. And then similarly, and that's what we have to remember, was always, in fact, one of the lines that my husband worked on for Lyndon Johnson in the Voting Rights Act was, this is all because of what the black people have summoned us to do. And it's not just for black people, it was for the whole of country, wants to be rich, wants to be more just. There's a fairness in this country. One of the things Lyndon Johnson said to Martin Luther King in a telephone operation in January of 65 was, why don't you find the worst place in the country and show what's happening and show that it's not fair. Look what they were doing in Selma, Alabama. 55% of the citizens were black, only 2% were registered. You try to go to register one day, they'd say, oh, not today, come back next week. Next week, no, come back next week. And then they'd say, well, if you're going to try and register, you have to know the 13th Amendment, the 12th Amendment, you have to know how many jelly beans there are in a jar. Impossible questions to answer. Little wonder that there were 2% of the people. And Lyndon Johnson said to Martin Luther King, when the guy in the tractor understands that something isn't fair, he will act. We still have to believe in the fundamental decency of the American people. And I think we have to mobilize them. In fact, the Rev and I were talking about, those were all the devices that prevented black people from registering. Now, what are all these new devices they're putting in? You have to have a birth certificate. You have to show a passport. You have to be able to not mail in votes anymore. You're going to have to go places. They're going to cut down places. We have to fight that. In fact, we had Freedom Summer in 1964, bringing hundreds and thousands of volunteers to the South to help register. We're going to have to get a document device right now. I think we should have volunteers all over the country, having centers everywhere where we get everybody the documents they need so they can vote. This is the most important issue that's facing us all right now. We can do it. We can do it. Just take the bravery of what I'm so honored to be in your presence. You guys did it for us, and now it's up to us to help as well. And this is not a black issue, it's not a white issue, it's not a partisan issue, it's not a Republican issue. It's the most important issue. If this election gets screwed up, then we're really in trouble. But if it doesn't, we're on the way to a better world.
The 1963 March on Washington that has gone down in history, you had told me earlier at Morning Joe's this morning that you were there. I was only 8 or 9 years old. I was not there, but I've tried to make every march ever since. And if nobody was marching, I'd call one and we'd march. And I think, though, the week before last when we did the No Kings March, and I went and was on the front line with Robert De Niro. We're the new version of Goodfellas. And I think what we need is to get all of our groups together and do a Freedom Summer this summer around voting rights. And around, I mean, from the war in Iran, that we still don't know why we're there, don't know how we're getting out, and the president's selling wolf tickets every other minute, to what is going on in terms of our health care. People don't even realize the Affordable Care Act has not been renewed. Premiums going up. If there ever was a time to learn from, that's why it's so important for us to have you here, to learn from how they got this done in the 60s. Martin Luther King and those allies with him, black and white, changed the literal social fabric of the country. And they never had a cell phone. We got cell phones, we got internet, we have Facebook, TikTok, and we can't get 4 people together to do nothing. And I think that we need the challenge of when they had less to work with what they did, and we need to wake up and use what we have to protect it.
Yeah, you know, think about that march in 1963. I mean, I was there, I was 20 years old, which shows that I'm 83 this very day. And what a time it was. But there were 250,000 people came, and the administration was so worried that the march was going to be violent. I was an intern in the State Department that summer. They gave us the day off not to go to the march. We were told to stay home. They didn't want any extra people there. They closed all bars down. They made all the buses that came in, organized incredibly, those buses that came in. They had to go home that same night because they were afraid there would be violence. There wasn't one single act of violence that day. It was incredible, right? And they organized it. It made a difference in my life. I carried a sign, Jews, Catholics, and Protestants unite for civil rights. And it was the first time I felt I was part of something larger than myself. And that was the magic of the 1960s. There was a feeling amongst the people, especially among young people, and sponsored mostly by the civil rights movement, but then later the women's movement, the gay rights movement. It was a decade when people felt that they could make a difference in people's lives. And to feel you can make a difference in other people's lives is to feel the most authentically alive. And I think that's what we have to foster in our young people again. We cannot let cynicism reign. We have to tell them, we can do this. We did it before, we can do it again. And I think what we have to teach people in school, the problem is when we teach history sometimes, we know the end of the story. The people living in the time didn't know what the end, when Lincoln got to be president, not 7 states seceding from the Union, a terrible civil war was about to begin. He later said if he'd ever known what he was going to face in those first 3 months, he would not have thought he could have lived through it. But he did live through it, and we know that the Union was restored and emancipation was secured. He didn't know that. When the Depression started with FDR, somebody said to him, you know, if your program works, you'll be one of the great presidents. If it fails, you'll be one of the worst. He said, no, I'll be the last American president. That's how fragile democracy was then. The early days of World War II, Hitler was conquering all of Western Europe. It wasn't at all clear that he would not win. If he had won, not only Western civilization, but entire democracies would be undone. And yet the Allies won that war, but we didn't know that, those people who were living there. And we didn't know in the early 60s that all those marches and all those people who were hurt and all that bravery would end up in the civil rights and the voting rights. So we have to teach our children right now that we're living in a time of great anxiety, but we've been through terrible times before, and somehow we've endured, not just because of the leaders on the top, but because of the people on the ground, and that's what we're here to celebrate today.
And people need to know the March on Washington that you referred to in '63, they didn't get the Civil Rights Act till '64, which means that the blacks that came from the South had to ride the back of the bus to get to the march. And they couldn't stop on the road and eat. They bought, churches had to make fried chicken sandwiches for them to ride with. There was no Howard Johnsons that they could pull over and eat because they didn't allow blacks to eat. Yet they came with no rights and stood up. And here we can do anything we want. We just are not using it right.
That's right. That bravery has to be replicated. And that's why we owe it. We owe it to those people who fought for us without having all the benefits we have today, even of organizational benefits. It's so true what was said before. But I really believe we're at a point now where we're going to do it. But it's clear now. We're in April. We've got to start this thing happening this summer before November. We've got to begin to get as many people registered, as many people have their documents ready to march into those voting booths. And that's going to be the real march that's going to show where we are.
The other part I want you to elaborate on is that even in those stark times, like I said, I was a kid, but I was raised by those that led there. There were those whites that would march with us. There was a white woman from Michigan named Viola Louisa that went down and volunteered her car, and they killed her for being down there in Selma. There was Goodman, Cheney, and Swerner, 2 Jews and a black, that were killed for getting registered voters in Mississippi. Killed. So this whole idea of an interracial coalition is not new, and we should not resist it now, because as long as they can keep us divided, the same people that are against us in terms of police misconduct or in terms of what we want to see reformed in democracy are the same people against those of us in immigration or LGBTQ rights or women's gender rights. It's the same people. They don't separate us. Why should we be separating each other?
Yeah. And you know, not only was it blacks and whites together and women and men, but it was Jews and Catholics and Protestants, as I said, and now those religions have gone apart in some ways. They were all together. They were the leaders of that movement. And I think we just have to remember that that's what it means to be an American. Teddy Roosevelt warned at the turn of the 20th century that if people in different classes and regions and sections begin viewing each other as the other, rather than as common American citizens, democracy will be in peril. That's where we are right now. We can't let them make us feel we're the other, whether we're women or we're blacks or we're white or we're brown. We are Americans, and we can stand together, and we're stronger than any of those people that try to make us the other.
You are a Pulitzer Prize winning author, and you went to Harvard. And I'd be all day giving your background and accolades, but most people know. How do you feel about the present administration putting, in effect, declaring war on academia that deals with diversity?
I think it's one of the saddest things. One of the proudest things that my husband did was to work on Johnson's affirmative action speech at Howard University in 1965. And the metaphor that he used is you can't bring people to the beginning of a starting line of a race and having had them discriminated against for 100 years and expect them to compete. That's what affirmative action was for. It's to bring people only to the fair place where they have a fair chance. One of the things Abraham Lincoln said is a democracy should be that anyone can rise to the level of their talent and discipline. You can't give them more talent than they have. You can't make them work harder than they're willing to. But if they're willing to work hard and they've got a talent to use, they should be able to rise through the system, and there should be no barriers. And those barriers are what are being dismantled, being put back on today.
I want the board of National Action Network, led by our chairman, Reverend Dr. Richardson, to stand, our vice chairman, Jennifer Jones-Austin, and the whole board to stand. We want to acknowledge you with a Women's of Excellence Award from National Action Network. This is our Senior Vice President, Ebony Riley, presenting you the award. We thank you for your service. We thank you for what you've done. Give it up for the historian par excellence, Doris Kearns Goodwin.
Thank you, thank you. No honor could mean more than this, honestly, for all my years to have this. I thank you all for this, and I will fight for everything in these weeks. We've got a lot more years left, a lot of more fight left.
All right. Get her book. She'll sign it outside.
back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Rev, how you doing?
Miss Madam Vice President.
Hi. It's so good to see you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us for the National Action Network Convention 2026. We kindly ask that all attendees limit back and forth entry due to security protocols. Please note that you will be required to go through security screening each time you re-enter. Thank you for your understanding and consideration.
Let me, before we go on, several years ago, I went to San Francisco and met a lady that was running for district attorney. They said that she could not win. She ran anyway and won. Then I got to know her when she ran for the state attorney general in California. And a friend of ours, Paula Walker, said, "You gotta help, Rev. They told me you waste your time. She's not gonna win statewide." She ran and she won. Then there's a Senate seat open up, and she decided to run for the U.S. Senate. And they said, well, you know that's going to be next to impossible, especially with her background. She had fought criminal justice cases, fought against some of the profiling, and it added a lot of strength because her having been a prosecutor, they couldn't say she was anti-police or anti-whatever. And she got it from both sides. Tax, unfairness. She ran no and went to the U.S. Senate. She was the one that helped to introduce the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act in the U.S. Senate. She was the one that would debate the other side. And then when we ended up with President Biden stepping back, there's some that said we need a primary. And we said we already had it. When we voted for Biden, we voted for Harris, which meant that if something happened with Biden, she was supposed to get it. But she was so used to people doubting, she took it with ease. We got angry. She was calming us down. And she had to calm me down now. Because we are in trouble. And we should have listened and come out in the numbers that we should have come out with. Make no mistake about it, I have no idea what she's going to decide to do with her future, but I know what she's done with her past. She's the first woman in the history of this country to be the vice president of the United States. She's the first black woman to have the nomination of a major party. And she is the second largest vote getter. She got more votes than Barack Obama, than Bill Clinton. She got more votes than anyone in American history.
Whatever she decides to do, she's made her point in history. Now we need her to help us, whatever she decides, to change history around. I bring you the former Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Harris.
Good morning, man. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's have a seat. Let's get into this. Come on. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, it's so good to.
I think they're happy to see you.
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Thank you all, everyone. And good morning. And thank you for all the work everyone here does and for taking the time this morning for us to all get together. And Rev, thank you for your long-standing leadership, for your friendship, for being an advisor, for being an inspiration, especially in the most difficult times. I thank you for that.
I thank you. I thank you for being here. Thank you. The first gentleman is with us too. Doug, stand up, Doug. Let me go right into some of the things that I really wanted to talk to you about.
All right.
Today, even with the tenuous ceasefire, the war is no longer contained. It's become a regional war in terms of Iran. And we get mixed signals from the president, which is not strange to me, that one day we're going to stop, one day we're going to start, one day it's not a war, one day it is. And on Easter Sunday, using all kind of profanity and attacking a religion or mocking it. I mean, from the first strikes, you have been about your opposition to this war and to this engagement. And as you see it now, explain to me why there's such a danger on a global level, which I believe was the basis that you had opposed this engagement from the beginning and had said that. And it seems like, not that you wanted to be right, that you have been right, because we're losing lives on all sides and we don't even know why.
That's right. Well, you are correct, Rev. From the beginning, I have been unequivocally opposed to this war of choice that Trump has entered. Let us understand, first of all, this president is the first president of the United States since World War II who does not believe in the alliances that we have with friendly nations, does not believe in the strength of them, the recognition of the history with them, and the importance that that relationship bears on our standing around the world, our influence around the world, not to mention our national security. This is the first president of the United States post-World War II who has not considered the United States of America to have a responsibility to be a standard bearer around international rules and norms such as sovereignty and territorial integrity. Look what he did as it relates, and what he has been doing as it relates to Ukraine. And why is this important? Because America's strength in the context of the globe and the world relies on a number of things. Yes, it relies on the fact that we have the most lethal fighting force in the world, our military, and it relies on what we call our soft power, which is the importance that we have placed in being a participant with other democracies around holding up international rules and norms such as human rights, such as the importance of respecting relationships. Foreign policy is a lot like your friendships in your personal life. The strength of the friendship is going to be based on some mutual recognition of the history of the friendship, what you've been through together. It's going to rely on trust, which is a reciprocal relationship. You give and you receive trust. It's a back and forth. Friendships rely on consistency. Do I follow through on what I say, what I've said? Well, none of this can be counted on when it comes to Donald Trump. None of it. It is, yes, evidence of his lack of character, but it is harmful to the people of America, not to mention people in allied nations around the world. So he enters into this war, a war of choice. Remember, the man said he got rid of their nuclear arsenal. Obliterated it, he said. You know how he likes to use those kind of words? Obliterated it. Which is not an ambiguous term. That means you took it out. Well, evidently he didn't do that. He is causing U.S. service members, 13 to have lost their lives, hundreds, it is estimated, of others to be injured, some very seriously, putting U.S. service members at risk. Abandoning alliances. He's been pointing fingers at NATO, right? So understand what that is. Those are friends of ours that we have had, and that bond formed mostly out of what happened in the 1930s, again, post-World War II. Under our administration, we expanded NATO. We brought 2 more countries in. He's now pointing fingers at these friends of ours who don't want to go along with his war of choice. And I mention all of this to say 2 things in particular, which keeps me up at night, frankly, as your former Vice President of the United States. And it is this: America has increasingly, under Donald Trump, become more unreliable as a partner to our friends, and America has increasingly, second point, lost influence. So when we otherwise could say, you know, in X country, we're concerned about human rights violations, even if it did not directly affect our national security, we had some level of authority to speak about these things in a way that we had earned the ability of people to listen and pay attention and maybe try to do better. We have become more unreliable under this man, and we are losing influence. And my concern is not only just the fact of it, but it's going to take a while and some serious work, way beyond the end of this man's term, to regain whatever we had. I will tell you, Rev, though, what gives me some sense of optimism includes this. As Vice President of the United States, I met with over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. Many of them multiple times, and formed relationships. I have traveled the globe many times over, and I will share with the friends here, one thing that I realized is that the relationship that we have with allied nations, yes, can be forged and reinforced by the leaders, but I will tell you, the true strength of those relationships is the people of those nations feeling some level of identity and connection with the people of our country. And that includes the people in this room. Because I will tell you, in meeting with so many foreign leaders, the first foreign leader that I invited to my home as vice president was then German Chancellor Angela Merkel. I had her over for breakfast. And we sat down, it was called a bilateral meeting. We sat down and we talked about everything. It was before Russia invaded Ukraine. We talked about Russia and China and a number of things. And then she leaned over to me and she said, "Please tell me what's going on in your country with voting." Because she was very concerned about the erosion that she was reading about and hearing about in the United States around obstruction of voting rights. I bring it back to Nan because here's the point there. She was fully aware of the leaders and the activists and the heroes that we honor who fought for voting rights. She knew of the struggle. She knew of the work it requires, and she knew what was at stake. And I will tell the folks here that, again, part of the relationship that we will ever have with the people of other nations will be because of folks like the folks in this room who are always fighting for the ideals of America, always fighting for what we know to be true commitment to freedom, to justice, to liberty, and to equality. So there we go.
Now, let me ask you this, and I'm sure you remember, many out there remember, President Trump said on day one he was going to deal with inflation and make America affordable again, and to bring down the prices of groceries. It's safe to say these things didn't happen. So, I mean, what do you make of this? I know, you know, I'm the preacher, but you practice better than me. I'd be up in the middle of the night saying, "I told you so," but how do you, on a serious side, deal with the fact that we are dealing at a time, this war exacerbates it, what's going on with the Straits of Hormuz all exacerbates it, and we're paying for this. This is not just some foreign affair issue somewhere else.
That's right.
The American citizens, black, white, red, blue, don't matter, are paying for this war.
And the American citizens will always pay for war. So that is true. First of all, just to answer the first question, and I heard friends in the room say, he lied. He lied. He told the American people on day one he was going to bring down prices and costs, and he lied. I will say this, however. You know, when you look at the numbers in terms of that election, 1/3 voted for him, 1/3 voted for us, and 1/3 did not vote. And I do believe there is a healthy number of the folks that voted for him that believed him and voted based on that very important issue, which is, can they afford to get through life with dignity and being able to take care of their family? It's without any question, I would say, the number one issue for most people in our country. And you look at it, though, what he has done is, instead of taking care of the average everyday folk in America around their need for affordability, he'd been taking care of his rich friends and his own family. You look at what's been happening, the cost of gas, the cost of food, unemployment, inflation have gone up since he has been president. And then now, he has, you know, he says what he's thinking. I mean, here's the thing, we don't have to kind of like, what does he mean when he says that? That's the one problem we don't have. So, he just said the other day, the government shouldn't be responsible for affordable child care.
That's what he said.
This is the same man who pretended that he's a family first president. They're asking for at least $200 billion. I heard today the number may be as high as $400 billion, $200 to $400 billion for this war. Meanwhile, they've cut Medicaid, premium prices for health care have gone up, SNAP benefits, WIC. Everybody in this room knows what WIC stands for, women, infants, and children. SNAP benefits, which are intended and were created to feed hungry children, hungry seniors, people who have the right to expect that their government wants to alleviate their suffering. So he again has shown his character on issues like this. And his character is he is telling the American people he doesn't care about you. But I would caution us to understand it's not only about him. At some point, he will be termed out of office. And understand, it's not just about the individual, it's about the apparatus, if you will. I would prefer to just talk about the cronies who are allowing this to happen. Members of Congress, Rev, I'm going to use the F word, who are feckless. It's an appropriate F word. Who don't, and I served, as you mentioned, Rev, in the United States Senate for 4 years. I know a number of these folks. And I know that so many of them know what's wrong with this. I know they know it, but they don't have the courage to stand up. They want to walk around with their flag pin, having their staff run around and chase them like they're royalty. They don't want to give up those jobs. And they know it's wrong. The other thing I've come to, I know we're all spending a lot of time thinking about how could people be this way. I've come to the realization that, some people are purely transactional. By that, I mean they're in it for what they can get out of it, and whoever is harmed in the process, so be it. They're not burdened with doing what is morally right, what is principled, what is value-based. They're in it for what they can get out of it. And the second point I've come to realize, sadly, is that I do think it is part of the frailty of human nature for some, which is the need to just be next to power, no matter what it does. And these are the things that we're seeing come from people who are otherwise powerful and have taken an oath to represent the people in their best interest. So this is what we're seeing happen. I think we need to be, we need to understand it's bigger than him. We have midterms coming up. And anyone who is facilitating this, either by their silence or actively, needs to be held accountable.
One of the things you said that I want to go back to quickly is the standing in the international community that has been severely damaged by this president. And how can that even be restored? It's going to take years. He's broken commitments, promises. He's in many ways excoriated some of the allies. Yeah. How do you rebuild a global kind of image of where the United States was that he's torn up in a year and a half?
You're right. One, we're going to have to, it's going to take, I think it's going to take more than one election to do. Okay.
Now, y'all know I don't allow disruptions at my convention. Y'all know how quiet and laid back I am. What do y'all think, y'all?
So I'll say this back to your question right now. And I thank everybody here. You know, it will be about what it's going to take to repair and revive relationships, but there's another piece to this that is equally problematic, which is, you know that saying, nature abhors a vacuum, right? I mean, back to the point about relationships. The other thing about relationships we know in our personal life, you have to be present. You have to be there. So the other thing the man has done is he cut USAID, which was a commitment that we made and funded over many years that the United States of America, we still didn't fund it enough, by the way, but we did fund it, aid that we would give to nations in need, whether it be because they were dealing with a health epidemic. You know, for years it was HIV, AIDS, cholera, hunger, and through USAID, we would give aid and assistance to nations in need. And by the way, that was not pure benevolence. There was also an understanding when you do that, you earn the credibility to then talk about some other things. So it's not like it's purely selfless to do it. It's not like, you know, what they would have you say, oh, American tax dollars shouldn't be going to this. America benefits from that. Our national security benefits from it, if you want to understand, right? There's multiple purposes. Well, he cut that, so we're not giving that level of aid. But the other thing, nature abhors a vacuum. When you are not present in these relationships, other people will fill the void. So see China. I mean, somebody asked me the other day, what's your take on China's connection to all this? And I jokingly, half jokingly said, well, China's just sitting back eating the popcorn. But what they're also doing is filling the void. When I was vice president, I was very intentional, and one of the things I'm very proud of is I was doing the work of attempting to change the narrative around the relationship between the United States of America and the continent of Africa. Because, you know, we have historically, when we have worked on the relationship, it's been about aid, but my point was it needs to be about partnership, right? Understand that on the continent, the median age, I think now, is about 19 years old. The prediction is that by the year 2050, 1 in 4 people occupying Mother Earth will be on the continent of Africa, which presents either a wonderful opportunity for partnership and investment, understanding this population of people are going to have such a huge impact on the future of the world, or it's going to present a risk if we just ignore the needs of the people who are there. For example, in many African nations, their economy is based on agriculture, right? So the work that we could do in partnership around new ways of, you know, I've been spending a lot of time in the South, as you and I talked about. When I leave here, I'm going to North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, and then Arkansas later. But agriculture, and in fact, some partnerships with our local farmers and farmers on the continent. Well, he's pulled back, because, you know, the way that he's thinking of foreign policy, it seems, is when he talks about America first, it's to withdraw from these relationships and these connections. And then he kind of acts like a mob boss. So then he's kind of like, well, you know, you take Eastern Europe, and I'll take the Western Hemisphere. And then you over there, you get Asia. And we'll just divide it up, right? Instead of understanding historically, America has always been about our global leadership, imperfect though we have been. So what is happening is, by withdrawing for a number of reasons, not to mention what he has called African nations.
Yeah. S-hole countries.
Right. What is happening is the other thing that is going to require the work after he leaves office is understanding that people have filled our void, in particular China. And how's that going to work then when, again, relationships are based on who's been with me, who's been here? I'll give you another example, and then we can go on to the next question. When I was vice president, I spent a lot of time focused on the Indo-Pacific. So again, you got to be present. So I spent time and traveled to Vietnam, to Singapore, to South Korea, to Indonesia, to Japan. Why did I go to those places and have multiple meetings with those leaders? Because China is attempting to influence that whole region of the world, which we have a direct connection to. California is right in the Pacific, right? 40 million people. We have a direct interest in what happens in that region, so we need to be present. You look under the Trump administration, they have pretty much withdrawn from our relationships with Indo-Pacific countries, again, leaving a void. So while he struts around boasting about how he will annihilate a whole people, what he is in fact doing, and this is why it's important to watch what he does and not just listen to what he says. What he is doing is making us weaker, unreliable, and less influential.
There's an inordinate amount of influence that social media has, both good and bad.
Right.
And so much to a degree that Australia just banned social media. Do you think government should regulate social media?
So I actually was in Australia in the last 12 months twice and met with the commissioner who championed their this restriction for social media for children 16 and under. It's interesting. She says she'd prefer to not call it a ban, but a delay. So this is how she thinks of it. It's a delay on when children can have access to social media. And it's relatively new, and we'll see how it plays out. I mean, here's the thing. We should trust parents to understand that parents are right to be concerned about their children's, the amount of time their children are spending on social media and the impact it is having on their mental health. It's real, Rev. It's real. And you know, over 30 states now in the United States have, for example, banned cell phones in schools and are seeing very positive outcomes for that. And I think that is something that we are seeing, that increasingly we're seeing that whatever the drawback, the benefit outweighs the drawback. But the work that has to be done is understanding that also we've got to have guardrails on what big tech is doing. And whether it be social media or what's happening with AI. Back to the social media piece, I was actually very pleased to see that of the advocates for guardrails on social media were all these parents who just won that case against Meta and YouTube around the harm to children, so many of whom have actually died by suicide. You look at, and when we talk about suicide rates among children, and then you look at the suicide rates among Black children, we cannot ignore the reality of how, among the many factors that impact the mental health and well-being of our children, this is one of them. And the additional point I would make is, if we're sitting around waiting for governments to handle this, we may be sitting around for a long time. And I will say, though, states are taking it on, like New York has done some interesting work, California has done some interesting work. So governments can, but again, this administration, through Trump, has basically said it's either federal legislation or nothing, but you know there's going to be no federal legislation because half his cabinet are invested in the technology and are in the pocket of big tech. So where we would like to know and believe that government traditionally has a role to play in reducing harm, you know, we're seeing it with some state governments. I don't know if we're going to see it with the federal government anytime soon. Then you could say, well, then where else could the protections come from? Well, it's not going to come from the industry itself, because the industry has already figured out a business model where the algorithm is fueled by fear. And fear fuels the algorithm, and the algorithm fuels profit. So that's going to be difficult to expect that they will self-police, because they pretty much said that they're not going to. So then who's left? This is where I say the consumer, who, as we know, when we know our market power, our ability to have an impact on the marketplace, we can actually create movements that are about progress. And part of that will be, and I say this to Nan, is the work that we will continue to do to educate the people, the public, our friends and neighbors, the folks where we organize, to help them understand the effects of social media so that they will know what to demand of the market.
One of the things that Nan has been on the forefront of, and that you've been there longer than most, is voting rights and the protection of voting rights. I am honored to have in one of our offices a picture of us marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and you were helping to wheel one of the foot soldiers. And I and Ben Crump was with you. But you've been to Selma before you were running for president. Voting rights is at risk with the whole way he is now trying to change the qualifications for voting, passports, which is a poll tax, because you don't have a passport, you need almost $200 to get one. Redistricting. Talk to us as one who dealt with, in the Senate, again, I go by the record, the John Lewis Justice Act, in terms of Voting Rights Act, and you tried to get it passed. I remember that there was the meetings, and they had 3 of you to meet and be the committee to get it through, and the last minute, the Republican, who loved Donald Trump, hugged him by the waist, turned on us. You called me and said, Rev, I try my best, but I think we're losing our ally. You championed that about voting rights. Talk about that.
Yeah. So to your point about poll taxes, literacy taxes, this is not new in our history. And it's an agenda that has been in play since we got voting rights. And to fast forward to today, yes, it's more of the same. And so the way it is taking on is first they're pushing redistricting. First, remember, they were pushing redistricting in red states. And then blue states said, all right, well, we're going to play fire with fire then, okay? So that was right. They have been doing the work for years of building a Supreme Court that is configured as we now have it. And they're about to make a decision on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And I am sad to say, I do believe they are going to kill it. And that will mean that the legal tool that we have to be able to litigate in a court what are clearly racist, influenced laws to prevent certain people from voting, we're going to lose the tool that we have had before. They then are proposing the SAVE Act. One must ask, save who? And what they will do is basically, to your point, Rev, to register to vote, you're going to have to prove your citizenship by a passport or a birth certificate. So it is estimated that over 20 million Americans don't have a passport or access to a passport. And to get one is at least $100, if not close to $200, which is in essence a poll tax, right? On the birth certificate piece, well, if you are a woman who got married and took your spouse's name, you are among the over 60 million women in America who are in that situation, which means that if you need to prove your citizenship with your birth certificate, it will not match, for example, your driver's license, which again is an obstacle. Because already, you gotta leave work to vote, you gotta have somebody take care of the kids to vote, you gotta figure out, is that the day that you can actually get to wherever the polling place is? All this is happening. What else is happening? They have been purging voter rolls. What else has happened? I believe in 24 states, they have gone in and taken ballots. Fulton County. I was down in Georgia and I was asking somebody, I said, tell me something, in Fulton County, you know when they sent those federal agents to come and get the ballots, did they take the 2024 ballots? Nope. So that one was okay, I guess. They took the 2020. And then he comes up with an executive order around mail-in voting. Well, guess who, when he's hanging out at his resort spa at Mar-a-Lago, votes by mail? So not only is the intent to obstruct clear, the hypocrisy, again, as always, abounds. Here's what I'd say. First of all, as part of our activism and in our work, we're going to have to register folks to vote, as we always do. But I'd start with this. Ask folks to make sure that they check right now their voter status. Don't wait until election day to see if, for example, your name got purged from the rolls. Ask today for folks to check on their polling location, because part of what this shell game they've been playing includes closing the place where your mother and your grandmother always voted, so that on election day, she's going to that local elementary school to find out it's not a polling place any longer. So let's do some of the work right now. Then the last point I would say on this, Rev, and I think I know it's a bit controversial, but here's how I feel about this. You know how I was talking earlier about how people are so transactional? I think we need to be transactional voters. I think, yes, it is right when we are trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote, and it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially when they're trying to erase it. We remind people of the lives, the bloodshed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the sacrifice of those young people at the lunch counter, the assassination of Dr. King. There are so many things that we must remember about history, so that what compels us to vote includes not only our civic duty, but honoring the ancestors. Yes, and here's what I'm suggesting in addition. Get yours. Vote and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take for granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote, so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, oh, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional and to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect. I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
I know we are over the time, but I need to ask you this. Slow down. I promised Ms. Harris a certain time. I'm going to respect the time because I need her to come again. This is a convention, not a revival. It was debated in your campaign in the 107 days that whether you should talk to people like Joe Rogan and hard right-wing people in media. If you were to run again, would you talk to them?
Yes, I would. Listen, I will talk with anyone if it means talking with the American people. What I do not believe in, however, is gatekeepers. I do not believe in the theory some people would push, which is that you got to go talk to that person to talk to the people. I don't believe that, and I don't believe in that, and I don't believe in gatekeepers. So, yeah, and I wrote about it in my book, about the Joe Rogan piece. But yeah, I'll talk with folks as long as I know that the ability in that moment is to talk to the American people.
So in your openness to talk to the American people, as I said in introducing you, you and I go back over a quarter century.
Yes.
And if there's anyone that has had open communication, is you and I. Mm-hmm. So are you going to run again in 28?
So, okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right at it.
Well, that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. But let me say this. I am thinking about it. But let me also say this. Look, I served for 4 years being a heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States. I spent countless hours in my West Wing office, footsteps away from the Oval Office. I spent countless hours in the Oval Office in the Situation Room. I know what the job is, and I know what it requires. I also know, one of the things that I've been doing, Rev, is I've been traveling the country the last year. I've been spending a lot of time in the South and many other places. And the one thing I'm really clear about also is the status quo is not working and hasn't been working for a lot of people for a long time. And part of the issue is the need to get rid of some of the bureaucracy in government and to understand that the people they don't want process, they want progress. And that's the work that needs to be done. I think that, look, the American people have a right to expect that anyone who wants to run for office and be a leader, that it can't be about themselves. And what they want for themselves, it's got to be about the American people. And that's how I think of it, and I am thinking about it in the context of then, is who and where and how can the best job be done for the American people? That's how I'm thinking about it. I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you posted. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, our founder and president, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
All right. Have your seats. Let me say, I invited a dear friend of mine who we had not always agreed politically, and then we ended up as twin brothers. And I wanted him to speak and talk with me after the vice president, before Pete Buttigieg. We're going to do Pete Buttigieg in a minute. And someone wasn't on the program, but I wanted him to be here. And he said, if you wanted me to come, Reverend Al, I'm a good Baptist, I'm coming. I want you to greet the highest ranked morning show in the country, the host of Morning Joe, former Congressman Joe Scarborough. Now,
I'm going to tell Mika.
I told you how friendly our crowd was. You hear that cheer for you.
I'm going to tell Mika that I came to a convention that turned into a tent revival. And I heard Kamala Harris say the F word. It was feckless. And you saying that you're going to be subtle.
I'm always subtle.
You're always subtle.
I'm as subtle as you are on the mornings.
Quiet. Exactly.
Let me ask you, big picture, where do you see us at as a country now? I mean, you've heard her assessment, you know my concerns, and you've been very vocal about Iran and other situations. Give us a perspective from your vantage point of where we are.
Well, we're in, I think, one of the worst times of my life. As we spoke about this morning on the show, I was born in Atlanta, Georgia in 1963. Same year as Martin Luther King's March on Washington. And of course, 16th Street Baptist Church bombing. And, you know, it's kind of a miracle what happened between the year I was born in 63 in Atlanta and the first year I started school outside of Meridian, Mississippi. We were the first class in Mississippi to start in integrated schools. Now, for me, that was normal, but think about that. March on Washington, 16th Street Baptist Church bombing, Selma, and then 30 miles away from where I started school in 69 in an integrated school, you had civil rights workers killed and buried outside of Philadelphia, Mississippi. But there was remarkable progress. And in my first year, I went to an integrated school. And it just changed the way I looked at life, the way I looked at it even differently than my oldest sister. And to see that progress and to grow up always believing that the arc of civilization, as Martin Luther King said, always bent toward justice, and always believing that. That was our assumption. that tomorrow was going to be better than today, that our children were going to do better than we did, that civil rights was going to grow, that it was going to be easier to vote, that it was going to be easier to make a living, that it was going to be easier to believe that we had leaders in Washington, D.C. that cared more about us than them. That's gone. The last 10 years, Rev, so much of what you've been fighting for your entire life has been washed away. I got to say, it's been a wake-up call, and it should be a wake-up call for all of us, because we can't take anything for granted anymore. We can't take any election for granted anymore. We can't take even the 14th Amendment. Donald Trump thought he could wipe away the 14th Amendment, intimidate the Supreme Court, and actually get rid of birthright citizenship. And in that instance, the Supreme Court showed him he couldn't. But again, all the things that we assumed for so long have been washed away over the past decade, and we just can't afford to be ambivalent or to sit back anymore. We got to fight.
And to fight it, we are going to have unusual alliances. People that never united before find themselves in the same position of being disenfranchised, disempowered, and in many ways the same economic plights that others have faced, we're now facing. Talk to us about, I know your relationship, not only with me but others, relationship with Jim Clyburn, who's going to be speaking, and how my mother was from Alabama, and I was born and raised in Brooklyn, and she would talk about there was no bonding more profound and deep than Southern whites and Southern blacks who understood better than anybody how ugly the country could be and how they changed it together. Talk about that. You from the South.
You know, that's interesting. I went to the University of Alabama in the early 1980s, and I had a couple roommates. One of them was a black friend of mine. One of them was a white friend of mine from upstate New York who went to law school at Syracuse in the late 80s. Now, after calling us racist and calling Alabama backwards and all this other stuff, I'm from Northwest Florida, but he said that he called me up after his first year of law school. He goes, Joe, it's so much more intense up here than it was down there. I said, Dave, we had to figure that out. We integrated in '69. What you're doing right now and all the battles that you were going through in the late 80s, that was ugly.
That's right.
But there was, for some reason, I can't really explain it if you're from the South, there is just a better understanding. I'm a musician too. And I can tell you, if you're a musician from the South and you play with people from the North, there's some things, no offense to musicians from the North, they just don't get. You've heard Lift
I've
Me
been
Up.
to your show, yeah.
You've heard a lot of my gospel songs, and I've had people from the North go, how do you write that type of music? I go, what do you mean, baby? I'm from the South. That's how I write that type of music. I was raised in the church.
No, it was funny because we were somewhere, and you had done a tune that I had heard, and I told you, I said, it reminds me back in the days that I was boy preacher with Mahalia Jackson. And a guy in the office there, we were at MSNBC at the time, said, oh, is she related to Michael Jackson? And you looked at him like he was crazy. But that's the culture you come out of.
Yeah, it's a culture, and it does, I think it does make a difference. And I will tell you something that we found in 2020, that everybody thinks the Democratic nomination runs through progressives in Iowa, socialists in New Hampshire. No, it doesn't. The Democratic nomination still runs through the churches in South Carolina in Georgia, and across this country. It just does. And I think there are too many people that decide they're going to run for politics, national politics. They spend too much time on Twitter and social media, not enough time in the church. Because if they want to know where the heart of the Democratic Party is, well, they can see it every Sunday morning. And Rev, you and I have talked about that for a long time. And everybody's always, you turn on Fox News, they're always talking about woke this, woke that, and well, Democrats are so woke, and da. You were talking a decade ago about limousine liberals, about woke white politicians that just didn't get it. And they did. What was your expression about if you're woke? If
you wake up, get up. And a lot of those that were woke are woke where? With who? I mean, we were never looking to replace one slave master with long-haired slave masters. And I think that a lot of them, well, we're progressive. Progressive for who? Where's the progress? I'd rather have somebody that is from the deep South that understands my pain and deals with it, and that may be centrist, than somebody that's more urban, northern, can quote all of the right books and do nothing for my condition.
Well, exactly. And you talk about quoting all the right books. I mean, and I think it's something that you're starting to see Democrats do more now. But actually, it used to be that a lot of politicians were afraid to talk about their faith.
Right.
Now, not this crew in the White House, because they'll throw Jesus under the bus and blame him for the war in Iran. They'll throw Jesus under the bus and blame him for the worst, most un-Christ-like policies that have ever been committed, like at least in my lifetime. I mean, it's incredible when I hear Pete Hegseth actually claiming Jesus has something to do with a killing that's going on in Iran. You got right now an administration that wants to spend $200-300 billion on a war while they're gutting health care, they're gutting Medicaid. Your vice president talked about WIC, SNAP, all of these benefits. And at the same time, who do they want to defend? Who do they want to fight for? Is it working Americans? No. It's billionaires. It's literally billionaires. It's multinational corporations. It's tech monopolists. You ask Kamala about if Washington's going to do anything about social media. They need to, but they're not going to unless they really feel the heat. I have 4 kids. Let me tell you something. We don't need phones in schools. And we're actually learning not only do we not need phones in schools, we got to actually do something that's unbelievably radical and stop teaching our children with tablets and start teaching them again with books. How radical is that? But this administration, and you and I have known Donald Trump for a long time. He goes to where the power is. When he thought the power was with Rev, he'd be at boxing matches with Rev, and then the tech monopolists come along, and he's hanging out with the tech monopolists. And so we can't get any real reform with him. But I want to follow up with what Kamala said. Donald Trump's going to be gone. But let me tell you something. The Republicans, the people that I know, the people that I used to be a member of their party with, the people I used to serve with, those Republicans are still going to be around. And those people who've allowed this to happen need to be held accountable. They need to be voted out. And we need to make sure that if any Republicans get elected, it's part of a new Republican Party and not the people, again, who are throwing the working class, middle class Americans overboard for the sake of billionaires, multinational corporations, and tech monopolists.
But the only way they're going to be thrown out is that we're going to have to build alliances of people that understand that we're all in this together. And the threat that this president, in some ways, the abrasiveness of Trump makes it hard for people to ignore how far back he's trying to push us, which is really Project 2025 and that whole crowd. They wrote it out. We didn't believe it. We told ourselves this couldn't happen, but they're trying to do it.
It happened, and I just want to follow up with what the Rev said and just talk about our personal story. I mean, he talked about coalitions that we have to build, maybe coalitions across party lines, coalitions across lines that we're not used to. Rev and I, we look like we're best of friends, like we love each other, but boom, we used to go after each other hard. I even put a resolution on the House floor condemning Reverend Al Sharpton when I was in Congress. And the funniest thing happened. Matt Gaetz held it up in some hearing one time. I think he was waving it at you. And Reverend Al said, yeah, isn't grace a wonderful thing? Joe's one of my best friends, and I'm one of Joe's best friends. And you know why that is? Because a sinner recognizes a sinner. We are saved by grace, Rev. We are saved by grace. We both have a lot more of Peter in us than Paul. I mean, I still think when you talk about, is that not true?
That's true.
I mean, Peter's one of my favorite characters in the Bible because I can relate to him so well. Jesus walks on water. Peter says, I want to walk on water. Jesus says, all right, come on out. He's scared. He goes, I'm drowning. Help me, Jesus. Help me. Right? Overmatched time and time again in the Garden of Gethsemane when Jesus said, man, stay awake. I need you. I just need you right now more than ever before. Paul falls asleep. Jesus comes back. He's like, are you kidding me, man? You couldn't stay awake for an hour? I'm going to go pray again. He comes back. Paul's sleeping again, or Peter's sleeping again. And Jesus said, what are you going to? Then they come to get him. Peter gets a sword out, cuts off his ear, cuts off the guard's ears. And you can almost, can't you almost just see Jesus going, this guy, he heals the ear. Then Peter denies Jesus 3 times before the cock crows. And here's what I think is so amazing and why guys like you and me have hope. Because you know what Jesus did with that crazy guy? He said, you are Peter, the rock on which I will build my church. Right. And when we're looking at people that we want to form alliances with, when we're looking at people that we need to work with to get us over the finish line this time and make sure that somebody like Donald Trump is never elected president of the United States again, it may not fit neatly into our preconceptions or our prejudices about who we should work with. But I say, if you're for democracy, if you're for civil rights, if you're for finally moving this country forward again, then you know what? We got to build those alliances that you're talking about that may not be old alliances, but find the new alliances that bring people together that politicians try to drive apart.
All right, give it up, Joe Scarborough.
Right.
Joe
Thank you, Rev.
Scarborough.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, man.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
All right, come on.
forget where you come from and forget how you got there. And act like you got there because you were qualified or that you had a good resume. But some of us had to pay a price for your resume to even be read. Some of us had to take nights in jails and licks upside the head or shut out of boardrooms like Byron so you could walk down red carpets and act like you got there by yourself. So I received this award with a special place in my heart and on my shelf because I'm getting it from a freedom fighter who never forgot where he came from and how he got there. Yes, we've come a long way. We've had now a black president and now a black vice president, but we still can get shot down and have to march to get a case in court. We still can get shut out of boardrooms. We're still doubly unemployed in a good economy. So we're gonna have to keep marching. And I thank not only my family, a mother that raised me by herself, but I thank that lady at the end of the march that knows she won't be on TV that night and knows her name will never be in the paper, but she believed in me enough to get at the end of the line and make me look good. Because Dr. King used to say, if you call a march and no one shows up, you just going for a walk. And I want to thank those that marched with me. 32 years ago, here in Los Angeles, we marched. And then many years later, with George Floyd and others, we're still marching. And I'm gonna keep marching, I'm gonna keep agitating, and I'm gonna keep going. Until we don't have to do it anymore. Eddie, known you a long time, Mariah, Chris, and your kids. And I promise you this, the only thing that I really live for is I get up with this dream that every bigot, every racist, everyone in this country that hates will say, damn, he's up again.
Thank you for joining us for this afternoon session. Please remain seated as the next session will begin with the Honorable Pete Buttigieg.
That's when Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia, came here, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who was pastor here now, that Ethiopian Coptic cross. That was my first hero in civil rights and politics.
As far as I know here, you're in trouble. Where it says about 30% are unemployed. That's why I'm working hard to get this surplus food here. Some of you say to me, well, I'm not like you. I'm not a congressman. I haven't got education. I haven't got work. But you're a human being. And you know what you've got? You've got in your hands the power to use your vote and to use even those few cents you get from welfare to spend them only where you want to spend them.
I'm downtown Brooklyn at Junior's Restaurant.
We say Fort Greene?
In Fort Greene.
The Fort.
With the one and only Spike Lee, we just had breakfast and talking about what's going on in the state of the race on Juneteenth Day and encouraging everybody to come out and vote.
Gotta come out and vote.
Movement going.
Gotta go.
We beat people tougher than Donald Trump. Don't bow now. Keep going.
Peace and love.
Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and president, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Y'all give me a dead mic. I know how to heal a mic. All right. Let that baby cry. This is a protest movement. We allow crying in here. Our next guest, and I'm proud to bring to the stage, has been here before and has been open to any time we reached out. He served as the 19th U.S. Secretary of Transportation, where he oversaw a historic investment of over 70,000 infrastructure projects that were designed to bridge economic and community gaps. He's a former two-term mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and a veteran of the U.S. Navy Reserve, and he has, in my opinion, been consistent and persistent on issues of human rights and on issues that concern civil rights communities. May you welcome back to National Action Network the Honorable Pete Buttigieg. Thank you for coming, Secretary.
Thank you for having me.
Let me ask you, as one that was Secretary of Transportation, we just went through a real problem in transportation in this country with the TSA workers in many ways being used as some kind of ball back and forward with the president playing games with their salaries while he tried to hold them hostage to force the Congress and the Senate to pass a bill he wanted and to stall things like the Affordable Care Act. Talk as the Secretary of Transportation about the ramifications of playing with transportation like that, travel like that, and workers that went to work despite the fact they weren't getting paid for 3 weeks while the Congress was getting paid.
That's right. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and congratulations on 35 years of leadership in this organization. Thank you for the warm welcome. I care so much about this, not just from having worked transportation, but as a member of the traveling public. So many folks flew in order to get here. The safety of the traveling public is one of those core functions that should be beyond politics. And yet we've seen it treated as a political football. And many times they have shown their hand. For example, when the president eventually said he was going to do an executive order to make sure they got paid, he was really telling on himself, because what that means, of course, is he could have done that the whole time. And now here we are, where there's actually a bipartisan compromise to fund everything in Homeland Security except the pieces that need to be negotiated, including TSA, Coast Guard, all of those things, worked through the Senate And Speaker Johnson not just won't bring it to a vote, the House isn't even in session. So they're not even pretending to be trying to fix this problem. And the consequences is this very real human consequence for these workers who are coming to work, doing their job, keeping us safe. I see them just about every day because I'm traveling so much. And they are a credit to this country, but they deserve so much better from their leadership.
You know the legacy of the Department of Transportation and Civil Rights. In the past, the federal government used highways and other infrastructure places, bridges, to divide communities. If one studied in New York, many of our delegates here are not from New York, there was a builder, Robert Moses, that purposely built a highway to divide blacks and from whites and others. And you, when you were serving at DOT, Department of Transportation, had to try to deal with changing the shaping of that approach. Talk about that, because I think people don't understand. If you go to any major city, it is a political decision where they build a highway.
Absolutely.
And where they're going to build certain things. And they use that to put people in certain boxes, right, in many cases based on race.
Right. The way I thought about it is the purpose of transportation is to connect, right? That's what a road ought to be for. It's what a bridge ought to be for. It's what a railroad ought to be for. But there's so many cases where transportation was used to divide. I mean, just to think about the fact that in the American version of the English language, we have the phrase wrong side of the tracks, right? That tells you everything you need to know about how a piece of infrastructure, a road, a bridge, a highway, can be used as a dividing line, sometimes very directly separating black neighborhoods from white neighborhoods. And our view when I was Secretary of Transportation was we ought to do something about that. If federal funding created or contributed to a problem, then federal funding ought to be part of the solution. And the really remarkable thing is that nobody is worse off when we do that. When we supported a vision in Atlanta to the Stitch that takes, I think it's 75 and 85, that cut right through the heart of town, put them underground. When we fund work in Toledo or Milwaukee in order to make those roads safer, everybody's better off. Certainly black communities and other minority communities that were disadvantaged by the way that they were built are better off, but nobody's worse off when we do that. And I was astonished by how, when I started talking about this obvious, historic, documented fact about how some of these things were built the way they were, and about the effect it has on people today, not as a historical concern, but as a current, modern-day source of inequity, some of the folks over at Fox News and other places lost their minds. It was as if I said something that you're not supposed to say. But when we took action to fix it, it helped a lot of people, and it didn't hurt anybody.
Before you served as secretary, you were mayor in South Bend, Indiana, which has a large black population. And that means you had to deal with education, policing, public safety, all of that. What did that experience teach you about how to deal with the black community?
Well, I learned so much. And as a community, we went through so much. And when you were a mayor from day one, you take on board everything, the good, the bad, the painful in your community. And learned a lot of things the hard way about how to hold a community together and empower more people. We went through very challenging economic issues. We went through very challenging issues with safety and policing. We also found ways to come out stronger, just like a bone can be stronger in the broken places if you pay attention to healing in the right way. We learned how we could grow better as a city. And I know, people think, I think because our city is on the map for one reason, at least in football season and around tourney time, they maybe imagine that we're this kind of tidy, wealthy, homogeneous college town. But when I took office, our poverty rate was around 25%. Our per capita income was about $18,000. Our unemployment was in the double digits. We were hurting. And when we came together to change that, the result was black unemployment fell by more than half. Poverty in the city and black poverty in the city fell. And it was very clear to me that my job was just to unlock the power that was already there in the community and to guide it in certain ways. And above all, it was a lot of listening, a lot of long quantity time as well as quality time in the community. And we didn't get everything right. But we made sure by the end of 2 terms that that community was so much better than it had been. And I'm so proud of what's going on in that city even to this day.
I remember when you were at the Department of Transportation that you ensured that infrastructure money was reached communities of color, reached disadvantaged communities. Now this administration comes in behind you and immediately send out executive orders stopping all of that, where they not only said that's not our priority, they said you can't do that.
Right.
What are the red flags that people from around the country, our delegates here, should look for in their state to know where funds have been shifted almost in the dim of night, but that has actually happened and affect our daily lives without our understanding why?
So this administration has adopted a seek and destroy approach to anything that even looks like it might have something to do with helping disadvantaged communities or addressing inequity. Seek and destroy. Sometimes I think of did any of you see the movie The Quiet Place? You know, where there's this alien invasion, and if anybody makes a sound, then boom, the alien gets you. It's kind of like that. If anywhere in a paragraph, in a description of a grant that some federal money went to improve a streetscape, if the word disadvantaged or the word equity or, God forbid, anything along the lines of a reference to racial justice, if any of that showed up anywhere, boom, they go after it and they take it away. Everybody is worse off because of this funding being clawed back. To specifically answer your question of what to be on the lookout for, there's 2 different kinds of things. One is places where they actually have pulled back the funding for a project. I was just in East Toledo. Something I think like $20 million to take a corridor that we identified for support because it was where so many car crashes were happening. And this disproportionately happens in disadvantaged communities. Often that means black communities, often it means rural communities. This isn't only about race. And they got rid of the money to do it, literally for no other reason than neighborhood access and equity was in the name of the bill, the title that funded that program. Same thing on 6th Street in Milwaukee. Same thing in Birmingham on the historic 4th Avenue, where we had dollars going into making that historic community more walkable and more safe. So be on the lookout for places where that funding has been clawed back. And most importantly, hold your elected officials' feet to the fire. And I'm especially thinking about the Republican enablers of this president, some of whom in Congress couldn't wait to co-sign the press release when we picked the project out for funding, and now are nowhere to be found when the funding's being cut. Get their attention and make them explain to you why it is that this funding was cut and why they voted for the Trump budget that cut it. But here's the other thing. Even on the projects where they left the funding alone, look at places where they are using some excuse to try to hold it up as long as there is anything in the process that concerns fairness and equity. For example, the biggest single project in the country, the Gateway Project, right here, $16 billion to take care of a 100-year-old tunnel that hundreds of thousands of people go through every day. And they just sat on it. They just hold it. The president said he was killing it. And he didn't say, oh, it's a bad design, or the tunnel's not going to work, or we had some engineering problem. It wasn't any of that. They said they were holding it because they didn't like the provisions to make sure that it was delivered in an equitable way.
Right.
And of course, that makes everybody worse off. So look for those examples where something's being held up and demand answers on why.
Now, you funded dozens of projects to reconnect communities, I'll put it that way. Communities that had been bulldozed by highways. Now this administration is canceling or delaying that work to shift money to expansions that could hurt neighborhoods again. What is your advice to communities in places like Toledo or Birmingham, where these projects have been canceled now?
Well, what I will say is no news to this organization, but I'll say it anyway. The biggest thing I would urge is do not underestimate your own power. So a lot of these problems are coming from the top, but the truth is so many of the decisions about what happens with those federal dollars flow through a state department of transportation, or even a city, or a county. Forums where you can be heard. I mean, I saw for myself how activists through the National Action Network can get heard at a city council, at a state proceeding, in those forums that are a little bit closer to home. And that is a place where you can make sure, first of all, that nobody can ignore what is happening when they take away dollars for a transportation improvement that will reconnect a neighborhood or make a place safer. But also get the attention of people who can and should do differently, because we don't have to wait. And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but as important as the elections are, you don't have to wait till the election to deliver a different outcome through political pressure. You know how to do this. Of course, it matters who's in charge, but it also matters how the people in charge behave. And how they behave depends in no small measure on you. They want you to feel powerless. They want you to feel like it's this steamroller, that there's nothing that can be done. But look at all the times they've backed down. Look at all the times they've changed their tune. To take an example from a different area of policy, we did a town hall in western Wisconsin. About 1,000 people came in the district of a, let's just say, disagreeable MAGA congressman who refused to do a town hall with his own constituents. So we said, okay, you don't want to do a town hall? We'll do it for you. And just the fact that we were coming to town, I think might have been what inspired him to do something completely out of character, which is, even though he is no moderate, he wound up being one of the Republicans who switched his vote to vote with Democrats on extending the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. It was a miracle. I don't think it's because he suddenly saw the light about President Obama's health care vision. I think it's because he saw the headlights of what was coming at him in terms of
the headlights on our car.
The political force
right.
Of everybody who was coming to town. And I think that there are examples all across the country where we can, of course we need to mobilize for elections, but we can do so much more to make sure that these political leaders make better choices.
Now, one of the things that you know this organization has been in the forefront of is fighting to restore and or maintain DEI, diversity, equity, and engagement. Now, the irony of it is when George Floyd happened and his family called us in and we helped to organize and mobilize the marches and protests and worked with Senator Booker, Senator Harris around the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. I remember that you as secretary would make sure that federal contracts went to people that weren't even being considered before, as long as they could do the work. Now this administration has come in, says stop DEI, and calls any black contractor, Latino contractor, a DEI hire. Right. Not based on the merit, right. Not based on what, since the contracts they started under your administration, they've been able to deliver. It's automatically assumed, which is racist in itself, that the only reason a black has a contract is somebody gave him a handout.
Right. And the irony of it, of course, is that this is about merit. This is about making sure that people and businesses who have been excluded get a chance to compete, get a chance to participate, get a chance to create generational wealth and deliver projects well. And we've seen this especially in transportation, going back certainly to Atlanta whose black middle class today has a lot to do with the then mayor, Maynard Jackson, insisting that the airport project was fair in creating opportunities for black-led contracting firms. And a whole middle class arose out of that. Some of those businesses, I've met them, now they're in their second generation. They were delivering the renovations on the project that their parents or grandparents had delivered the groundbreaking on. It's incredible how that can work. And let's be very clear, this is not about, these guys in charge right now are not about merit.
Right.
I mean, look at how the Secretary of Defense intervened, overruling his own Secretary of the Army in order to block the promotion of black colonels deserving to be general officers. Does anybody seriously think that the reason a political creature like the Secretary of Defense overrules the career military on who ought to be promoted is because he believes in merit? Of course not. And we see the same thing with this contracting. This is about making sure that the wealth in this country goes to the kinds of people who can pay a $1 million membership fee at Mar-a-Lago. That's not about merit. Kinds of people who can contribute to the grand ballroom being built for dinners at the White House. That's not about merit. But that's who's profiting in this current environment. And we could be doing so much better as a country by ensuring that people get that chance to compete, get that chance to deliver. And that's true whether we're talking about making sure more folks get a chance to work in jobs, in service. By the way, meeting, of course, the same high standard, or whether we're talking about the business side. And when we do that, you wind up with more competition, better projects, and of course you wind up with more generational wealth being built in the very communities that were shut out of it for so long.
Well, one of the things I took note with you was in barriers in trucking, the CDL, pay, predatory leasing. Beyond the contracts, the trucking industry has built barriers. I mean, literally barriers. The cost of a CDL, predatory lending, low pay. Based on your time at DOT, what changes were made to protect drivers and to make trucking a real path of stability for black drivers?
Well, if COVID taught us anything, it's how much we count on truck drivers and other transportation workers for everything. Where there's a problem I know supply chains is this kind of nerdy thing to talk about, but we all started to think about supply chains in different ways because of what we went through. And what we saw was there was a recruiting, I would say, emergency in terms of supporting, recruiting, and retaining the drivers that we need. And by the way, a very good opportunity for a durable and important career. And what we saw was that we as a country were leaving talent on the table. There were so many people who could do a great job, many of them, by the way, veterans. And look, if you were in my vehicle driving on the open road from Bagram to Kabul, I am quite sure that you could do an excellent job driving from Traverse City, Michigan to Chattanooga as a truck driver, if you want that career. And so we found ways to deal with some of the barriers, like the cost of signing up for the training to get a CDL or to go to trucking school. And by tearing down some of those artificial barriers, while maintaining a high standard for how you qualify to be a driver, we were able to see a dramatic increase in black drivers getting a chance to be part of that career and getting a chance to contribute to our supply chains.
Let me ask you about voting rights. What role do you believe that national figures like yourself should play in defending the right to vote today? We see voting rights under siege. This is not hyperbole. We have a president that has said that we want to require people to establish first birthright citizenship no longer goes. We want to require ID of a birth certificate and passports. Passport, as I said with Vice President Harris, costs up to $200 if you don't have a passport. Many of us don't have a passport because we ain't going nowhere. We don't need one. And then many people with birth certificates I think Ms. Harris said, suppose if it's a woman who gets married, uses a married name. And I'm saying if you are married, I would say 85, 90% of us wouldn't know where our birth certificates are. And some that are even older in the South didn't get a birth certificate. So how do you view this blatant, in my opinion, attempt to stifle the vote, particularly in communities that did not have the same economic advantages? So why would you be buying something like a passport if you were not planning on going anywhere?
Mm-hmm. And as you know well, part of what they're doing is making it impossible to do things like use your driver's license to register to vote.
Right.
Think about what that means for so many people who that's the main way you would identify yourself. Yeah, maybe you can't dig up a birth certificate. Maybe your name, a married woman, your name is different on the birth certificate than it is on your license or your voter registration. Maybe you don't have a passport. And we're talking about eligible U.S. citizens whose right to vote should never be interfered with. Just a few weeks ago, we were in Selma. I saw you last, I think, at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And seeing, as we participated in that annual commemoration, what people went through, what people fought for to be able to vote, the blood that was spilled on that bridge because people wanted to be able to vote. But one of the things I was reflecting on the flight home was that back then, too, there was never a law that said you can't vote. They didn't say it in that way. They just found ways to stop people from voting.
That's right.
And so just because you get to vote on paper doesn't mean you actually have that right if they're throwing up all of these barriers. And we've gotten so used to it, even just in the way it is now, let alone how much worse they're getting ready to make it. For example, I would argue, if you have to wait more than 1 hour in line to vote, do you really have a right to vote that's being enforced? You shouldn't have to wait more than an hour to cast your vote. Ultimately, in the long run, I think this may not be something that we can fully resolve until we have a specific constitutional protection of that right to vote. And we shouldn't be afraid to try. But we don't have until then to act now. And so I think the important thing now is to make clear just how many people are going to lose their rights. And if you really care about election integrity, and that's the phrase they always use, right? Election integrity. If you really care about election integrity, ask yourself what integrity an election has if millions of qualified, eligible voters who want their voice to be heard are being blocked by new barriers that you put in their way.
I'm almost out of time, but I want to ask you this. As a veteran, when I introduced you, I talked about you were a veteran. You've called out the administration for launching this war in Iran and using falling troops' photos in fundraising. You've also warned international tensions are hitting families at the pump and the grocery store. How do you connect what's happening overseas to what people are feeling at home?
Well, first thing I think about is those troops who are overseas. I know exactly what it feels like to get on that gray-tailed military transport plane and be on your way into a war zone, and how important it is to be able to believe that the people who sent you there only did that because they had no other choice. You do not put American troops' lives on the line unless you have no other good alternative. But look at what they did. We're not in this war because we had to be. We're in this war because he wanted to be. After specifically promising not to launch these kinds of wars. And what is the result? It's not just that it destabilized the Middle East. It's not just that it's created all these problems for countries over there. It's that we're feeling it right now in the most immediate personal ways, even if no one you know is in the military. If you want a house, your mortgage went up because interest rates went up because of this war. Every time you fill up your tank of gas got more expensive because of this war. The price of food this summer will be more expensive because fertilizer is more expensive because of this war. They are asking for an extra $500 billion for the defense budget. That is thousands of dollars for every household in this country. So we were paying directly for this. And what did we get in return? Is the world any safer? No. America is less trusted than before. When you need trust, by the way, you don't just need your allies to trust you, which is going to take a generation to reestablish. It's actually kind of important that your enemies trust that you will do what you say you're going to do. And we don't even have that anymore, which makes it that much harder to negotiate with adversaries.
Right.
And by the way, let's be very clear about what it means that this negotiation's happening now, this ceasefire. The president a month ago said unconditional surrender and regime change. Those were the goals. Regime change did not happen. We went from Ayatollah Khamenei to Ayatollah Khamenei Jr. And we went from unconditional surrender to negotiating off a 10-point plan written by the Iranians.
That he said he had wiped out.
Yeah. What do you think the world thinks of that? The next time we're going to come around saying, put your lives on the line to stand with us in some big effort. It is making America weaker, and the American people don't want this. The good news, if we can find good news in all of this, is that a lot of people have been woken up.
Yeah.
And we got to keep that going. But very importantly, when we encounter somebody who has been along for the ride with so many things that we consider to be grotesque abuses, because they are, when they start having doubts, think about how hard that is. I mean, we all know how hard it is to change your mind. Many of us have spouses who remind us how important it is to change your mind and say so when you were wrong about something, and it is one of the hardest things in the world. So if somebody is ready to take that step and at least talk to us and maybe do something differently, the message cannot be, I told you so. The message has to be, welcome aboard, what else can we do together?
What do you think, given the grave circumstances that we both agree that we're facing in some areas, what does the Democratic Party need to do to be able to be successful? Yes, we're angry, but anger does not mean everybody's going to the polls.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that we're going to sustain it till November. And I always say that you got to turn people on before you can turn them out. And what does the Democratic Party need to do to really appeal to people that have given up and feel like no matter what I do, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway?
Yeah. I think it is vitally important that we fight back the temptation to be about restoring everything to the old way. Because the reality is, if our economic and our political and our social systems were serving us well, we wouldn't be here. Right? All of that is what led to all of this. And so we have to make clear, of course we want to see an end to the current regime, but what we really need to make clear is what we would be doing instead, that it doesn't have to be this way, and your everyday life could be better. When you get up in the morning, you can have a glass of clean, safe drinking water and get in a vehicle and go on a road that is in good condition to a job where one job is enough. And on the way there, drop your kids off at quality public education that is well funded, and come home knowing that you have health care that you can actually afford and get to a house that you can actually afford to live in. We could have those nice things. Nothing is stopping us but ourselves and our leadership. That's why we need better leadership. Of course the other guys are bad, but that's not all there is to it. We are here to make your everyday life better than it was.
Let me ask you this, and I know the clock says I'm overtime. When you ran for president, you met me and we went up, well-publicized, lunch at Sylvia's restaurant in Harlem.
just so my calendar is clear, should I be reserving a table at Sylvia's? Are you gonna run again?
You save me a seat, I'll be there.
All right. All right. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. All right. One of the issues that we're extremely concerned about is criminal justice and where we are with policing, where we are with false and flawed incarceration, criminal justice reform, and where we are on many of the legislative issues, including the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. One who has worked diligently in this area, who's a member of the House Judiciary Committee, and who has taken time to be with us today to give some remarks from his work in the House Judiciary Committee. Let us welcome the Congressman from the Maryland's 4th Congressional District, Congressman Glenn Ivey.
Thank you. Rev, before you go, I wanted to just ask y'all, can y'all give a big round of applause for Reverend Al Sharpton? We ought to be standing up to thank him for the outstanding work that he's done over the decades. He won't remember this. In 1987, I was working for Congressman John Conyers. Y'all remember him? And he came down to meet with the congressman about issues going on in New York, criminal justice issues. And you were in a tracksuit then. You weighed a little more then, but you know what? I had a whole lot more hair then too, but you've been dynamic and dedicated through the decades. So thank you so much for all that you've done and continue to do. How y'all doing today? National Action Network, congratulations on your 35th here. And 35 more coming, right? All right. Look, the George Floyd Act, as you heard earlier, Kamala Harris introduced that on the Senate side 5 years ago after his tragic murder in Minnesota. And we've reintroduced that in the House today. I had a chance to take it over. Sheila Jackson Lee passed away. She'd been the lead sponsor, and they passed it on to me. Hakeem Jeffries picked me out and said, I want you to take the lead on this. Y'all like Hakeem Jeffries too? Doing great work. And you know what? He's going to be a great Speaker of the House, isn't he? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I went out to Minnesota back in January. And it was after Renee Good had been shot, before Alex Preddy had been killed. And you know, that's just about a mile away from where George Floyd was killed. Right around the corner. Same stuff, different people, same uniforms, kinda, same injustice. We got the same solution. So when we were out there in Minnesota and those guys were running around, remember when the vice president told them, they've got absolute immunity? They can't be held accountable? I made sure I went out to Minnesota and I said, you know what? Oh yeah, you can be held accountable. And you're gonna be held accountable. And you know what? They're gonna prosecute it in the state instead of the federal court. And you know what's good about that? No pardons for sale from the President of the United States. If you get convicted in state court, you can't be pardoned by the president, and I guess Derek Chauvin's going to have some new cellmates, right? So we got to make sure we push that forward. The Department of Justice has been withholding the evidence that should go to the state prosecutors. We got to make sure we keep pushing for that. I did a letter. I got 58 of my colleagues to join in on the letter and say, turn the evidence over. We know you all ain't going to do it. Let Keith Ellison and those guys do it. But we also have to look at the new piece of this too, and that's ICE. And I'll just say one thing quick about that. Those guys are out of control totally. We need a total revamp. Noam getting fired was not enough. We need the mask to come off. We need the body cameras on. We need the end of roving patrols. We need the end of racial profiling. There's enough of it. We've got to shut it down. So we got to keep fighting for that. But I got to say this too. We talked a little bit about voting issues earlier today, and we've got a lot of challenges coming. We have it every election. We want to make sure we have poll watchers, people out to make sure things are going smoothly. Got a new challenge this year that I think we need to be ready for. That's ICE showing up at polling places. We got to be ready for that. And remember when they rolled out the National Guard, like in D.C. and Los Angeles? They might do that again. And they're not going to just do it generally. If they bring them out, they might take them to polling places. So in addition to us doing the usual poll watching that we do, we've got to be extra involved, start to finish, making sure we're keeping our eyes on whoever's out there, whether it's just the usual crazy MAGA guys doing all their tricks, or ICE and the National Guard. Are we ready for that? Are we ready to do it? We need all hands on deck. National Action Network has been outstanding in doing it. All hands on deck, right? We got some Divine Nine in here? Yeah, all right. We need y'all too. We need that network. We got the faith community involved too. I know they're in the lunch next door, but y'all ready too? We need all hands on deck. And what that also means is part of what happened in 2024, a lot of the young folk didn't get the messages that we were trying to send out. We've been doing it through traditional routes. You know how they do that thing where they wait till the last week of October and they start running TV commercials and act like that's enough? It's not enough. We got to get out and reach out to these young folks where they are, and we can't wait till the last minute, right? We got to get on it soon. And the issue here is trusted voices. They don't always trust the voices that they hear, but they know you. They know grandma. They know cousin. We need all of us talking to all of our family and our friends all across the country. You up for that? We've got to do it. Now, one of the things to remember on that front, because I know a lot of times we used to rely on television. I've got 6 kids. And no, I did not play in the NBA. I tried, but, I was just too short, But anyway, but look, a lot of the young folks, my youngest is 26. He doesn't watch TV. So when they run political ads on TV, he doesn't see them. He doesn't listen to the radio. So the radio ads don't work. He doesn't read the newspaper. So if you put an ad in the newspaper, he's not going to see it. And social media, well, we got to make sure we're on the right social media. I thought I was doing something when I got on Facebook, but they started chuckling, man. He's like, Facebook's been gone for 10 years, Dad. What you talking about? We got to find them where they are, and we got to reach out to them person to person. Remember that old song, person to person? Remember Sly Stone, Everyday People? We've got to make sure we're reaching out to the everyday people everywhere that they are. Last point I want to make. When you talk to folks, make sure you talk about the affordability piece, and you've heard that over and over today, right? We want to make sure people have a roof over their heads, food on the table, money to turn the lights on. We've got to let people know the reason all that's been undercut is Trump's been raising prices on everything, right? He said he was going to come in and lower prices, but what did he do? They went up. The first thing, he started this war. Before he got in office, Biden, it was like $2.90 something for gas. I'm down a little farther south. It's over $4 now. Grocery prices went up. Why is that? Because of those stupid tariffs that he put on all over the country, all over the world. So food coming in, gets the Trump tax, makes it cost more. Electricity prices went up. Y'all got high electric bills up here in New York? I thought so. But he did that too. And you know why? We had the green power about to come online, so we're going to increase the supply of electricity. He blocked it. He paid $1 billion so that they couldn't roll it out. Why would he do that? Because he's got billionaire friends he's trying to hook up. Right? Right? So we got to make sure we deal with that piece. Also, there's got to be accountability. Got to be accountability. Elon Musk, when we take the House back, the first subpoena that goes out should be to Elon Musk. Second subpoena, I want to find out what those folks got in exchange for that $400 million airplane. Remember that one? And don't forget the $4 billion in crypto that they gave him. That's not right. And then the last piece that we got to deal with, Rev mentioned criminal justice. Think about these presidential pardons he's been giving out. I'm sorry, he's not giving them out. He's been selling them. I mean, you hate to say it, but it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? They come up with $1 million. And you know the worst part about that, like all the January 6th guys that stormed it, 5 cops died during that. Now think about if you'd had a crowd like this that looks like us that went and raided the Capitol like that, and 5 cops died. Would y'all have gotten pardons? I don't think so. Matter of fact, you would have been lucky to get to the jail, right? And the other part about the pardons is when they pardon these guys, he's pardoning people also who committed fraud against folks, took their money. When they get pardoned, they don't have to pay restitution. They don't have to pay it back. So we shouldn't have been surprised, though, because the guy that they sent to the White House, he's a felon. He tried to act like he's not, but he's a felon. And remember, most felons, they can't get in public housing. He's in the White House. So you know he's getting special treatment. But guess what? 2026, we're taking the House and the Senate back. 2028, we take the White House back. Let's send him back, get him back in the criminal justice system, and move forward with getting us back on track. Keep up the great work. God bless, and have a great day.
All right. Give it up, Congressman Ivey. One of the things that I've learned down through the years is there are those that have paid a price and have opened doors, and their wisdom you can't learn in a book. One of the misnomers of Western civilization is that they teach some of us that they have put in a servitude situation to reject hearing from those that travel the road before us. It is always wise to talk to somebody that's been down the road that you're traveling, because they know where the potholes are. They know where the snakes in the bushes are, especially if they have traveled that road. And we honored to have a man that did not start in the halls of power. He started as an activist, been to jail in the South, and worked his way into the halls of power as the movement that he was a part of opened those doors. Them doors didn't open automatic. That's why a lot of people are going right now with a DEI. I've got black executives calling me that would never return our call before, because all of a sudden they get in the pink slip. And I'm saying, I thought you didn't have my phone number. Because they assume that their merit got them the job. Well, and a lot of them do have merit, but merit didn't count until some people paid a price to make our merit considered like everybody else. We could play baseball before Jackie Robinson. We just weren't allowed on the team. We could be the president of major corporations. We could be all of that. We just weren't allowed. We were not unprepared. We were borrowed. And this man was part of those as a young student that fought the barring and then earned the right to walk in the doors that he opened. And I asked him to be with us today just for a few minutes conversation, because he is the dean of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressman from South Carolina, the Honorable Jim Clyburn. You see the reaction in New York, right?
Thank you. Love you guys. Thank you.
Glad to have you, Congressman. First of all, you and I go back, and I know what I'm talking about, that he met his wife in the struggle. They got arrested together.
Thank you.
And I remember 21 years ago, when I ran for president, he met me at the Marriott Hotel, Columbia, and said, now look here, I can't come out and make an endorsement, but I'm gonna help you. And he did, and we went double digits in there, and this way before I was known that well nationally. He's always been that kind of person, but let's go back to your days as an activist. What got you involved in the movement, and what did you do as a young man? I want people to understand who Jim Clyburn was. And you didn't start in a political club and somebody appoint you as their patronage.
Talk about your movement experience. Well, I was born in a little town of Sumter, South Carolina. And when I was growing up, the NAACP was going throughout the South, doing the things that were necessary to tear down those barriers, get off the back of the bus, get into quality schools. And the white power structure in the state decided to break the back of the NAACP. And they filed a lawsuit against our Sumter chapter. The suit was called Nash versus the NAACP. And my mother, a beautician, got involved raising money to fight that lawsuit. And one day she came home from the courthouse during the trial, and she said to me, "James, I want you to get in the car. I'm going to take you downtown to the courthouse because I want you to see what you can be when you grow up." She wanted me to see an attorney, Matthew Perry, arguing on behalf of the Sumter branch of the NAACP. He lost that lawsuit, but he won the hearts and minds of South Carolinians all over. So I go to an NAACP youth chapter meeting, and in the middle of the meeting, I had to go to the restroom. And when I came back, they told me, "You just got elected president of the youth chapter." It was 2 months before my 13th birthday. I was 12 years old. And then I go off to South Carolina State and get involved in the sit-ins. I just happened to be on that campus when those students sat in up at Greensboro, North Carolina. And we decided in Orangeburg, South Carolina, we were going to follow suit. But we got locked up. And while I was in jail, waiting to get bailed out, a young lady came to the jail to bring us some food. This little 92-pounder walked toward me with a hamburger in her hands. When I reached for the hamburger, she broke it in half, gave me one half, she ate the other half. I was so grateful for that half hamburger, I married her 18 months later. And I thought that was a chance meeting. I didn't know until our 10th wedding anniversary that she came forward with the truth. It seems that one day she was standing in her dormitory window with her roommate and saw me walking across the campus with a young lady. She told her roommate, "They do not make a good couple. He is going to be my husband." And I found out that night that she had been trolling me. Well, you got to know Emily. And you know that once she set her mind to something, I did not have a chance. And so we stayed married for 58 years. And throughout all that time, she was a quiet activist. I was out there sitting in, marching, going to jail. She was keeping notes. I never shall forget, I'm sitting in church one Sunday, and after church we went to Sunday dinner, and she said to me, "Do you know why Mrs. Brown's got a problem with you?" I says, "No, I didn't know she had a problem." She said, "Well, she does, and you need to find out what it is." And I said, "Well, I'll give her a call." She told us a little page out of a notebook. "Here is her number. Call her now." And that's the relationship we had. And so, as you know, anytime you're out there on the forefront, there's got to be somebody that's a rudder. And so she had been that rudder, and I carry that with me even until this day. And so when she passed away 6 years ago, she kept notes for me. She kept me on the straight and narrow. And although I was the face of our household, she was the rudder.
That's right. A gracious woman. And Reverend Nelson Rivers, that heads our Religious Affairs Department, nationally pastors in North Charleston. We started a award from the National Action Network named after your wife, and the first recipient of it we gave it to Congressman Clyburn, and Nelson decides every year with his committee.
Yes, Nelson.
Yeah, he's standing
I
by
met
the
Nelson
wall.
when he was in the 12th grade.
Yeah.
He wanted to go to college, and I didn't meet him, I just met his name. His counselor came to me and said, I got a young man that needs to go to college. Can you help him? I was running the little program, sending rural children from Charleston County and Beaufort to college. And she told me, can you make an exception for one young man that I have? And I said, Mrs. Whipper, if you ask, I shall provide. And it was Nelson Rivers, who went on to college from Mrs. Lucille Whipper. And look what he is doing now. That was a pretty good investment.
Great investment. You were critical in Joe Biden's election.
Thank you.
I will never forget that many of us were going different ways. And the morning after the debate, the Democratic debate in Charleston, I had a minister's breakfast. That's where we first gave the award named after your wife. And all of the candidates came, Bernie Sanders, Liz Warren, everybody. And many were getting ready to endorse Bernie Sanders or somebody. You called me to the side, you were standing there with Joe Biden. And you said to me, Reverend, I want you to know I'm coming to your breakfast, but by noon, I'm going to endorse Joe. And Biden was standing there. I said, you are? He said, yeah. I said, okay. I said, well, I don't know if I'm going to endorse him, but I tell you one thing, I certainly won't go against him if you with him. And eventually I went with him. And that is why Joe Biden and I kind of got along. He said, Jim, because some of the preachers, including my mentor, went with Bernie. And what stopped me was the word of Jim Clyburn. And I remember 3 years later, the president, Joe Biden, was going to Texas to make a speech about changing the rules of the UN, and he invited me to go with him on Air Force One. And I got on Air Force One with Jim Clyburn. Clyburn said, you're glad I stopped you from that other endorsement, didn't you?
Well, you know,
but I say all that to say, whoever wins this nomination has got to come through South Carolina because the calendar changed. And whoever comes through South Carolina has to have the blessings of Jim Clyburn. What are you going to be looking for in the candidate that you decide to ultimately go for?
I'm going to see the candidate that comes forward here in 2026 to help us fight off what I know to be the efforts to make sure that the voting rights that we now enjoy, to make sure that the turnout that's going to be necessary this year takes place. Because if the SAVE Act becomes law, those 61 or 2 Congressional Black Caucus members we now have will be down to 30 within 2 years, and another half of that in the next 2 years. Why I know that? Because that's what happened the last time they passed laws like the SAVE Act. We lost the ability to cast our votes. They didn't call them picture ID. They called them things like How many bubbles are in a bar of soap? How many jelly beans are in that jar? They didn't say, as the secretary said earlier, you can't vote. They just made it near impossible for you to get registered to vote. And that's what is taking place today. And I want to see the candidates focus on 2026. What are we going to do to hold on to that vote? What are we going to do to make health care accessible and affordable? Housing accessible and affordable. Education accessible and affordable. Energy. I want to see our candidates who want to carry the mantle in 2028 come forward now. Lay out your proposals. Let us get attached to your platforms this year so that we can have a successful off-year election. Because if we do not win these off-year elections this year, there ain't going to be no election in 2028.
You have been adamant about dealing with the questions of voting, what you just said, and the unfinished business of racial justice. It's about 11 years ago, we had to deal with the killing in Mother Emanuel in Charleston. And we see hate crimes are still on the rise, criminal justice reform. How do we change this situation that we're in unless we get George Floyd Justice and Policing Act and other reforms? And should that not be, along with voting, those are the things that we demand of the candidates as they come forward so that they got to stand up on our issues?
Absolutely. And let me just remind you of this. I just finished a book that I've been on tour with. I just came from Michigan, spent 2 days up in Detroit. The weekend before, I was in Raleigh, North Carolina, Durham, Greensboro, talking about this. And let me tell you this. A lot of people think that Reconstruction came to an end because some big wave came over the country. Not so. Jim Crow did not become the law of the land because of some big wave that came over the country. No. I'm the 9th African American to serve in Congress from South Carolina. There were 8 before me. The problem is there are 95 years between number 8 and yours truly, number 9. Why and how? Reconstruction came to an end by a vote of 8-7. One vote. Jim Crow became the law of the land by an electoral college vote of 185 to 184. Your one vote is going to be the most important thing going this year. It doesn't take a wave. It only takes one vote. Those are the 2 most consequential things that happened to us in the last century and a half. The big thing that started that destruction back in 1876 was something called the Hamburg Massacre. Right there in South Carolina. The Hamburg Massacre took place on July 4th, 1876. So what was going on in this country on July 4th, 1876? We were celebrating 100 years. The country was established in 1776, and as we were having our 100th birthday, they pulled off the big Hamburg Massacre. We're getting ready to celebrate this year, 250 years. My question to each and every one of you, how will you celebrate our 250th anniversary? Are you going to do it by getting people registered, energized, and to the polls? Or are we going to wait back and let another massacre come forward? Are we going to allow the SAVE Act or some other act to come out and start a downward spiral again? We aren't going to do that. Why? Because I'm going to be working with this guy. I just talked to your man in Detroit. I just talked to your man in Las Vegas. We're making appointments now. I'm going to be going all over this country. I'm going to go every place, as many of you know. Come July 21st, I'm going to celebrate the 47th anniversary of my 39th birthday. And I'm going to go everywhere those 86 years can allow me to go, because I don't want to see my children, my grandchildren, your grandchildren live through what our grandparents lived through. That's what they are planning. We're going to disrupt their plans this year. And I said all that, and you got 2 minutes to spare. I'm going to put you back on schedule.
And I want everybody to be able to welcome him as he goes on his tour. I'm going to go with him on some of it. But he's right. I mean, he said it all and left me 2 minutes. But I think that you've got to understand, nothing was more powerful said in these 3 days so far than your one vote. And that's the message you got to bring back to your cities, that one vote. And I think that you could say you heard it from the sage from the South.
Thank you,
Jim
guys.
Clyburn.
Appreciate you. Love you, guys.
Please remain seated. There is another panel. Please remain seated. There is another panel.
All over the world today, people are gathered in love vigils to celebrate the life of a man that taught the world how to love. People may be wondering why there's such an emotional outburst, but you would have to understand the journey of Michael to understand what he meant to all of us. For these that sit here as the Jackson family, a mother and father with 9 children that rose from a working class family in Gary, Indiana. They had nothing but a dream. No one believed in those days that these kind of dreams could come true. But they kept on believing, and Michael never let the world turn him around from his dreams. I first met Michael around 1970, Black Expo, Chicago, Illinois, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who stood by this family till now. And from that day as a cute kid to this moment, he never gave up dreaming. It was that dream that changed culture all over the world. When Michael started, it was a different world. But because Michael kept going, because he didn't accept limitations, because he refused to let people decide his boundaries, he opened up the whole world. In the music world, he put on one glove, pulled his pants up, and broke down the color curtain, where now our videos are shown and magazines put us on the cover. It was Michael Jackson that brought blacks and whites and Asians and Latinos together. It was Michael Jackson that made us sing "We Are the World" and feed the hungry long before Live Aid. Because Michael Jackson kept going, he created a comfort level where people that felt they were separate became interconnected with his music. And it was that comfort level that kids from Japan and Ghana and France and Iowa and Pennsylvania got comfortable enough with each other to later it wasn't strange to us to watch Oprah on television. It wasn't strange to watch Tiger Woods golf. Those young kids grew up from being teenage, comfortable fans of Michael to being 40 years old and being comfortable to vote for a person of color to be the president of the United States of America. Michael did that. Michael made us love each other. Michael taught us to stand with each other. There are those that like to dig around mess, but millions around the world, we're going to uphold his message. It's not about mess, it's about his love message. As you climb up steep mountains, sometimes you scar your knee. Sometimes you break your skin, but don't focus on the scars. Focus on the journey. Michael beat him. Michael rose to the top. He outsang his cynics. He outdanced his doubters. He outperformed the pessimists. Every time he got knocked down, he got back up. Every time you counted him out, he came back in. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. Michael never stopped. I want to say to Mrs. Jackson and Joe Jackson, his sisters and brothers, we thank you for giving us someone that taught us love, someone that taught us hope. We want to thank you because we know it was your dream too. And we know that your heart is broken. I know you have some comfort from the letter from the President of the United States and Nelson Mandela, but this was your child. This was your brother. This was your cousin. Nothing will fill your heart's loss But I hope the love that people are showing will make you know he didn't live in vain. And I want his 3 children to know, wasn't nothing strange about your daddy. It was strange what your daddy had to deal with, but he dealt with it. He dealt with it anyway. He dealt with it for us. So some came today, Mrs. Jackson, to say goodbye to Michael. I came to say thank you. Thank you because you never stopped. Thank you because you never gave up. Thank you because you never gave out. Thank you because you tore down our divisions. Thank you because you eradicated barriers. Thank you because you gave us hope. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael.
We've reduced a lot of our ministry to entertainment. Or who can hoop the loudest? Who can run around the pulpit more? Or who got the dresses fancy and don't deal with the ministry? Jesus healed more people than he preached to. Because there is in the healing your message. They followed Jesus because he healed a woman with the issue of blood. They followed Jesus because Jesus saw a blind man named Bartimaeus. A lot of us would have dismissed him because he was a broke, poor, homeless, a blind man. How you know he was broke, Reverend? Because they say he was begging. But he understood what he was doing because he heard that Jesus was passing by. And when Jesus got close enough, he said, Jesus, son of David, come see about me. They kept telling Jesus, let's go, look, we got a schedule, we got people to see. He said it again, Jesus, son of David, come see about me. And when he did it the third time, Jesus stopped and went and healed the blind man. Now, what I get out of that scripture, Bishop Daughtry, is that the blind man told Jesus, if you are who you say you are, you're going to stop and see me. Yes, sir. And if you stop and see me, you will confirm who you are. Yeah. But when we are pastoring and leading in communities with bad health, we cannot be the followers and representatives of Jesus and walk by people that are sick and we not be part of making them well.
Let's get music in there, Pat.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is Monique Presley, Esquire, principal of the Presley Firm, PLCC.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings. How are you doing so far today? It's always wonderful to be back here where we have the conversations that matter. I am so excited to be discussing a topic that, whether we want it to be or not, should be at the forefront of our minds and our hearts, and that is the state of immigration policy here in this country. I want to invite my panelists to come on out. If you would help me welcome Murad Awada, Reverend Robert Bush, George Escobar, Gerlin Joseph, Patrice Lawrence, Dorian Spence, Amadou Lee, and Latrice Cook. Let's give them all a hand.
I think we need one more chair.
Before we get started, I've been thinking a good deal and frankly praying a good deal about this topic. For those of you who have not been with me here at NAM before, Monique Presley, I have a daily show, the Monique Presley Show, and I run a crisis management and communications firm in DC. And one of the things that we talk about frequently is humanity. Humanity. Not people who just care about things we care about, come from where we come from, look like we look, talk like we talk, eat what we eat, practice the same faith as us, but human to human, what rights are vested in us as part of the Constitution of the United States. And the gift that we have today is a group of people who have devoted their lives and are currently devoting their lives to the work of upholding and protecting human beings who are immigrants in this country so that they can have the same inalienable rights as any, and frankly, those of us who were born here need that same protection right about now. Can I get an amen, somebody? So whatever is going on right now in our immigrant population, we should care about, one, because it is our neighbors, it is our family, it is our friends, it is those we work with, those we practice faith walk with, but we also frankly need to care because what is happening with them, we're next. So I'm going to give my panelists, each of them, an opportunity to just quickly share 30 seconds worth of their work, starting from my far left, to introduce themselves, and then we'll hit our questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Robert Bush, and I am the president of the National Action Network in Las Vegas.
Good afternoon. My name is Latrice Cook. I am the president for the Central Texas chapter of NAN in Austin, Texas, the capital city. I am glad to be here. I'm also the founder and executive director for Milch Center, which assists for 23 years, which assists people who have previously been incarcerated and their families. I'm glad to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrice Lawrence, and I serve as the executive director for UndocuBlack Network. We're a national, multi-generational network of currently and formerly Black undocumented folks from the Caribbean, from Africa, from all over the diaspora, and I've got folks in about 30 states.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorian Spence. I'm a civil rights litigator, and I serve as the litigation coordinator for Communities United for Status and Protection, which is a coalition of organizations that fight for permanent status for folks with temporary protected status that are living in the country. That organization or that coalition includes UndocuBlack and my co-panelist organization, Haitian Bridge Alliance, as well as African Communities Together, ADICAR, National Network of Arab American Communities, and Haitian Bridge Alliance.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling?
You could do better than that. This is post-lunch. How are you feeling? Good afternoon. My name is Murad Ouauda. I'm the president and CEO of the New York Immigration Coalition. We're an organization of over 200 member orgs across the state of New York, here fighting for all New Yorkers to ensure that we can all live with dignity and respect. Thank you for having us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Escobar, so I am the executive director of CASA. CASA is an immigrant rights and services membership-based organization. We have offices in Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and we work to empower our community and ensure they have full freedom. Thanks so much for having us.
Good afternoon, New York. My name is Gerline Joseph. I am the co-founder and executive director of the Haitian Rouge Alliance. We are an organization that advocates for the rights of people of African descent, and we bring together immigration, human rights, and racial justice for all people.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amadou Lee. I'm the founder of the Amadou Lee Foundation. And pretty much what we do, we fight for immigrant rights. Most of you heard of Canal Streets. Events like that, when ICE raids places, we stand up and we fight for our people.
Murad, I think it's a good way to start with you because your organization is the largest state immigrant rights coalition in this country. Thank you for that and for your leadership. You represent over 200 diverse groups. I'm wondering if you can give us kind of a high-level overview of what the attacks have looked like under the current administration, the Trump administration. We call him thing a thing today. The war that's being waged on immigrants in this country, what have those attacks looked like, and what are some counter strategies that we should be thinking about to protect our communities?
Absolutely, and thank you. I think what we've witnessed over the past year and 3 months under this administration and this regime, to be specific, is over 600 anti-immigrant attacks from the federal government. 600, that is more than 2 a day since they've come into office. And that ranges from ending status, so making people undocumented, all the way to trying to ensure that immigrants can't have access to benefits, even if they are entitled to them, to waging war literally in the streets of cities across this country where they are murdering immigrants and US citizens alike. And what we have been seeing is this relentlessness of their cruelty. Because I want to be clear, this has never been about safety and security, and it never will be. It is about cruelty, and that is their point. And in administrations like the one we are facing right now, we are not veering into authoritarianism and fascism. We are in it. Every level of government that is supposed to be a check on the presidency has capitulated, and they are complicit in what we are witnessing right now. So Congress isn't stepping up and fighting back. We're not seeing our courts step up and fight the way that they should. And what that puts us in a position of is ensuring that everyone who calls this country home is actually fighting for the country that we want to see it become. Because, oftentimes people forget that this nation was born out of a rebellion against the monarchy. And, this current iteration of this country. And for 250 years, this country will turn 250 years this year. It has fought for freedoms, but not everyone has gotten those freedoms. That promise has not been met. And it will need to take the citizens of this country to demand the freedoms for all. So some of the strategies we've been employing is ensuring that our local and state governments step up and actually fight back in a really meaningful way, and not just performative actions or saying a cute speech. We need action. And that's why this conference is so important and this convention is so important, because it's not just about power or talking about power, it's power in action, right? This is about justice, impact, and purpose, and we have to center those three values every time we do the work that we do. So at the state level, we have been fighting for the New York For All Act, which would prohibit the collusion of our state tax dollars with immigration enforcement. And if you haven't seen any of your state reps here, I saw a bunch of them outside, you should pull them over to the side and say, hey, where are you on New York For All, and what are you doing to make that a reality today? Secondly, if you see any of our city reps, who I saw some in the hallway as well, ask them how are they prioritizing our communities in the New York City budget? And how are they ensuring that our sanctuary policies are being strengthened and expanded, not weakened or sidelined by certain agencies? So every level of government has an opportunity to stand up and fight back. And democracies are only as strong as the people who make them. So if we're not stepping up to fight for what we believe in, no one else is going to come and do it for us. And you know, that poem of they came for this group first. And I don't want to continue the poem. No. We know how this government is operating, and we know that what they are trying to do is use immigrants as test subjects to get away with how many rights they can take away from everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Who in the audience knows the size of our immigrant population in the United States? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody willing to take an educated guess? How many? Immigrant population in the United States. Okay, I'm hearing 1 million, I'm hearing a percentage, I'm hearing 12 million. As of mid-2025, approximately 51.9 million immigrants live in the United States. Wow. 15.4% of the population. The so-called unauthorized or undocumented population is an estimated 14 million. So when we talk about a tax by the administration, we are talking about a tax on a group of people that are almost twice the size of our largest populated state. Patrice. Hundreds of thousands of Black undocumented immigrants live in this country. The administration has ended TPS, you can tell us what that is, for majority Black countries and blocked visas for 85% of Caribbean nations. But my question to you is, what is the single most important step, now that we know how many people we're talking about, the single most important step that people in this room can take starting tomorrow to ensure Black immigrants are fully embraced and defended as part of our community?
Thank you, Monique. Patrice on DocuBlack, and I think the most important step is to make sure that what we do matches what we say, matches what's in your heart. And so we don't necessarily need the facts. We don't necessarily need the additional stories. Every single person in this room is maybe 1 degree removed from someone who is a Black immigrant and someone who at some point in their life had a visa status that was a little wonky. That's what I mean when I'm especially talking about people who are undocumented Black people. Folks who have temporary protected status, TPS, folks who may have DACA, all these names and acronyms that are being thrown around. But I think we have to ensure that Black immigrants are treated as they are, which is central to democracy and not separate from it. When we have what has been discussed here today, poll taxes, you need to get your passport, all these things that we know the SAVE Act and other things are saying for people to vote. When we have TPS being stripped away, when we have every single Caribbean nation as of January this year being banned from the US in some shape or form, we're in trouble. And they're going after black people, and they're trying to see how far can they go with us, who may be a more vulnerable population, to then exact that in the larger population. It's like in and out, because black people in America have had stories to tell. So it's really important that we treat it as central to democracy, and that when we fight for all. We name what's true, we demand what we need, and we invest in the populations that we say we care about.
Thank you. George, CASA serves a massive, diverse coalition. In 2026, we are facing heightened enforcement, the expansion of expedited removal, and intensified workplace raids designed to overwhelm community infrastructure. I don't think there's anybody who's living in this country now who lives in an area close to a Home Depot or close to a grocery store where they're not seeing these unexpected pop-up, don't make no sense, no criminal to be found type raids happening. CASA has a massive operation, legal services, rapid response, policy advocacy. How are you adopting and adapting to this specific moment? What are you doing differently now than in Trump 1? And what's your message to organizations that feel like they have to choose between direct service and political advocacy?
That's a great question. Thank you so much, Monique. I think, first of all, I want to give a lot of love to everybody that works in your social safety net, right? All those folks that work at food pantries, all those folks that work in community clinics, all those folks that work so diligently in providing legal counsel, pro bono and low bono, right? But at the end of the day, we also have to realize that that is a reflection of this government's choice to nickel and dime how they treat our most vulnerable communities, right? We have to realize that when you don't acknowledge the right, the universal right to health care, for example, or the fact that legal representation is something that the government should be paying for within the context of even the immigration court, you're seeing how you're putting that burden to really fulfill this country's promise on tiny, overburdened, underpaid, and under-resourced nonprofits across the country, right? This is not the way that this country is supposed to operate. While at the same time we're underfunding our most vulnerable communities, what do we have going on now in the Department of Defense, which has changed their name to the Department of War? Trillions of dollars, right? Trillions of dollars are being invested, and every year we see those budgets increase and astronomically, while we're seeing even the president say he can't pay for health care. That should be taken care of by the states, right? All of us that work in the services sector and social services, we should be working every day to get out of that job, right? We should be working our way out of that job. And the only way to do that is through policy and advocacy. Policy and advocacy that is led by the leadership of the impacted communities that are being disproportionately impacted by those policies, right? And so at CASA, we're founded by an organization that's really founded upon 3 pillars. One is services, policy advocacy, and organizing. And all of those work in service to each other and complement with each other and build upon each other, right? It's necessary for us. We were able to build that infrastructure within our organization, but it's necessary at all times for all of us to be working together across those different pillars, regardless of what the particular jobs that we have. We may be only working in the services sector, we may be only working in the advocacy sector, but we gotta be working together, because at the same time, as we try to build leadership within our communities and build those leaders that are going to change those policies over the long term, we got to make sure that they're taken care of in the short term, right? They need jobs. They need to sustain their families. They need legal counsel when they're being targeted by their landlords, when they're being taken away and kidnapped by this government, right? So we have to understand that we have to do our best to meet those needs at the same time that we got to push, organize, and advocate. And in terms of how we've been adjusting to the moment and Trump 1 versus 2, I think in a lot of ways in Trump 1, we thought we really relied on the judicial branch, of this government, right? We tried to do our best to delay the worst that can happen and try to bring in a lot of white shoe law firms to work with organizations such as ourselves, and brought up lawsuits in federal court, trying to protect DACA, trying to protect DPS, what we just heard about. Our first case at CASA that landed in the Supreme Court was to preserve the census, because Trump 1 was trying to not count people like us, any non-citizen, right? But what we found now in Trump 2, that's not enough. Those safeguards are not there anymore. Our judicial branch is crumbling, and we need to be proactive in creating the protective measures at the local, state level to disentangle local law enforcement from federal law enforcement, right? To disentangle that collaboration that happens at the local level that really supersizes the impact of those deportations, because those deportations would not be occurring if not for that collaboration that we're seeing at the local and state level. And I see a lot of champions out here in the audience. Shout out to Mr. Ivey, to Congressman Glenn Ivey, who's been in the streets with us, advocating and pushing ICE to be accountable and ensuring that disentanglement happens. And that's the work we got to be doing on a daily basis.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that. Reverend Bush, I got to tell you, out of all the questions I'm asking today, I was most excited about this one, because as I tried to put us in the seat of human-to-human care about the immigration issue, we can't ignore that in the Black and brown communities, there has been a level of frustration, there's been a level of friction, and frankly, the divisive nature of our current state of politics has been intentionally revving it up, intentionally trying to forge what should be community into animosity. We see in your area in Las Vegas that you rely heavily on immigrant labor. The Culinary Union has shown that when Black and brown folks get together, when we come together instead of being at odds, that great things can be achieved. Yet the wedge still persists. How do you speak to that frustration in a way that builds unity without dismissing real pain? And beyond just speaking to the frustration, how do you show others through your own example and your organization's example why they should care?
I think this is one of the hardest communication challenges in the public that we have right now. But I think with the numbers that you stated, it's probably extremely important. And I think we have to ask, because immigrants, most of us, most of our families, not our family, because the American dream, we weren't brought here because of the American dream. We were forced to come here as a people. But for immigrants, they came here because of the American dream, and I think we could start by asking, are we still selling the American dream? And because the administration is trying to kill the American dream. But we have to start by separating the sources of our pain, because we have to understand that immigration frustration is usually not about the immigrants. It's usually about economic status, economic anxiety, jobs, housing, wages, and housing costs. And then we have to talk about cultural change that happens faster than a lot of people can process it. And then we have to talk about a felt sense of immigrants and our people, where the rules aren't being applied fairly for everybody. And so immigration frustration is about distrust in institutions that are misleading. And so most of our frustrations, whether from long-time residents or immigrants, point to the same failed systems. It's all about failed systems. Underfunded public schools, low wages, housing scarcity, and then we have to change our focus to those areas where we're lacking rather than letting people aim at each other. And so I don't think that we should flatten our experiences. We have to first acknowledge that there is pain. Yes. And then unity doesn't mean pretending that everyone's all right. Unity means coming together. In Las Vegas especially, we consider ourselves bridge builders. God told us for our organization that we would be repairer of breaches. And we have to not work in silos. We can't be on an island by ourselves. And most of the people that are in our organizations are that lead areas in our organization lead organizations of their own. And we've just brought them all together in unity. And so I can pick up the phone and call the executive director of the ACLU or the Culinary Union or the SIU. I saw our very own Reverend Sharpton build relationships with unions. And when he had his relationship with Mary Kay from SEIU, I went back and told my SEIU president, I said, I want to build the same thing on the ground here that Reverend Sharpton has built nationally. And so we take all those organizations and we are united, and when we hit the streets or we hit the doorsteps of our legislators, we're all in unity. And one of my mentors, Bishop Bill McDonald, said, if you try to put your finger through a wall, you probably break your finger. Mm-hmm. But you can put your fist through a wall. Yes. And we as organizations, we've combined to be that fist that can go through any wall.
Excellent, thank you. Gerlin, I don't have to tell you that the Haitian community has endured TPS instability and mass deportations. I'm just putting it on mildly by saying endured instability. Now, too often the response from the broader movement has been episodic rather than sustained. What do you see as the biggest missed opportunity in how advocates have responded to attacks on Haitian immigrants? And what would it look like if the Black Church and NAN chapter stood with Haitian immigrants as family? Give us one concrete example with the time that you have available that can help us bring ourselves that information back to the pews.
Thank you so much, Monique. And I think I can begin by one of the facts that you shared earlier. And I want to highlight that 1 out of every 4 Black person in the United States is either an immigrant or a child of immigrant. That includes Vice President Harris, that includes President Obama, that includes Shirley Chisholm, that includes all the other people who have become a part of what we call Black America, the Black diaspora. So when we are talking about immigration, we have to understand and center the realities that when I woke up this morning as a Haitian American woman, I woke up this morning as a Black American woman, I woke up this morning as an immigrant.
That's right. That's right. Y'all, we can clap for that. That's right.
Thank you so much. And also understanding how we are unfortunately carrying the load of a system that is rooted in a scarcity mentality, in a divide and conquer, and continues to really center that within Black America, within underprivileged communities. So therefore, when we look into the Black churches that I was raised into, when the Holy Spirit moves, it moves for us to be able to address the injustice. It needs to be able to move us to welcome people with dignity, with love and compassion, regardless of where they come from. but specifically when they are part of the Black diaspora. And we see, thank you so much, beloveds. And when we're addressing those issues, and within our Black community, there's a divide and conquer. And they say, we don't want Haitians and Jamaican like my sister Patrice from Undarker Black or my brother Amadou, right? But how are we centering those realities? How are we applying what we need? And I do believe institutions like the Black churches specifically, wherever we might find them in Mississippi or in New York City, I think we can embrace that reality and push back against this narrative of divide and conquer. Because we have to remember, my family, Patrice's family, were dropped one boat stop away from your family that was sold to a plantation in North Carolina. So because the system, the colonial system, the white supremacist system was able to divide our families, doesn't mean we are no longer family. It means that it is time for us to come back together to address our past and create a future that includes all of us. When they are shooting Black people in the streets, they don't care if I have an accent.
That's right.
When they are shooting Black people in the street, they don't care if I was born in Haiti. Because I remember Abdelwima in New York City right here. I remember Amadou Diallo in New York City right here. As we are really pushing into addressing George Floyd, and we have to understand our lives are interconnected. So we are family, and as the church, right, I believe we are called to be Christ-like, and I believe that regardless of what religion, what belief you practice, at the center of it all, love, care, compassion is what we are called to do. So I think one of the things that we do at the Haitian Bridge Alliance is bring this immigration narrative, bring that into social justice and racial justice, and center that in human rights so we can make sure we address those in a Black context as well.
Thank you, Gerlin. My fellow Esquire, let's chop up some law for a minute. Dorian, you focus on policing and enforcement. The administration has expanded 287G agreements, I'll let you explain what that is, that turn local police into ICE agents. I think it's turned them into thugs. Organizers tell us that by the time a lawsuit is filed, the family is often already gone, therefore no remedy remains available. How do you see the relationship between legal strategies and on-the-ground organizing, and what should advocates be doing now to build power alongside litigation?
First and foremost, thank you, my fellow Esquire. And I love the framing of this question because I get to talk about a book that meant so much to me early in my practice. It was written by the late Harvard professor Lonnie Guinier, and the title is Lift Every Voice. And I love that book because, as a young lawyer, it taught me and showed me the importance of engaging with community being a lawyer. Because sometimes we descend on communities, oftentimes from cities in the north, thinking that we know every damn thing, thinking that we can tell communities what they need and what they want, often with the legal strategy already in mind. But that book calls us in to serve a higher purpose. And that purpose is journeying alongside community, arm in arm, helping the community realize its goals and actualize its power. Litigation in the law is limiting just by the construct of it, right? Lawsuits are reductionist by nature. Oftentimes, at its best, it can get you some far off goal, but oftentimes, you're fighting for rights that are already due to you. So as practitioners, as lawyers, as we engage community, if we're developing legal strategy without the people, we're missing the point. If we're focused so much on what happens inside of the courtroom without working alongside community to help them build power and develop strategies that they can implement and enforce and effectuate after we leave, then we're missing the point. Litigation is just a tool, right? An important one, but it's not the only tool. It's a tool just like policy is a tool, just like advocacy is a tool, just like agitation in the streets is a tool. It's just a tool that has to work alongside the people and organizers for it to be sustainable. A legal strategy without an effective organizing strategy component alongside of it is unsustainable, and I would challenge any lawyer, if they're worth anything, if they say that litigation can stand on its own, they're not a good one. To your second question, what can organizers be doing right now to build power alongside active litigation, whether it has to do with immigration or civil rights? Look, the fact of the matter is you have a panel in front of you full of brilliant strategists in the immigration space. And we work on behalf of some of the most vulnerable communities right now because the targets is on our backs, right? But if you look on the back of yourself, you've got a target on yours too. If you think that this administration has not already come for you, then you haven't been paying attention. We have a case in front of the Supreme Court right now that questions the idea of birthright citizenship that was born after the Civil War. The amendment was added to the Constitution to protect the children of slaves, but it extends to people who are born in this country. And we are facing an administration that is looking to change the rules and on its own define who belongs and who doesn't. And if you think that that don't include you, then you're missing the point. So what can organizers do right now to build power alongside legal strategies? Number one, use your voice. When people come for your neighbors, you speak up, right? Number two, tap into the networks that are doing work on behalf of immigrant communities and provide resources because these communities need it. And last but not least, join some of these organizations up here, myself, Patrice with DocuBlack, Gerlene Joseph with the Haitian Bridge Alliance, and join us in our calls to Congress as we ask them to help us improve our immigration system. Thank you, Monique.
Thank you, Julian. I'm so glad you said that part about litigation just not being the be-all, end-all, because I do think as litigators, as advocates, sometimes we forget that even though we may feel like we have capes on, that the work is actually on the ground. That's why, for sure, in the tradition of Thurgood Marshall, at the school I graduated from, Howard University School of Law, HU.
You know.
We were taught not just to be lawyers, but social engineers, recognizing, Latrice, that the work is in community. You are on the front lines in Austin, and you use your radio platform, Iron Sharpens Iron, to speak truth to the community every week. In a state like Texas, my home state, God help us, where the headlines are often filled with fear regarding SB4 and deportation. How are you using your voice to keep the community encouraged? And what is the one marching order you have for chapters in other states to help protect our neighbors in the South?
So, although I'm in Austin, Texas, I want to do a disclaimer. I'm originally from Chicago. I just live in Texas. But I've been there a long time. And I just want to say, you know, I heard him say about the American dream, and I always ask, what the hell is the American dream at this point? As a person who is a founder, I've been in this work of reentry before reentry was a buzzword. I founded a nonprofit organization in Austin, Texas, that works with people who have previously been incarcerated and their families. And so talking about Senate Bill 4, I actually wrote some things down because my work in reentry, I deal with a system that already criminalizes behavior, cycle people through jails, and separate families. So Senate Bill 4 takes that same system and gives it a new group of people to target. And we do need to be concerned about it. And let me be clear, Senate Bill 4 is not just an immigration law. It is the expansion of the criminal justice system into immigration. Because what the law does is create a new state crimes for immigration, allowing local police to arrest people for crossing the border and even pushing towards state-level deportation. And I think, you know, what we really don't think about is that if you know about Senate Bill, if you know about mass incarceration, you already know about Senate Bill 4, because that's basically what it is. And in Texas, we are plagued right now with the bolstering of not only people being incarcerated, but the jail holding facilities with no air conditioning in the state of Texas, which I know our MC knows, is so hot in Texas, sometimes you would like to pull your skin off. And so you're dealing in a place where they're actually putting people, that they're getting immigrants, even youngsters, and putting them in these facilities with no air condition, a rogues gallery of people who are actually keeping these folks in custody and selling them drugs and this, that, and the other. This is actually going on in the immigration detention centers right now. And so it is something that is, this is not by an accident, this is intentional. And it's about money. Prison and everything, all this incarceration and stuff is about money. And you know, what kills me is that, you know, I see people who jump into these areas of where they want to run nonprofits and 501c3s and get in business because you're trying to continue to make money on people's pain. We should be trying to make it where we're working ourselves out of a job and not more into a job. And that's what immigration is really doing right now. It is actually criminalizing people for their existence, not their behavior. And I feel like we have a definite responsibility to make sure that we are really helping our neighbor. Who is your neighbor? It's the person that's sitting next to you. It's the person that you go outside and you see, that is your neighbor. And you have to help your neighbor. How do you do that? You educate them. You stand with them when something is happening grossly wrong against them. You don't think about the fact that, you know, hey, they got on sneaks and I got on Ferragamo shoes, so I can't do that. We need to not separate the issues, because incarceration is what it is, and that's what immigration is, a new way of incarcerating a whole new set of people.
Thank you. So by way of segue into this next question, I want to point out that Black men in the United States are disproportionately over-incarcerated compared to all other peers, that they are more likely to be stopped, frisked, searched, arrested, jailed, assaulted, killed, that the number that we can actually count of wrongful arrests and incarceration in this country is climbing past 12,000 per month. That being said, it's no surprise, Amadou, that African men are the most targeted immigrant group in New York and across many other states. Yet the media barely acknowledges them. They are far more likely to face immigration hearings without an attorney, and many unscrupulous lawyers take advantage of their lack of resources. This raises some critical questions. What would a truly effective emergency plan look like for this vulnerable community, or for all of our vulnerable communities, before, during, and after raids? And how can NAN, the Black Church, and everyone in here, or who will watch this video later, and I hope it's a million of them, how can we step in starting tomorrow to ensure our people are ready the next time?
Thank you so much, Monique. Anyone here heard about the Canal Street raid when ICE came? Who is at Canal Street? Is it just Africans, or do we also have some of our Asian brothers?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is Africans and Asians, right? When ICE came over there, everyone they arrested, every single person, guess who it was? Okay. I came to New York, and I was walking down in Harlem, and I saw so many of our African brothers and sisters asking so many questions regarding immigration. Some of them were sleeping outside. And then I asked them, is the city helping? They said, well, listen, we don't know too much about what's going on. I said, no, there are actually plans budget that's been passed to help you guys, all right? And then I started to dig deeper. And then I started to learn that many when I asked for answers, people were telling me, well, listen, some people prefer sleeping outside in the streets instead of hotels. I said, okay. So many of these brothers and sisters came into this city uncounted for, and when it was time to allocate budget, it didn't go to them. I say that to say, we can only count on our neighbors. We can only count on our brothers and sisters that are here, the church, the protesters, the organizers, because the truth is, black people from across the board are at the bottom of the barrel. That's just the truth. This is not an attack, it's just a fact. How can we better prepare before a raid takes place? Well, check on your neighbors. If this is an individual who is most likely to be targeted, speak with them. Have a plan of action. In the event that a raid takes place, who's going to take care of the baby? Right? In the event that a raid takes place, how will they be able to pay their mortgages? Right? Do you know resources that maybe they do not have, or maybe that they do not know about? Right? In the event that a raid takes place, well, in that case, speak with attorneys. Go to attorneys, give them your neighbor's name. Actually stand up and fight if you're able to, as long as you do it peacefully. But we know what that looks like, right? In the country. What we've been able to do at the Amadou Lee Foundation over the past few months is to prepare what is called a habeas petition. And pretty much a habeas petition is what you do is you pretty much tell the government, the judge, the federal judge, whether this arrest was lawful or not, right? So we've been able to weed out and look at communities that are most likely to be targeted and say, all right, let us pre-register you just in case this happens, right? However, nonprofits, black nonprofits, I can only speak on my experience, there's no funding. There's no funding. It's like, I came into New York and I'm looking at people like, so we've been working all of these things. I see that, such and such got $30 million, but I'm looking at all my black organizers and black nonprofit leaders, nothing is going to them. So for me, speak with your politicians as well. Are they preparing those nonprofits just in case things happen? Or are they not? Because it's nice to just sit over there and talk about, yes, Canal Street this, Canal Street that. Well, I'll tell you what happened on Canal Street. When that raid happened, it was our nonprofit that stood up and got those people out of there, out of detention centers. Therefore, it is important for us to diversify the funds that are going to nonprofits. It is also important for the church, for organizations to say, you know what, let us host nonprofits fundraisers for these brothers and sisters, because 9 times out of 10, you know what I'm saying, we don't have time to do fundraising. Things are happening. We're on the ground, and you know what I mean? It's on and popping. We know that with this administration. So for me, there are multiple levels to prepare for a raid, and it is important, again, to highlight the importance of habeas petition, right? Because with that petition, you are able to challenge the lawfulness of that arrest. And if that arrest is unlawful, especially if it's if you're in New York, 9 times out of 10, a judge is gonna release that individual. So tell your neighbors, especially if they're immigrants, to make sure that they get in touch with all these amazing brothers and sisters that are sitting here who are doing incredible jobs, because then if things happen, they're able to stand up for them. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Amadou. Patrice I don't want to skip this. If you could tell us, last month UndocuBlack led 125 organizations in a letter to the Congressional Black Caucus regarding TPS and Operation Paris. Why was it important to deliver this demand through a Black-led organization? And either from you or from Reverend Bush, what does that partnership look like, and what made NAN decide this was a priority in 2026?
Thank you, Monique. 125 organizations when we still have so many problems going on, and to sign on to a Black immigrant letter, National Action Network made sure that they were at the top of that list. And that is power, right? And you know, you give immigrants just a little bit, you give Black people in general, because I'm going to be very specific, just a little bit, we multiply that and make it a lot. You give a Black woman just a little bit, we are really going to multiply that and make it a lot. And we did just that. We are so close to actually passing what's the wonky term for it is a discharge petition in the House. In the House that is controlled by Republicans, we got a bipartisan bill that would allow for temporary protected status, would allow for work permits for 500,000 Haitian families. 500,000. Wow. We're not there yet, so this is where I'm gonna need help. Whoever you can call up who is your congressperson, make that call, keep going, name drop, National Action Network, let them know they're behind this. But that letter moved Congressional Black Caucus. They were mad at us. They were like, why are you sending us a letter? We're already your friend. And we're like, well, if you're our friend, then you will actually now make some demands on our behalf. Because my friends have to show me that they're my friends. Yes. They did that, though, and so the bill was introduced by Ayanna Pressley. We have 218 members of Congress, including 4 Republicans on it. This is bipartisan, and we are hoping to have it pass the House before April 29, which is when the Supreme Court will take up the Haitian TPS case as well as Syria. And so that's power. That's power, and we've got demands, and that little letter that may not seem like much, we took that, ran with it, and were able to get to 218 in the House on a discharge petition on immigration, on Black immigration, which I was told has never been done before.
So we're going to want everyone to call 202-224-3121. That is the way to connect to your member of Congress. I'll say it again, 202-224-3121, and tell them what you expect them to do on this and other legislation. We are in lightning round. I want to get through 2 questions quickly, so I'm going to give you each a sentence for each one, all right? Starting with Murad, I want to ask you to finish this sentence honestly. Honestly. One misconception about immigrants that we need to address honestly in our communities is?
That immigrants are taking away from others, which is completely untrue. And here in the state of New York, immigrants contribute over $81 billion in local and state tax dollars, and have the spending power of over $250 billion. They're paying into systems that they can never benefit from. So just uplifting that, and the number of the 81 billion local and state tax dollars includes undocumented people and documented people.
And that might have been 12 sentences, but it was good. Okay.
Well, nonsense.
Patrice, one misconception about immigrants that we need to address honestly in our communities is?
The concept of today for me, tomorrow for you, or in Jamaican, today for me, tomorrow for you, which is that they're going after those people, they won't come after me. That's a lie.
George, one misconception, honestly, what is it?
There are no good immigrants, there are no bad immigrants. There's no such thing as the worst of the worst. So let's reject that notion. We're all the same community.
Reverend Bush?
That immigrants commit more crime. immigrants commit more crime. They're in here to change their life, and they have an interest in staying out of trouble. And so the studies show that immigrants, especially undocumented immigrants, do not commit more crime than natives do.
Gerlin, one misconception about immigrants we need to address honestly.
The fact that we have an immigration issue in the United States, because the reality is, as the current person in the White House mentioned, they welcome immigrants who are blonde hair, blue eyes from white countries, and they reject immigrants from black countries and other countries. So therefore, we do not, and I repeat, we do not have an immigration issue in the United States. We have an issue based on anti-black racism.
Dorian, one misconception about immigrants we need to address honestly.
That our struggles are not inextricably tied to each other. A weakened Constitution hurts all of us. Repealing or rolling back the rule of law to attack one community means that this same administration can roll back the rule of law to attack you.
Latrice.
That immigrants take our jobs. There's really a misconception about immigrants taking jobs when actually most immigrants do jobs that we don't want to do. And the value of immigrants has definitely impacted our communities significantly so that they take away jobs. I think that's the biggest thing.
I'm going to do one misconception about immigrants that we need to address honestly.
They eat rats or cats.
So just the humanity of it.
I think, I mean,
That's
we have
crazy.
to address it, right? That's the narrative that's been pushed, right? And it's ridiculous. It's part of the campaign that made so many people not go to Africa, right? Because they see Africans as jumping in trees and doing all of those different things. Meanwhile, it is very important for our people to understand that even those, I'm going off a little bit, but even the resources of Africa, that's really ours. And if I say ours, I mean ours, right? Because it is our ancestors, right? So I think it is very important to understand that that division does not serve anyone. Right?
Rapid
And
fire.
those
Oops,
words.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rapid fire continues. One thing that each person who's here today and those who are going to watch, one thing that can be marching orders that you would want to see them do starting not tomorrow, but today, that actually changes the outcome for a family on the line. Back to you, Murad. One thing, one sentence. Let's go.
Demand that your New York State representatives, your state assembly, state senator, step up and pass the New York for All Act, because that's going to protect all 19 million of us New Yorkers.
Patrice. I'm sorry, well, which one? Latrice first, yes.
I'm sorry, can you ask your question one more time?
One thing, marching orders that they can do that's going to change the bottom line for immigrants today.
Stop treating this as a separate issue. It's a criminal justice issue.
Patrice.
Make sure the SAVE Act doesn't pass.
Woo!
Wow.
How do we make sure it doesn't pass? 10 more seconds.
Call your congressperson, vote, make noise, make sure that you can vote, and make sure that we actually have elections in 2028, because there's a real possibility that's not going to happen.
George. 5 seconds.
We are living in under a fascist government, so let's not be afraid to have those difficult conversations with our family. Let's question why people want to go into the military. Let's question why some people want to go into the federal government for a safe employment. It is a crucial time in American history. We have to confront these truths.
Reverend Rob.
All elections are local, and you must vote. In Nevada, our governor won by 10,000 votes over the previous governor, and we lost the supermajority by 1 seat. He vetoed 187 bills that are important to immigrants and to our people. You have to get out and vote no matter what city you are in.
And Reverend Al is not going to come out here and get me. Dorian, come on. One thing.
Resources, give your time, talent, treasure.
Amadou.
Resources, support your local nonprofits.
And on behalf of this esteemed and wonderful panel, Monique Presley, I'm going to say again what was said on the end. Not just vote, register somebody to vote. Make sure your whole household is registered to vote. Work in your neighborhood to get rid of this regime so that we can all be safe. Thank you for being here with us today. I hope you learned something.
All right, all right. Let's calm down. All right. We're now going to deal with our panel that is going to deal with international issues around our people all over the world. We must think and act global in order to affect anything. We're in a global world now. And what happens in Africa affects us in the Caribbean, affects us in the United States. So how do we coordinate and how do we weave this together? Our panel is going to approach how we respond to that. I want to bring on the convener and who will preside over this. I met this brother 35 years ago. The year I started National Action Network, we had been marching in a section of Brooklyn, New York called Bensonhurst, where they had killed a young man named Yusuf Hawkins just for being in the neighborhood. It was a time they said blacks weren't allowed out there. And we went out there and marched and finally got 3 of those young white mobs that had killed him in court. Little did we know people around the world heard about it. And there was a young boy in London, England called Roland Adams that was killed for being black in a section of London, England. And they called and asked me would I come and help lead a march for Roland Adams like we had done for Yusuf Hawkins. And I flew to London and met 2 young activists. One is with us today. They started, we marched, they fought for justice. They formed a group called Operation Black Vote. And they started registering blacks in London and gaining power and position. 35 years later, he has become a member of the House of Lords in England. He is the assistant vice chair to the chancellor at Cambridge University and has had me there
and arranged for me to speak at Oxford. I'll speak at Oxford now, y'all. When I met him, he was Brother Simon, but now he is appointed by the king. He is Sir Simon Woolley. Sir Simon Woolley. Let's bring out the panel. My one and only, come on, I'm gonna do them one by one. Let them first come out. I'm gonna let Simon do the intros, but I have to recognize, you know, I was mentored and raised by Jesse Jackson. And you know that means I've known Jesse Jackson Jr. since he probably was about 7, 8 years old. And I've watched him grow. There is no one I know that is more brilliant, not only in international affairs, but anything, than this brother. And I'm so glad that he comes to our convention every year. He said, I'm coming. I said, I need you to do something. He said, you don't have to put me up to do nothing. I'm coming. He's been there every year and would come with his father every year. Reverend Jackson used to come every year till he couldn't travel. But give a hand to my little brother, Jesse Jackson Jr.
Good afternoon. I must say, as your moderator today, what an honor it is. And I know that my brothers and sisters right across the pond in London, UK, and across Europe will be watching us right now. Yes, they are. And with watching us come together with this great unity of purpose, like my dear brother here, Jesse Jackson Jr., we know his dear father who taught us to keep hope alive. And to tell us that we are somebody. We are black. We are beautiful. We are proud. We are somebody. I'm telling you today, this is one of the most important panels that we have assembled this week. Not least because it seeks to see beyond these shores. We're global. We're a global phenomenon, but we rarely recognize it. So we have assembled an esteemed panel, and I want you to give them a round of applause for this global challenge of race and equity in today's movement. Thank you. Thank you. They will give us their insight. I first want to introduce Runa Alam. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Development Partners International. Ms. Alam is globally recognized investment leader and CEO of Development Partners International, a firm focused on deploying capital across Africa. With decades of emerging markets experience, she has played a key role in driving sustainable growth and empowering businesses across the continent. Please stand up and give them a wave. Thank you. Thank you. Asha Castleberry Hernandez, National Security and Foreign Affairs expert. The Honorable Asha is a respected voice in international relations and national security, a former U.S. Army officer, a policy advisor. She brings deep expertise in global security strategy, diplomacy, and defense policy. Edmund Folofak, Associate Professor of Internal Medicine and Medical Oncologist, The Ohio State University. Dr. Folofak is a leading oncologist and researcher whose work advances cancer treatment whilst addressing health disparities to improve equity across to care. Where are you, brother? Is Martin with us? No, we're still waiting for that young brother. My dear friend here, my dear friend, my dear brother, former U.S. Representative, Illinois 2nd Congressional District. The Honorable Jesse Jackson Jr. is a former member of Congress, known for his advocacy, civil rights, economic justice, the urban development, with long-standing commitment to community and power. Give it up for Brother Jackson. This next brother has about 1 million followers on social media. He's in the process of writing his 9th book. He's an intelligence officer, a spook, as we say in the UK. National Intelligence and National Security Advisor. Mr. Malcolm Nance is a national recognized intelligence expert, author, commentator, offering critical insights on counterterrorism, cybersecurity, and global geopolitical strategy. Give it up for this super brother. Malcolm, I want to start with you.
Okay.
Look, we know how important the African American voice is here in the USA. How do we get the African American people to better see the 1.2 billion people in the global African diaspora?
That's an excellent question. And, you know, most of you know me as the spy that talks on television, right? But that afforded me a lifetime of traveling around the world at your expense, so thank you. But one of the things that I don't see all the time, I go to Egypt, I go to other parts of the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, I don't see enough people in the black diaspora, particularly us, traveling to a continent that not only was our birth home, genetically and historically, but also we don't expose ourselves to the 1.2 billion people who are like us and want to see us. We don't travel. And if I couldn't even imagine how low the statistics of passport holders. But this is where young people who are influencers, other people who can bring the message of who we are truly, not through basketball and hip hop all the time, the only lenses we're seen through, but that we have wealth, we have intellect, we have universities that should be cooperating and linking to sub-Saharan Africa in a way that we should be displacing the current administration's ignoring of that entire continent. We could do that as a diaspora, not just African American, Afro-Caribbeans, Anglo, Africans. There is a whole world of us that is not linked with the rest of us.
How do we link it?
Well, again, I like the idea of popularizing, of harnessing these young influencers. I'm an old influencer, okay? I might be the oldest there is. But, these guys who are 18, 19, 20, every year I go to Egypt. I go out to a remote desert village in Western Egypt, and I run into influencers who say, oh, this is a hip eco-tourist spot. That needs to be encouraged for the places, for Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia. I love Ethiopia. And all these other places, other than going on a safari. Most people don't know Botswana or Zambia. Or, we need to harness that.
Let me bring in somebody that does know through the lens of Africa, because this woman has been setting up businesses in Africa that are just doing crazy stuff and earning tens of millions of pounds. Runa, from your lens, give our audience a flavor about the dynamism that's going on in Africa right now.
So I'll start by saying that last 2.5 days there's been talk about giving capital to black and brown people, so creating wealth for the black and brown community. Globally, the same has to be true, and it's now happening. So if you look at what people call the global south, it is black and brown people, and they have been poorer than the global north. And that is changing. Africa. So Africa should be president, she should be president, Kamala Harris just said, is going to have 25% of the world's population by 2050, 40% by the turn of this coming century. It's going to have 13 of the 30 biggest cities. Lagos, Nigeria will be the biggest city in the world. It is, because the population is so young, incredibly tech savvy. So we invest in some of the largest companies in Africa. We've made them global, and we invest on the venture capital side too. And so what is happening? What's happening is these countries now, as a collective, so the continent is now going to be the fastest growing continent as of this year in the world. It's surpassing Asia. You put together 700 million people coming into the workforce, young people, you put together a young population that's tech savvy, you put together urban people consume more than other peoples, and you put together the biggest population in the world. What do you have? You have incredible dynamism, but you also have power. You have the biggest consumer class that's developing. There is a reason, an economic reason China is in Africa. It is a good market. It is one of the best markets. We cannot, as Americans, be left behind. So in the same way China, over the last 20 to 25 years, surpassed us in skill sets in manufacturing, they're going to surpass us creating the brands that Africans buy. We don't have to do that. We can be involved. So not what's been happening lately for Africa, as Ms. Harris said, VP Harris said, but looking at the real facts. It gives everybody here power, but it also means that it's a real opportunity for the whole world, for Americans in Africa.
And with that opportunity, where do you see the links between African Americans and the African continent in regards to economic opportunity that is on an equitable basis?
So the link has to be knowledge. So travel, exploration, bringing peoples together from Africa and here. So you think about a young population, as I said, tech savvy. Yeah. Our young population is also tech savvy, and they're influencers. Why would they not think of a 1.2 billion people in Africa as their audience, as people who buy their products? It is a great opportunity because African music, movies, culture influence here, and American music culture, Black American music culture influence there. There's a lot of commonality, and there's a lot of opportunity to align, both for getting what is needed, creating wealth, but also just feeling that there is commonality and there is support everywhere in the world.
And in that alignment, Edmund, as an academic, how are you seeking, how do you want us to relate to Africa with fellow academics in which the whole can become greater than the sum of our often disparate parts?
Yes, thank you. That's such a great question. You know, everything policy, everything that we see, emanates from academia, people thinking about it, and then, finding the best ways of how the most efficient way, the most effective way of actually applying that knowledge. And so out here in the diaspora here, we have about, close to $2 trillion, African diaspora. You have the African continent, which is essentially, green in terms of its, the potential for investment. And the value added when you invest money in Africa on elevating the people, it's actually way more, Here in the US, for instance, my area of expertise, we spend about $14,000 in healthcare per person per year. In Africa, that value is about between $85 to about $135. Yet, the continent needs hospitals Yet the continent needs research such that the next drugs can be developed there. So if academic disciplines here in our HBCUs can collaborate with academic disciplines in Africa to not make it be a haphazard process, to actually develop how do you take this money, what is the enabling environment that you need to create in the continent to make this a win-win, so that when somebody wants to go to Africa and invest, for instance, I'm not reaching out to the virtual capitalist, I'm going to the same place, the HBCUs here, and then to the African continent where I can get some faculty there to say, hey, what is the best way? Where should I invest my money in order to actually, one, get the return on the investment, but two, add value? And these are the things that we need.
And Edmund, in that investment, for example, in healthcare and this express train AI, is there an opportunity and is there a danger that black and brown people will not be included in those models of healthcare AI that will not only work for us, but they may work against us?
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that we've been thinking through. Remember that AI depends on what? The training data set and the validation data set. If you actually take information that you put into the AI, and that information doesn't include the people in the continent, then you're going to get faulty things, right? There is one area in biology which we're already seeing that now, in terms of genetic variability. Africa has the most genetic diversity in the whole world combined. I mean, and it makes sense, because that is where humanity emanated. So, but if you look at clinical trials in medicine, in cancer care, all the breakthroughs, there are only 5% or less of clinical trials that actually are done in Africa. And so with that, when you develop drugs here, so no wonder some of the drugs don't work in not only people in Africa, but also the people, all of us here in this room, because we were not included in the training data set for whatever drugs, and so AI is going to be the same.
So there's maybe an opportunity, an opportunity there with this AI race to put Africa at the heart of these models that will serve us so much better. I want to turn to Asha, and in regards to the security, national security of black people, global security of black people. We saw here some months ago when the president of South Africa came to the White House and was mocked by the president in such a shameful manner that disgraced, belittled that office. Asha, how can we protect the security of black and brown people around the world with this right-wing deluge that demonizes and belittles us?
Well, there's multiple ways, but one we have to definitely look at is looking at the current role of U.S. global leadership. That to where, as a perfect example, we are defining to the American people what kind of relationship we're having with our African countries, and it's coming across very myopic and lacking cultural respect on one another. And then when you look at the policies that are being pushed out from the White House, they have a very small, limited understanding of what we should do in Africa, like only focus on trade and investments, that's it. No, there's more to this story. And we have to make sure that we redefine it beyond this presidency as far as what is our role in terms of diplomacy with Africa, and being able to redefine our principles, and also identifying more activities beyond trade and investments as a way to help cultivate that relationship amongst the diaspora. And one way we can do that is building a task force where it's a diverse one, where we have influencers, celebrities, the Congressional Black Caucus, the private sector, that can help come together in a combined force as far as redefining what that relationship looks like and turn it into a long-term, enduring investment.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesse, when you was in office, you were around those big power tables, speaking about Africa and how Africa could be enhanced, supported. What did you learn in that time that you can impart to our audience about those powerful tables that you frequented?
Lord Woolley, first of all, thank you very much, and thank Reverend Sharpton for the opportunity to participate in this panel. Some of it is a function of definitions. Connecting African Americans to Africa is called a vacation. Connecting African Americans to opportunities in Africa and connecting Africans to opportunity in America, that's called business. We need a framework that includes human rights, our respect for theirs and their respect for ours, opportunity, those that they can create for us and those that we can create for them, partnership. It means that Elon Musk ought not be digging lithium in African countries and bauxite, and while at the same time overseeing an agency that fired 300,000 black women in our federal government. That requires partnership and empowerment. There are 5 black-owned radio stations, for example, that allow talk radio. Very seldom do you hear African countries advertising on those black radio stations about come to Africa, come visit our country, come vacation, come take a safari, come enjoy yourself, come partner with us, come do business. But the medium by which we communicate with them is through our radio. When we sustain, for example, those radio stations, we also sustain our ability politically to defend, through Jim Clyburn and Brother Ivy, who were here speaking earlier, to elect black folk to Congress who can fight for the policies to help shape the framework. African leaders, and this ought to be the last time, that they come to the United Nations and speak and don't stop by the National Action Network and spend some time with Reverend Sharpton. Now, we don't trust Elon Musk, but we do trust Reverend Sharpton. And I don't have a problem trusting Reverend Sharpton to meet with Elon Musk to tell him there will be no more digging of lithium in Africa until you see black lawyers and black accountants and black teachers and black colleges and black people and make a commitment to us here at home. That's the leverage that we need so he can dig in Africa. And last but not least, the next time an African leader comes to the United States, they ought call and ask for the lay of the land before they meet with the President of the United States and get insulted by Donald Trump. We saw what he did to the President of Ukraine, made him go home and put on a suit and come back. If they would have called us from South Africa and said, what would it be like if I accept an invitation from Donald Trump, we would tell him he's going to insult the hell out of you when you come there. So ignore the insult. Make sure the African president comes where he or she is respected first. Meet with our leadership, and let's create opportunities amongst ourselves.
So I'm loving the energy. I'm loving the vision. I'm guessing right now this is the time to think bigger and bolder than we have perhaps for some time. I'm reminded when I look at the 1920s that a black brother started the biggest movement of the African diaspora ever seen in Marcus Garvey. 6 million followers, raising millions of pounds, which would have been tens of millions of pounds. And you did all of that without mobile phones, without social media. Brothers and sisters, what's our excuse? We've seen what nations can do when they have a wealth fund. For example, Norway, when they had the oil, they spent half and saved half. And now they have a wealth fund worth $2 trillion. I'm asked the panel, we need a Marcus Garvey moment here. Where does it start? Where does it start, brother? Where does it start?
As far as I'm concerned, it started with him just a few moments ago. I don't know about you, but Jesse Jackson Jr. I was looking for my wallet. So let's start there with Nan.
How do we get a wealth fund? How do we start our own wealth fund? Talk to me. You know, we're busy. We spend fortunes on our hair. We spend fortunes on clothes and beauty products. What about for our future, Asha? Asha,
Dare I say it, I may say that you're the youngest on the panel. Thank you. We have to align as a unit, the diaspora, with emerging industries, like looking at the critical mineral situation, right? As well as digital currency to help extract that wealth, right? But simultaneously, we have to also define our leadership as far as how we can work together in resolving our regional peace and security issues. I love Jesse Jackson's legacy as far as how he was one that called on to resolve the issues as far as hostage affairs and taking on the leadership on that. Right. So we have to simultaneously work on those two together. But we also have to take advantage of sports and entertainment together, right? Hip hop is extremely influential, right. And we can leverage that. And we have hip hop artists that want to go to Africa and be able to work together and build on special projects. So it's there.
Okay, Edmund. Edmund, I need the leaders. I need the leaders in medicine, and we need the leaders in the university. How do we sew that golden thread with our black academics across the world?
So I think to me, when I look at it, it's something, again, first of all, what do we want to do with it, number one. Number two is how do we raise the funds, and we've already identified where the money is here. You know, and then three, how do you, when you invest that fund, we don't need to be like, I hear in the diaspora, especially the people who just came from Africa like myself, they'll say, oh, I'm Ghanaian American, I'm Ghanaian diaspora, I'm Congolese diaspora. No, I want to disabuse that. We just need to have a few places that have the enabling environment. We get these funds, you know, invest these funds in a form of maybe some kind of an investment bank, so that we can industrialize. Africa can industrialize and add value, you know, and stop being just the extractive you know, area where people just go and take out resources and then, you know, bring out to the United States or to the West. So that is the critical thing. And the reason why this is very important is that IMF or the Bretton Woods Institution and increasingly now the Chinese, when they invest in Africa, they are investing in Africa for one reason only, profit. Yes. But if we raise our funds to invest in Africa, we are investing in the human beings because they look like you and me, and we have a stake in it beyond just the money. And so we not only gain resources, the money, but we also elevate the next generation. And tomorrow, Africa can then form, we can see the next Wakanda build up in Africa that would give you and me, you know, the respect we all deserve as human beings.
Wonderful. Runa, tell me, you are an expert on managing funds, huge amounts of funds, millions, tens of millions of dollars. What can we do with an investment black bank?
Okay, billions, not millions, okay? So let's be powerful about this. I want to say a couple of things. First of all, the National Basketball League, NBA, is now in Africa. Think about the opportunity. It's growing leaps and bounds. Stadiums are being built. Young Africans are getting trained to be amazing basketball players. It's everywhere. There's a huge link everywhere. There really is. Let me give a vision here. First of all, I want to talk about two people. One of our companies is the biggest fintech, one of the biggest in Africa, biggest in Nigeria, MoneyPoint. Tosin, who's the CEO, I want you to envision how amazing a CEO is to build that. We've got another company called Kera, which is bringing healthcare to the poor people all around Africa through insurance, microinsurance, and building healthcare system. You know who's building that? Somebody who was the head, African, Senegalese, was the head of AI for one of the big fangs here, went back, created an academy to train Africans to go into AI, and is using AI to change the healthcare system in Africa. So there is such a link. So I want to just say one last thing, which is there are billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of local money in pension funds in Africa, in insurance companies.
Okay.
It should be also African fund investing here in some of the best
Understood.
African businesses.
Malcolm, you know, when we turn on the TV, we can easily get rage baited by the horror show from the White House. How can we see that chaos, that calamity, within that, how can we see an opportunity?
The opportunity is there. The United States is withdrawing as a nation from sub-Saharan Africa. They're closing 17 embassies and consulates. Wow. What is missing is there is a gap now for statesmanship. And we don't have to wait for 2 or 3 administrations down for someone to appoint an ambassador here and an ambassador there. We can create our entire own ambassadorship of business, of statecraft, and fill the gap, not just African Americans, the African diaspora, and create those wealth and sovereign funds. $5 from 40, we're 42 million African Americans, right? We have an interest in Africa, and Africa has an interest in us.
Correct.
And where no one is helping, we should help ourselves, and we should build our own bridge.
Where does it start?
I'm sorry?
Where does it start?
2 minutes ago when I started that statement.
There we go. There we go. I think, the thing is, like you, over the last few days, I've sat here in awe, listening to the array of wonderful speakers, from business, from politics, from the arts. Sometimes I feel where the gap is missing in this leadership need that we have is that we're not looking in the mirror.
There you go.
To find the leaders that we need. In the last 48 seconds, I want you to stand up if you can now see yourself as a leader. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Global
Please stand
leader.
up. Please stand up. Look at this. Look at this leadership. Coming out of the shadows. Owning the space. Being black and proud. That we are somebody.
That's right.
That we will succeed. And Dubai, yes, and Dubai. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When you leave the building, keep the leadership. When you go back home, you keep the leadership. I love you all. Thank our panel. Thank yourselves. Keep hope alive. Thank you. No, you were brilliant. You were super brilliant. Excuse me.
Oh, no, you too. Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats so we may start the next panel. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. All right. Please welcome to the stage Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, II, Chairman of the Board of National Action Network and Senior Pastor at Grace Baptist Church, Mount Vernon, New York.
Hello, everybody. We're glad to be here. And we thank God for all that He's done and is doing in this meeting. Haven't we had a great meeting this week? A great meeting. I need the name. Well, we've come today to talk about the black church and its relationship to social justice. Earlier today, I was in the ministers' luncheon, and I talked about how the social justice movement in America among black people would not, could not, and will not survive without the black church. And historically, the black church has been the partner to civil rights movements, and it is clearly the partner to the National Action Network. And this is an important conversation because the black church is in transition. And it's not your mama's black church anymore. And what is it that Mama's black church had that we want to sustain going forward? We don't want to throw away Mama's church, but we certainly want to keep the principles of how we go in the future intact. And we want to be appealing to the next generation. We've got to figure out how to make the church more attractive to young people. If we don't keep young people, we cannot live. And so I want to challenge us in this session to let's hear how we do this. And I want to invite our panel, the Reverend excuse me. I know them, but I don't want to mess them. George Parks. Come on, George. I know you're here. Rudy McKissick, Dr. Rudy McKissick. Yeah. They handed me a... Thank you, darling. And Reverend James Duckett,
senior pastor of Fort Mont Baptist Church in the Bronx. Dr. Duckett, oh, I know who's our being. Come right on in. Have a seat. So let's get into this conversation. What I just said about the role of the church and the issues we are facing and how we go forward. These are pastors who are effectively engaged in trying to help the church be what it ought to be. And I know each one of them, and I appreciate their taking time to be on this panel. And so I want to start with the question of what is the black church in America right now, and are we thriving, surviving, or slipping? What is the black church right now? Are we thriving, surviving, or are we getting better? Or are we getting worse? So really the question is, where are we right now? Brother McKissick, you've been around a long time, and you've done a lot of great things. And I know you've seen your church grow. You pastored in Richmond, and then you came to work with your father. You're a legacy pastor. And I think you have a perspective on this whole challenge of where we are. You've seen the landscape of how the church has evolved and where we are at this moment. Will you respond first?
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, the bar has been changed, lowered, and redefined by a new generation of what the black church is, that for me means the black church is not thriving and is really not even surviving. I think with the pop-up of black churches that have names as numbers and preachers who may practice what they call prophetic preaching, but is more magic and soothsaying, has put the black church in a position where we are no longer the weapon of liberation and the voice for the disenfranchised that we used to be and should continue to be. So unfortunately now, the prophetic voice of the black church is in the minority and no longer the majority. And we've got to find a way to now get back to the real definition of the prophetic and get away from those who call themselves prophets but can only tell you about checks in the mail but cannot teach you how to open a business to produce your own checks.
My. Following that same question vein, has the black church lost influence?
In some ways, yes, but in some ways, no. I contend in some ways, yes, and then in other ways, no, that the black church still remains. Can you hear me now? The black church is still the only redemptive agent, especially of America. We have our challenges, but if the world is ever going to get better, it's going to take the black church. And I think we have to continue to repeat that type of rhetoric so we can begin to believe in ourselves and we stop taking our cues from white evangelicals for what Christianity looks like. Because they have proven to us time and time again that they have weaponized Christianity and theology, and their politics and money have always come before their Jesus.
All right, very good. But Doctor, do you think we can get out of this direction, or how do you think we can get out of what we have been depicted by Dr. McKissick and by Dr. Parks?
Well, I do stand in the agreement with both of them
And I think we can get out of it, or I believe that we can get out of it by having a clear motion and motto, a clear mission, because too many times our missions as the black church are confused. And because of the confusion, I believe we have become theologically silent in political places where we should be loud and stand up preachers. So I think that we can get back to where we were, but we just have to have a clear mission, not a confused motto.
Okay, let me say, all of you have put the analysis of the black church as being challenged. All of you, and some of you said, one of you said it's being challenged by its mirroring the white church. It's being challenged by not being engaging in the check receiving church. The church is only about the money. And so I want to know, what do you all think is the best corrective measure, one corrective measure that we can make? And remember, it's going to be a long journey.
Yeah.
We ain't going to fix what's wrong in the black church in this here meeting today. We hope to reveal it, but we want to go and say, what is the one thing you think, as we begin the road to the restoration of the black church, what's the one thing that you think we need? What's the priority?
I think to differentiate between prophetic preaching and prophetic witness. The church needs to reestablish prophetic witness, and here's what I mean by that. Prophetic preaching names Pharaoh, names systems. Prophetic witness refuses to partner with Pharaoh. So I think we've got to reestablish prophetic witness that doesn't just call out systems, but puts things in place to challenge systems and that current systems cannot ignore. So I think it's got to be beyond the pulpit to begin to correct it.
So I want you to give me a real concise.
Okay.
I appreciate what you just said, but I want you now to reduce it to a concise thing that we can take away from this meeting. What is that one thing you want us to do?
The one thing we have to do is begin to be programmatically prophetic, introducing programs into our churches that can change systems and empower people.
Wonderful.
Amen.
Now, that's right. That's right, guys. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have to go back to curating our own hush harbors. What does that look like? That means churches, we shouldn't simply develop leaders for the church, but we need to begin to curate our own academies of how we produce leaders for the world. So, brother, you may have great gifts, but maybe I don't need you to be the chairman of my deacons. I need you to be in the boardroom on Wall Street. But if I train you, that's going to have a direct or indirect impact on my church. So I just don't want to raise up church leaders. We want to raise up leaders for the world. And those two don't have to be an enemy of one another.
So let me ask you now. What is this, what's based on what you just said, what is the succinct one thing?
Create leadership academies in your church that's just not for church leadership.
All right, that's beautiful. You're going to train the people in your church to have a sense of engagement.
Engagement.
And what's going
leaders
on
in the world.
A global consciousness.
A global consciousness.
And you got, all right. Brother Duffy? All right, thank you. Thank you.
So I do believe that the church should stop being so critical and become constructive and connected. What happens is when we're critical of each other, we don't connect with each other. And I think the construction starts when we learn how to work together in unison, in collaboration.
All right, so now, what is the population that we ought to be focusing on, and how can we reach that population? What is the focus? Because I think we can observe that many of our churches or have gone out. Many of our churches have gone out of business. Since COVID, we've had, they say this year they're quoting that 15,000 churches will go out of business. And that is an indictment on the church's relevance. So how do we become more relevant, more engaging, more appealing? We got to leave this meeting with some answers to the observations we're taking. The observation is we see with our own eyes that the church is diminishing in growth. We see that it's not appealing to young people. We see it looking at our congregations. We're isolated. We're not engaged in the issues that are affecting people's lives. We're not fighting for their rights. Now, how do we get out of this? This is a serious dilemma we're in. And I want you to lead us in trying to give some pastors are sitting out here today and members are sitting out here. How can I make my church work? How can I make it better? How can I fill it up? You know, one of the problems about fill up is that we have a tendency to do anything to fill it up.
Yes. Yes.
We entertain any kind of thing you want if we can get the people in there. That's all we care about. But how do we be faithful to the ministry, make it attractive to the next generation? Yes, Dr.
So I believe if we go back to the basics, so the church was the hub for black education. The church was the hub for black empowerment.
All right.
The church was the hub for black stewardship. And somehow we have lost the basics of the black church. And I believe if we go back to the basics and having the public school teacher be the Sunday school teacher, having the person who is a community-oriented teaching the importance to the next generation, how we have overcome. I think if we get back to the basics and our mission as the black church, the reason why I believe the black church has seen a decline is because we do not know why we're coming to church other than to shout.
Kiss it?
Yeah. I think, I hope I don't get in trouble. I think one of the things we've got to do is stop celebrating a memory of what your church used to be. To attract this current generation, they don't understand the charge to keep with deacon singing devotion.
That's true.
You've got to understand the culture without becoming the culture and return, to use what Dr. Parks talked about, to being an incubator to train leaders for marketplace, global consciousness. Because the reality is this generation, they are so attracted now to streaming that your preaching is not what's going to bring them into your church.
That's right.
You've got to do something beyond your pulpit that scratches where they're itching. And sometimes we're so busy keeping Jurassic Park happy that we're doing nothing to attract the younger generation.
That's right.
And I think we've got to now come to a place where we create incubators and create programs and activities where young people can be trained and where young minds can be used and heard so that the church really becomes a weapon of empowerment and not just a Sunday morning meeting place.
Wonderful.
Dr. Richardson, I want us to be reminded that we may need to reframe a bit. Christianity has been on the decline in North America for some time. So this is not a new problem, and this is just not a black church problem. That's why so many majority culture churches have aimed to solicit our people. So this is just not a black church issue. This is Christianity in North America is on the decline.
Right.
But we also have to consider how we do ministry now. Sunday morning has to be the gathering of the overflow of all of our different kinds of engagement. So the key word is meaningful biblical engagement, and the black church has never been monolithic. So you're not going to get at Metropolitan what you'll get at some other church. And we don't make any apologies for that, because this generation, only thing they really want to know is if you're authentic.
Very good.
So authenticity goes a long way. It's not if you wear jeans or if you wear a suit. They just want to know if you are authentic, and if you have engagement, and if you are lifting up the historical Jesus Christ that we claim that we believe in the Bible.
Well said. I think that you have to, each of you and all of us, has to talk about what's the impact of technology.
Yes.
Technology has consumed the culture.
Yes.
We're in a whole different space. Man, some of us have lived long enough to find ourselves obsolete because things have changed so radically.
Right.
We don't know how to use the computer.
Right.
We stumble up on the technology, and it's taken over, and we're out of the conversation.
Right.
How do we get the black church back into the conversation of technology so that we can appeal? Because this generation is way past getting, they're already entrenched in it.
Right.
They're being taught in the corporate where they work on how technology functions. Right. Then they come to the church, and it's back in the old days, and we think we're going to be attractive to them. They got systems, and they got management profiles, and they got all kind of ways of evaluation, and how do we catch up? Because part of the loss is that we're falling behind the culture. The culture is way out in front of the church. And how do we catch up?
Wow.
How do we catch up?
I think, one, we can't be afraid to bring those outside the concentric circle of our church into our church to train our people in the skills that are needed. Mm-hmm. You know, when you look at Jesus calling the disciples, he went into the marketplace and got a tax collector, went into the marketplace, got a fisherman, went into the marketplace, find a financial guy. If the church does not get over herself and over our hyper spirituality and go out into the marketplace and engage. Some people you engage, you're not trying to engage them necessarily to be a member of your church. You're engaging them for the skills they have that they have used in corporate America, that you want them to teach your people, so that your people can not necessarily do that in the church only, but take that also into their world and engage it as well. And so I think we've got to be able to get beyond looking out amongst ourselves, because some of the skills we need aren't amongst ourselves, and find people outside.
I love what you just did with the illustration of the diversity of the people Jesus put in ministry.
Yes.
Of the disciples.
Yes.
I mean, that's a brilliant analysis. A lawyer.
Virginia Union.
A lawyer, a
Yes.
doctor,
Yes.
a finance person,
Yes.
a fisherman, a businessman.
Yes.
Wow, what a profile. Yes, Doctor.
So I concur with him, becoming community oriented again, making sure that the community is engaged and involved and invested in the church. We have to become essential in where things take place, because the training ground is where we can open up our churches every day. Most of our churches that are in New York City or across the country do not have programs every single day, but we can open our doors to be the hub for those programs without looking for a dime for the community, just trying to invest back into our community the necessities to survive in this world and in this era. So I believe if our church goes back to being a community-centered churches, we can see some of us have spaces for STEM programs. Some of us have spaces for workforce or trade school. So in this world of technology, what are we doing to use our empty spaces for essential workers? That's what I believe.
That's right. Wonderful. Wonderful.
I think one major piece is that we need to continue to leverage technology. Technology is simply another dispensation of a ministry tool. We went from the printing press to radio to television, social media, and now it's AI. So I think we have to continue to wrestle with the ethics of AI. We need to feed it so AI will have a social consciousness. Because if we don't feed AI our thoughts, our theology, our perspective, the only thing AI will spit out to us is what right-wing evangelicals have put in it.
All right, that's powerful. Let me ask you a question. Is AI, how's the impact, before I leave the technology situation, what's the impact of AI on the sermon preparations in our church?
Woo! I think.
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that? He has to give a lecture at Hampton, so let me speak to that.
Right.
I think if we're not careful, AI will have us producing sermons that are too tidy for life's complex issues. And the genius of the black pulpit has always been ideas and imagination. So the worst thing that I think we can do is not sit and wrestle and brood and meditate with what God is saying to us in this season. Because if the black church and the black preacher is robbed of imagination, we won't have much, because our words create worlds.
Well said. Well said, Doctor.
I think to use someone we're familiar with, Dr. Miles Jones, he used to say that preaching is a statement of faith from the authentic being of the preacher. If you become enslaved to AI, you lose your authenticity. So you cannot be authentic even if you teach AI to write in your voice. It's not your voice. Dr. Gardner Taylor said something to me, Dr. Richardson, when he heard me preach when I was in my 20s, that messed my ego up now, but in my 60s I understand it. He said to me, young man, you're going to be a great preacher when you get some blood on you. AI can't bleed. Which means if all you use is AI, you no longer preach your convictions. So I think you lose your authenticity and your convictions when you don't use AI. AI should not write your sermon.
That's right.
Because your church didn't call AI to pastor them. It's a tool, not a replacement. And I think that's the problem.
Yes, sir.
So I do believe AI has pros and cons to it. The cons is what our two co-laborers and panelists have talked about, but then the pros are also that it gives you more time to be active in ministry. So the time we spent opening up contextual commentaries and books reading, AI can now shorten that by giving us information to apply to our authentic self, to make sure that we're using proper tense, proper execution, timing. I think AI can be a tool, but I think if we allow it to be a crutch, we become lazy as preachers. So I think it's a pro and a con. Also a pro, my media team uses AI to discover new videos and graphics that we use for our ministry. which would take my media person sometimes days to complete. I have to hand in my sermon. They have to then work it out, and then they can do a graphic or a video to present it, where AI can do that in a matter of seconds. So I think it's pros and cons when it comes to AI in ministry, but we should not become lazy in our due diligence to our calling to make sure we don't lose what Bishop McKissick said, our authentic self.
It's a real call. It's a real call. It's a real call for discipline.
Yes.
It's there, and it can be seductive.
Yes.
And it's easier, but it's not authentic.
No.
It's not authentic. You're not in it. You got to be in the sermon.
Yes.
You ain't got to present the sermon. Somebody else's sermon. The sermon ought to flow out of your own sense of struggle and pain and disappointment and hurt.
Right.
And you can't pass that on to technology.
No.
Technology's role is merely to assist you in research.
That's right.
It's a tool. One is a tool. Right. It's like a book.
Right.
And so you ought not plagiarize a book for your sermon.
Yeah.
And AI makes plagiarism more easier.
Yes.
In the presentation. You think you're listening to the preaching, you go home and read, and you say, man, that's what he just got finished preaching. Well, so I think the point we want to make, go ahead.
So, on your point, AI has made plagiarism legal. Yes. Because now it's basically became a free ghostwriter. That's right. So no one can track your failure as a preacher and your failure to study. So I think that AI became, again, a crutch to certain preachers that never was committed to the ministry in the first place.
Well, you know,
wow.
Part of what you said is very true. On the other side of it, though, there is a discernment when somebody preaches a sermon, AI sermon, and you can pick it up. You are not getting away with it.
No.
Your members say, that don't sound like him.
Right.
He don't talk like that.
That's exactly right.
You lose authenticity.
Yes.
And it's the authenticity that gives you power. Right. And so we really want to, be careful. That's what I'm trying to raise.
Yeah.
A real caution. It's one thing that technology has taken over how we practice, but we can't allow technology to take over how we preach.
No.
So,
Dr. Richardson, may I speak to this? I think one of the greatest, and I say this not in any type of paternalistic manner, I think one of the greatest gifts, especially for those of us who are in full-time vocation, the greatest gift that our congregations give us is time.
Yeah, that's true.
Time to wrestle, time to brood, and we have to remember, just because we have flexibility, it doesn't mean that we don't have responsibility.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And that responsibility is the discipline of study, reading, writing, whatever gifts that God gives you to communicate and to have a well-fed congregation.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think, the other danger of AI is that it trains you to be performative instead of faithful. So that you can let AI create for you a sermon where you become a performer and not a preacher, where it can put in the phrases you want that will tickle the ear, but does not allow you to be faithfully authentic. Because the best sermon is not the one that makes people shout, but the one that you wrestled with.
That's true.
And I think if we, particularly as black preachers, become less interested in doing God's job, and that is, it's God's job to elicit the response. It's my job to be faithful to the wrestle. And I think we have produced a lazy preacher, like you said, between AI and YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Where people can go on YouTube and then copy your whole sermon. Or even go on AI and tell AI, write this sermon for me in the voice of Dr. W. Franklin Richardson. You lose your authenticity. And God is looking for authenticity, not copycats.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One of the things that I'm fearful of is that AI has replaced the anointing.
What?
That AI has replaced the anointing.
Anointing.
The anointing of God, I think, that rests and lives within the preacher still has the power to change lives. But when you become reliant on AI, you move the God factor out of your faithful message. So I'm fearful for the preacher that, again, has the crutch with AI.
What we hear is that the authenticity attracts people to the gospel.
Yes.
Real. Not the recitation of what comes out of the AI, but the authenticity of your own experience and your own perspective. God's made you wonderfully and differently.
Yes.
And you ought not preach like,
You done forgot me already.
you ought not preach like McKissick. And you ought not preach like my other brother here. You got to be able to understand you have value.
Yeah.
You have value. Don't surrender your value. We need your perspective in the pulpit. We need you to be able to speak with power and with grace. So, no comments right now. I'd like to move to another section. When we're talking about the church being more acceptable and relevant to the community and appealing, we have to figure out how do we, some of us in the church are blockers. We got blockers in the church. Part of the reason the church can't grow, the blockers. So you pastors, tell me, are there blockers? And what do they look like? And what can we do about them? Blockers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yes, number one, there are blockers.
Yeah.
I think blockers are people whose identity is wrapped up in their position.
Yeah.
People who don't know who they are beyond their title. And so they stand in the way of progress sometimes, standing in position. I think blockers are not only people who are in positions, but there are blockers in your church whose theology has not evolved. They don't have an ever-evolving theology because they don't have an ever-evolving God. What I mean by that is they have not positioned themselves to see more of the God that already is. So they are stuck in a theology of how they were raised or what they were taught. And so I think blockers come in the form of those who massage their insecurities through positions and those who demonize what they're not comfortable with, because most people would rather be safe than grow. So they stand in the way of evolution in the church because they stand in the way of opening themselves up to seeing more of the God that already exists.
Blockers are people who would not be successful anywhere else but the church. It simply means that because they're faithful to what you want them to do, they inadvertently become someone who holds positions because that's the only place that someone knows their name. So I am strong on trying to offend people that they do not get as comfortable as mama and them used to get, with a position that they are no longer reaching a generation for change, but reaching a generation causing trouble and mishap. So of course there are blockers in the church, and I believe that their only call to fame is the church. So since they don't have anybody else, their family don't want to deal with them, their children don't want to deal with them, they got fired from their job, and the church is the only place where they can keep some type of importance.
They take serious whosoever will, let them come.
Well, I think you're right. I think we have to always remember this. As churches, we can never highlight loyalty over competency, but we need both. But woe to the new leader that you want to shift quickly, because everything that may be right might not be best. So I admonish any leader, for whatever challenge that you have with the blockers, make sure you have some strategy, that you don't pull up the wheat with the tare.
Now, can I say one more? There was the blocker of the position, the pew. Sometimes the blocker is the pastor.
Wow. Come on, Bishop.
You know, the pastor who is too insecure to free other people up to use their gifts in areas to better the kingdom and grow the church. Sometimes the one that's blocking is the one that's right in the pulpit.
All right. Let me ask you. That's a great discovery. I guess I want to ask you now, as we continue this discussion about the conduct within the church. How do we transform music and make the adjustment so that because one of the things you realize is that music generally is always changing. Styles are changing. Yeah. Words are changing.
Yes.
How do we appeal to a broader population and have music that meets the needs of both? We can't just throw away the music that was there when you came and replace it. But Pastor, I'm gonna go to your audience in a minute, but give me one more minute.
I think there's an opportunity in every church to have balance.
Balance.
And balance goes a long way. High hymns, old school, contemporary, gospel, and I think if there's worship design, I think there's something for everyone to gain, and we cannot be afraid to tell people beforehand, this is what you will receive when you come to this type of church worship experience. Because when you go to a particular restaurant, you go to that restaurant for what they serve. And it's okay to be the church where this is what you serve, and you go to Bishop McKissick for something else, and that does not mean that your church is less than.
So I am my degree is in church music. So for me, there are a couple of things. Dr. Parks just said the balance of variety. I do think, I pastor the oldest Baptist church in the state of Florida, the oldest in the state, black or white. We are a hymn-singing church. I have people that join my church, younger generations, that know nothing about hymns. I'm not going to stop hymns because they don't know them. But what I feel responsible to do is not teach them music, but teach them worship. Because if we learn to worship, then the music will help them engage in the worship. And I think secondly, we've got to make sure our music is theologically and biblically sound. There's some music that we sing that's great for entertainment value, but horrible for theological integrity. And so we've got to make sure, and finally, and I'm done, we've got to understand that 95% of the gospel artists of today aren't writing to give you music for your church. They're writing to make money for their company. So you've got to have a leader of music who is not attracted to the music that sounds good on the radio, but doesn't necessarily engage the holy in your sanctuary.
That sums it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brother Doctor.
Acts chapter 2 says that each person understood in their own language. And I believe that music has to transcend our normal language, meaning that each person that walks into our sanctuary should have the message of Christ through song and reach them where they are. So I think our music, again, like Dr. Park said, should be balanced, because it should reach each person. If we have someone that is contemporary in their style of worship, then we should have at least one song in our Baptist church that's a little contemporary. If we pastor a church if we pastor a multicultural church, there should be some hymns of old if mama is sitting in the congregation. So I think if we apply the Acts 2 model where each person understands in their own language, I think we can have a growing and effective music ministry that transcends culture, age, and generation.
Well said. Well said. I think this last section I want to address you to is the whole issue of how the church can function. It's very dear to us at National Action Network, how the church can function to foster justice in our society, and what empowers, brethren, the church to be social justice driven. Is it something we're tacking on? Is it something we add on? Or is it essential to what the church is? So I just want you to, because I think in the context of National Action Network this week, we always say the black church is our partner, but do we really believe it? And if we can't, and if we believe it, can we defend it? And so I want to turn that issue over to you all.
I don't think you can see social justice as a tack on if you're reading the Bible properly.
All right.
If you're reading the Bible properly, then social justice is embedded in the authentic identity of who your church is. I think we have got to foster partnerships with the parachurch, with organizations like the National Action Network. We have to partner without worrying about who's going to get the credit. So partnerships and collaboration, I think, is very important if we're really going to practice biblical justice that is rooted in liberation. Those partnerships outside the church. So not just a political action ministry in your church, but partnering with agencies outside the church that are also engaged in the fight.
Bishop McKissick said it best. There's nothing more to add to that. He hit the nail right on the head.
Okay.
There is, to me, a difference between the black church surviving an era of Trump and shaping an era of Trump. And I believe that social justice is so important to where we stand today, because every generation of black people has faced some type of opposition. And because of that, we have always learned how to shape our own pilot. And I think we have, in this generation, have lost that. So I think bringing back, because some of us have lost it, bringing back social justice in this era is very important, along with partnering with others who are already in the fight, because we don't want to go against what's already being done, the progress that's already being done. But I do believe that if we work together and not forgetting that we are still in a constant battle, we're still in a generational movement of fighting against oppressors that look like they're our friend, but really our foe. It's important for us to understand that social justice is still the heartbeat, because there would not be a black church if it wasn't for opposition against us.
That's right.
Dr. Richardson, let me say this.
Yeah.
I think we must always remember on Sunday morning, the black church and the black preacher has the most captive audience. Absolutely. We have a great gathering of people and a great gathering of resources. So each Sunday we get a chance to awaken the spirit and the consciousness. And the black preacher has a way of lifting that prophetic imagination of what God is calling us to be, just not what's happening to us, but what's happening to the church in the world.
Let me say,
Doc, you said something in the luncheon that I think is important to this. You talked about the National Action Network and how our monies don't come federally. And so because of that, our voice is unbought and unbossed. Mm-hmm. I think that's important as well, that you can't get in bed with Trump or the government. Let me just go beyond Trump, because I got a jackass as the governor in the state of Florida. You can't get in bed with that and then think that you can practice prophetic witness. So you can't just have a prophetic voice, you got to have a prophetic spine and not get in bed and need their monies so they can then silence your voice.
God Almighty. God Almighty. Building on what you just said, in Trump 2.0, which is in where we are now, the political climate, what is the responsibility, as you see it, of the black church? Is it silent strategy or confrontation? Silent strategy or confrontation? I just use those as adjectives to describe what it might be, but I want you to lead the conversation right now. What ought we be doing, and do you have authority for what you say we ought to be doing?
I think the Bible again. I think when you look at Jesus, Jesus was a disruptor of empire. When you look at everything from his message to his crucifixion, even down to Pentecost, everything was a confrontational statement against the oppressive nature of the empire. So that if we're going to practice the Bible, it has to be confrontational. And it has to be disruptive, because the powers that be can ignore silence, but they cannot ignore confrontation.
That's right.
No. Go ahead.
I think it should be both confrontation and strategic. We have to be strategic in how we attack what's attacking us. And if we don't have a plan collectively to strategically combat what is coming after us, then we're just loud and wrong. And too many times we are loud without a plan of action. So I think if we understand the plan of action through strategic planning, then we can be combative in a realistic way that answers the needs of our community and not just speaking to be heard.
Confront, confront, confront. Let's not make Jesus docile.
Yeah. Right.
Confront. Jesus showed up and he flipped over tables. And the church can't be afraid to do some flipping over tables, and every now and then someone ought to be trying to run us out of town.
I'm sorry that I have to bring this to close, because there's another scheduled activity, and we're over time, they say, we're over time. But let's conclude with the idea that the church has got to confront, so that we can bring equality and justice and be faithful to Jesus Christ. Thank you for joining us in this conversation. Thank my colleagues for joining at this table.
Connection and inspiration. What a powerful panel. And the moment continues. Join us now in the lobby for a special book signing with Reverend Dr. Franklin W.R. Richardson, featuring his inspiring book, Never Lost. A trusted voice of faith, leadership, and truth, Reverend Richardson is connecting personally and signing copies for guests. Make your way over, secure your copy of Never Lost, and carry this powerful message with you. It is more than a book signing. It is a moment of purpose, connection, and inspiration.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reverend Kimberly Williams, CEO of Choose Healthy Life.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to begin, I'll wait. Good afternoon. I want to begin by thanking Reverend Al Sharpton, the president of NAN, who also serves as the co-chair of Choose Healthy Life's Clergy Council. I also want to thank the National Action Network for once again making space for this conversation. Year after year, NAN brings together the voices that refuse to let the health of our communities be an afterthought, and we're grateful to be here. I am Reverend Kimberly Williams, and I am the president and CEO of Choose Healthy Life. Thank you. For those of you who may be meeting us for the first time, Choose Healthy Life is a national nonprofit that funds and partners with Black churches to improve health in communities that have been overlooked for far too long. Our model is built on trust, and we elevate the value of both faith and science to inform our work of health and wellness. We also train health navigators, people who are already known and trusted in our congregations to connect their neighbors to care. We partner with clergy in each church to bring the community events right at their church where free health services are provided. Since 2022, we have reached over 1.1 million people through screenings for social determinants of health, connected more than 52,000 individuals to disease management programs, and provided free comprehensive health screenings to more than 35,000 people. But we're not here today simply to celebrate numbers. We're here because these numbers tell a story. The title of this panel is Health in Crisis, Confronting the Truth and the Fierce Urgency of Now. We chose these words deliberately. The truth is that the Black community continues to bear a disproportionate burden of chronic disease, limited access, and systemic neglect. And the urgency is that the window to act is now getting wider. It needs to get more narrow. Today, you're going to hear from voices across this work: clinicians, corporate partners, state government, community advocates, clergy, and people who carry their own health stories. This is a personal conversation, and it is long overdue. And let me leave you with this before we begin. We cannot afford to normalize what is killing us. We cannot afford to delay what we already know how to do. And we cannot afford to walk away from this moment unchanged. Because the urgency of now is not theoretical, it is present. It is in our communities, in our families, and in the decisions we make from this point forward. The Bible reminds us in James, the 14th chapter and the 17th verse, to him that knows to do good and does not do it, to him it is sin. We know too much to remain passive. We see too clearly to stay silent, and we have been entrusted with too much to do nothing. So today is not just a conversation, it is a charge to act, to advocate, and to align our resources, our influence, and our responsibility with the health and dignity of our people now. And with that, I am honored to introduce to some, but to present to others, Reverend Jacques DeGraff, our senior advisor at Choose Healthy Life, who will guide us through this amazing panel today. Thank you.
Get ready. Get ready. The old folks used to say there's a storm out on the ocean and it's headed this old way, and if your soul's not ready and anchored in Jesus, you will surely drift away. There's a storm coming to our communities, and the midterms won't be able to just solve them by themselves, because after the midterms, they're cutting food stamps, they're cutting Medicaid, and so we got a storm team right here, some storm warriors to help us to conquer the storm as they take their places on the dais. These are an all-star delegation of fighters and warriors. Each one is the Donnie McClurkin of whatever they do. If you please be seated, I'm going to introduce them to you, and then we're going to hear from each one of them. But before we go any further, please stand. Please stand. If we're going to be healthy, if we're going to be in a fight, we can't just be in a silo. We've got to be in unity. You see, the name of this organization is the National Action Network. And if we're going to be about action, we have to be about one another. So we're asking you to turn to someone who you didn't come in with, someone you might have just met. Look them in the eye in a National Action Network kind of way and say, I'm so glad you're here. And as you're seated, you should start to feel the power. We didn't come here to watch panels. We came here to get connected to the power. Because when we leave this place on Saturday, we have a work to do. And so we want to introduce you to the voices that you'll be hearing. And the first voice is a voice that is the voice of a giant. Deborah Fraser Howes is not new to the struggle. Deborah Fraser Howes has been a champion on behalf of our people way back when we were fighting HIV/AIDS. And they were giving us junk science and trying to cut off funds from our community. But Deborah Fraser Howes stood tall then. And then when the fight came around COVID, she came out of retirement and came to the battlefield. But here's what real giants do. They get other giants. And so Deborah Fraser Howes formed Choose Healthy Life, and you're going to be hearing from her and her vision. But let's give her a National Action Network kind of salute. Welcome. His name is synonymous with excellence. You already know him by the works he's done and the career he's established, but he's never forgotten our community. Would you welcome in a special way the icon, Pastor Donnie McClurkin. Dr. Melissa Clark is one of us. She's the president of the BHE group, but she's also on Choose Healthy Life's Medical Advisory Board, and she's the Dean of Education. And that's a mouthful to say that she teaches people in our communities how to be empowered to deal with the health challenges in our community. Would you feel welcome Dr. Melissa Clark? Now, the Executive Deputy Commissioner of the New York State Department of Health is quite a title. But Joanne Moore is not here because of her title. She's here because of her heart. She has stood on the battlefield and fought the fight to keep doors open and provide access in the health situations in our communities for decades, and she's here today, Dr. Joanne Moore. You've heard the expression, a tree grows in Brooklyn. Well, we got a mighty oak tree here today. They're known as Davinia Bailey. We call her D. Bailey, and she's the Chief Operating Officer for the African American Clergy and Elected Officials Council. But she's much more than that. She's our pillar, D. Bailey. A lot of folk run away when the storm hits. A lot of people are with you on good times. People are with you on Easter Sunday, but to get to Easter Sunday, you got to go through Good Friday. And so we have a Good Friday friend right here from, of all places, Walmart. You remember after George Floyd, a lot of corporations made a lot of commitments, and then there was an election and the orange one got in, and then the commitment seemed to walk out the door. But Walmart has stood with us and stood tall, and all the way from Florida to be here today, we want you to welcome Donovan Martin. And last but not least, and this is hot off the press, it's called the Preachers, it has a fancy title, the MLK School of Preachers, but it's really the Black Preachers Hall of Fame. And he was just inducted into it, the pastor of Cornerstone Baptist Church and the New York clergy leader, the Reverend Dr. Lawrence Aker. The doctor's on its way. Are you ready? Okay, they're ready, but are you ready? Okay, now, this is an interactive moment. That means that you just can't sit and listen to us. We're going to be providing information, we're going to be providing inspiration, but you got to provide the work. And so it's interactive in our tradition. Is that all right? Is that all right? Then sit in your tent doors and be prepared for some kind of special. Deborah Fraser Howes has been called to this ministry. How do I know? Because part of the story that you don't know when you hear about it is that she had 2 strokes and a heart attack. And then whenever you see these words in your Bible, you better get ready. But God. And so in that moment, God stepped in and touched her and said, not yet, because you've got work to do. Would you put your hands together for the vision, the leader, the giant, Deborah Fraser House.
Thank you so much, brothers and sisters, and thank you, Reverend DeGraff. I'm not supposed to be here. When they airlifted me from my home to another hospital, some ways away in a helicopter, they told me I had 8 minutes and my outcome would be very different if I didn't make it. And the doctor that went in and operated on me was about to leave. And the president of the hospital asked him to stay. He said, there's a 70-year-old woman on the way by flight, and the clot in her brain is so deep that you're the only one that knows the procedure to get it out. Judging from her x-rays, she's got about 8 minutes. If we don't get it out, she's going to be a vegetable. And he said that he was supposed to be meeting his mother to take her somewhere, but he said, all right, I'll wait for her. He came upstairs on the roof as the helicopter landed, and as they were taking me in and started to rip off the sheets and clothes, he looked at me, he said, and he noticed that my fingernails and my toenails were the same color. I try to keep myself together as much as possible, because I happen to think I'm cute. You know, when you was coming up and the girls used to say, she thinks she cute. I got 2 girls, and I used to tell them, when the girls tell you, you think you cute, tell them I am. That's the response for that. But I also remember that my grandmother used to say, always wear clean underwear, because you never know when you're going to get hit by a bus. And if you get hit by a bus and you have to go to the hospital, they'll take care of you differently if you got clean underwear. That's the truth. And he looked at my nails, and he saw that my nails and my toenails was the same color. And I had a little jewelry on my ankle. And he said, this woman takes care of herself. 70 years old or not, she's a little polished. So I'm going to try to do this operation. And although the people around him were saying, she's 70, doctor, it's going to be rough, I wouldn't chance it. He said, I'm from New York. She's from New York. I think she can take it. And he went into my brain and sucked out this clot all the way in the back of my brain, through my groin, all the way in my head. And when he got that clot out, I opened my eyes and I looked at him and I said, God, you good looking. Do you have a wife? Because I got some friends that could use a good husband that got a good job like yours. He cracks up to this day about that, and he loves me dearly. Since then, we've been good friends. I got him hooked up with politicians that I know in the community, and he's going to be my forever friend, Dr. Nasir. I tell you those things because those are little tidbits I wanted you to know, because I held on to those understandings because Those little things went through my mind, the clean underwear, the taking care of myself, the nail polish, all of those little things ran through my mind. I was dying. And the little things I had to hold on to, because when I woke up and I realized I couldn't walk or talk or move, the last thing I said was, God help me. Jesus save me. I remember those were my words. And then all of a sudden, grace stepped in. And I remember that I knew that I live in a house that has an upstairs and a downstairs, and I couldn't get downstairs, and nobody was there to help me. And Grace told me to wrap myself in a blanket and slide down the stairs so that you could unlock the door so you could call 911 and let the ambulance in. And I did, and the last thing I saw was these men with wings on their jacket. Those were the guys that came to take me in the helicopter. Grace stepped in because I cried out to Jesus. And Grace was there because Grace had been walking with me for a while, because it was Grace that I carried every day that had my nails done and my hair done and my underwear was clean. It was Grace that keeps me together on a daily basis. It was Grace that was making me think I was cute. And Grace is going to keep you together if you just hold on to Grace and hold on to Jesus and know that it's going to be all right. So something is going on right now in this world where Grace is sitting back waiting for you to call on her, to say, open the door and call on Jesus so Grace can step in and save your life, because there's some man in the White House that's already said that he's going to destroy an entire nation of people. And if he could do that without any frame of thought, there's no grace in what he's saying about these people didn't do nothing to him. And he's saying that he's going to annihilate them, women and children. What will he do to you? Anything. You need grace, and you need Jesus to keep you alive. How many of you have had a health problem in recent years? How many of you have woke up sore, can't walk or can't talk, or have seen your parents and suffering, or your children or yourselves, and aches and pains, and want to get out of it? You got to choose healthy life. Get it together. Know that you're too cute to be sick. They're trying to send me back to physical therapy. I don't want to go to physical therapy. I want to go to Pilates, because when I get out of this, I want at least my body to be cute. I don't want to just know how to walk again. I want to know how to do the boogaloo and keep it together. And I want you to keep it together. Grace stepped in and gave me Choose Healthy Life. And I'm going to end with this. I didn't need ChatGPT to help me to write Choose Healthy Life. God was my ChatGPT. God came in with grace and told me what to do. The same way he came in with grace and told me how to write a program, right, D? The National Black Leadership Commission on AIDS, and how to help my people with AIDS. And why do I do it? I do it every time because you're worth it. There's nothing wrong with you. You are the best and the most beautiful people in the world. Keep your nails painted and come on and tell the world how cute you are. And that's why you're going to stay alive. Choose healthy life. I love you all.
We wanted Deborah to go first because we wanted you to hear from authentic leadership. That voice, that vision, that backbone has advised 2 presidents and confronted the medical community and changed public policy while raising over $50 million on behalf of our community. That's that voice. And so we wanted to have this conversation today with some fighters who have won fights, who have been in battles, and who are saying, we believe in prayer, but at the end of prayer, you need to get off your knees and stand up and do this. Take some action. And that's why we're here today. And before we go any further, I want to acknowledge there are pastors from Choose Healthy Life sitting amongst you. Would you please stand so that they might be recognized? I see the New Jersey clergy leader and the First Lady, Reverend David Jefferson. Is that Dr. Waterman from Brooklyn? But we're delighted that, and Sister Daughtry from the Kings County and the House of Prayer. We're delighted that these icons are with us. As we go now to talk about policy, we're going to go to state and government policy. Commissioner, we want to ask you, what are the significant things that are happening right now in New York that we should be aware of and support?
All right, can you hear me? Yes, you can. I can hear me. So first, let me start by saying, what a privilege to be here to join all of you and to join all of my colleagues here at the table. My thanks to the Reverend Al Sharpton, to the National Action Network, and of course to Choose Healthy Life for creating a space where we can even have these conversations, right? And be surrounded by other people who understand what it is we're saying, why we're saying it, and who we're saying it on behalf of. So thank you for letting me be part. So the state of New York. The state of New York. We are in unprecedented times. All of us are in unprecedented times. But one thing we have about the fact that we're New Yorkers is that we have a long, long history of resilience, of persistence, and of faith. And so with the administration, with the governor, Kathy Hochul, with all of us who do collective work to try to make sure that we're creating a space that truly is honoring our communities, it takes intention. So when we talk about intention, we talk about what influences the state, what influences the decisions that we make, where the money goes, what services are available, and how we deal with the challenges of unprecedented federal government. We go to the community. We go to people with lived experience to understand what the experience is, what it is people need, because people don't need us as government officials to tell them what is needed. We need the community to tell us what we need to do. We need to find the opportunities to provide funding with stipulations that are not created through bureaucracy, but stipulations and expectations that are set by community. And we need to utilize the data. There's nothing worse than any of us providing input about our own lives, our own health, our own experiences, and never seeing what's done with that information, right? It's like all those pictures I take on my phone. They sit in my phone. I don't know why I take pictures, right? And all of you know what I'm talking about. You have thousands of pictures on your phone, and you can never find the one you're looking for. But what I want to say is that data for the sake of data is not the goal. Data for the sake of providing competent, effective, quality care has to be the goal. And that is how we work to help ensure that everyone is choosing a healthy life. The other thing I want to say about data is that it is very important that you never accept data at face value. Always ask the questions, because the data will often say, oh, we had a great impact here. But what the data up front might not say to you is that we had a great impact with one area of the community, not within the Black community, not within the Hispanic community, not within an indigenous community. And that's a distinction that we have to look for. It is not enough to say we made a difference. We have to understand who we made a difference for. So what are some of the things that we're doing? It's all in the media, so I know you know, but the federal government has all eyes as it relates to our empowerment services, our Medicaid services, our New York State of Health, the opportunities that individuals who have a lower socioeconomic opportunity to have health insurance is under attack. So what we do, we make sure that we continue to find every viable way to ensure that people have insurance, because insurance is a point of access. Second, we work to make sure that we're addressing the social determinants of health. Because if people don't have food, if people don't have a house, if people don't have a safe space to sit, then they're not going to come for health care, except when there's a crisis. We want to prevent disease. We don't want to react to disease. There's opportunity here, and the government recognizes that. Lastly, if I wanted to talk specifically in the few minutes left that I have, when we look at specific prevention opportunities, these examples I want to share are based on input from the community. When we went into the communities and we worked on lead registry, because we knew that young people, that children were being impacted by lead within their house, within their apartments. We created a lead registry so that we could identify where that was, set expectation on these owners of land and businesses, and set expectations so we can reduce the risk of an impact to young people's neurological development. We created air quality studies because we know that there are parts of New York State in which air quality is absolutely impacting people's lives. We created, and we continue to advance, harm reduction, so that people don't have to be judged for where they are in life, but we accept where people are and we work with them where they're at. And recognizing next week is Black Maternal Health Week, a week of recognition for all we do. We spent significant funding on doulas so that we can decrease maternal mortality. These are just a few examples that have been developed as a result of people who came to the table and gave us the information we needed to have impact. I'm proud to be a part of the state. I'm proud to join all of you. And most importantly, I'm proud to be part of a community in a state that is not willing to accept this existing status quo. Thank you.
Dr. Melissa Clark wears a lot of hats. She deals with knowledge, and in public policy, they talk about data. And so we turn to her to present data to us, and we want to ask her this question. What does the data tell you about where we are now, and what information, what situation should we be alarmed about?
Well, I want to thank Choose Healthy Life and National Action Network for convening this crucial panel and giving me a chance to be up here with these wonderful participants and giants. It's really impossible to talk about the data without really calling out the fact that we are in heavy times. And I think the table has been set already, but just to say that the Medicaid cuts and the Affordable Care Act cuts and the work requirements in Medicaid are conspiring to make sure that fewer people have health insurance. And as my colleague said, that is a point of access to the healthcare system. And Black and brown communities are the ones that are going to be hit the hardest with that. At the same time, we're also dealing with confusion as well as contradiction from institutions that we once trusted when it comes to vaccines and how to deal with measles outbreaks and nutrition even. And all this is happening against a backdrop of economic instability and global conflict. So when we look at Black health data, let's be clear that these conditions are not separate from health, they drive it. So if we start with what we already know, which we're at the risk of becoming numb to it because we may have heard it so often, how many of you have heard the saying that when America catches a cold, show of hands, Black America gets pneumonia? That's right. That's right. Well, the data still reflects that. Black Americans are nearly twice as likely to get diabetes and die from it. Black men have the highest cancer death rates of any racial or ethnic group. We know about Black maternal health that we have 3 times more likely pregnancy-related complications and deaths for Black women compared to white women, regardless of income and education. And even when we start off life, Black babies are more than twice as likely to die before their first birthday. And if you're not already alarmed by all of this, Black children aged 5 to 12 are twice as likely to die by suicide as their white peers. When disparities show up at every stage of life from birth to adulthood, this tells us something that is undeniable. It's not about individual behavior, it's about the systems that are producing unequal outcomes predictably. Reverend Howard John Wesley just said, it's because the road is crooked. So the crooked road points to the reasons for the crookedness: racism and structural inequality. Racism isn't abstract. Racism is the 300,000 black women who have lost their jobs this year, or in the past year. And as we know, it's very hard if you've lost your job or you don't have a job to provide for yourself or your family. Everything becomes harder when it comes to health, when that's the situation. So chronic exposure to discrimination and economic barriers, microaggressions, these keep our body in a constant state of fight or flight. Our body is flooded with stress hormones, and therefore our bodies can't heal. And that's on top of under-resourced clinics, subpar hospitals in our community, and providers that often dismiss us or treat us inadequately or inappropriately. So all these things are alarming, but I think what we should be most alarmed about is the direction that we're heading in because of the things that I mentioned up front. At a time where we need more access, more clarity, more opportunity, we're facing more barriers, more confusion, and more instability. But I don't want to leave you in a place of despair, because it sounded like a lot of doom and gloom, I know. But I want us to remember that there's power in what we can do. So I want to close with two truths that our ancestors knew, our ancestors that survived to make sure that we would be here today. The first is that health is resistance. The same study, there was a study that showed that black men, when they internalize negative stereotypes about race, about themselves, and have a negative self-image, they have higher rates of cancer, diabetes, stroke, premature aging. But that same study found that black men who did not internalize the negative stereotypes had a positive self-image didn't experience that same level of chronic disease and premature aging. So taking care of ourselves, both our mental health and our physical health, at times like this is not selfish, it's survival. It's resistance. So when that oxygen mask falls down, who are you supposed to put it on first? There you go. The next thing, and the second thing that I want to leave you with is health empowerment is a collective activity, and it's political. Coalitions like Choose Healthy Life are leveraging the Black church to improve access to care and better health outcomes collectively. But we also have to show up politically because we have to vote. We have to demand policies that make health possible: economic investment in our communities, universal health care, climate justice, and pathways to have a more diverse healthcare workforce. I just want to close by noting that April is National Minority Health Month. But just like Black History Month, we don't have the luxury of only focusing on this fight in a month. The fierce urgency of health is now, as you have heard. And so this is a 52-week, 7 days, 365, all of that fight. And I want to just leave you with, we as a people both deserve and need to demand to be healthy. Thank you.
That's right.
Dr. D. Bailey, you stand at the intersection of faith leadership and elected officials. You've been an advocate for community organizations and labor all throughout your years of service to our community. But you have a testimony, and we want to hear your testimony, but in the context of what should our communities do to stand up for our own health?
Thank you so much, Reverend Jack. let me just first pause to make sure I salute my only boss I've ever called boss, Deborah Fraser Howells. And why I say that is because I've only had to interview for one job in my life, and that was to come work for the National Black Leadership Commission on AIDS. And it wasn't an interview, it was a lunchtime. It was two sisters sitting down talking about what can we do to save lives in the community. So that's where I come from. As Reverend Jock told you, I was a union rep for 22 years for the almighty United Auto Workers. But my job as a young black woman was to make sure young black workers understood that they had a place of power. So when I got into healthcare and I started talking about what we needed to do, it was Dr. Sweeney, Dr. Monica Sweeney, who told me, Dee, I'm going to send you to school because this HIV and AIDS epidemic is totally out of control, and they're not doing what they need to do for black people because they didn't believe, we didn't believe, clergy didn't believe that black people were dying from this disease that they had associated with white folks. And I'm just going to put it right on out there. So we went to work, and we did what we needed to do. And we buried a lot of people, but we saved a lot of people. Now, all of a sudden, with all my work and working with the elected officials and getting it all done, guess who got sick? Me. Me, who have talked to families and told them, don't be afraid, go to your doctors, make sure you share with your family what's going on with you, get the help. Me, who thought I was the strongest person in the world, I still do, thank the Lord. But me, I got diagnosed with my heart first. I had a triple bypass. And they told me, Dee, you survived that, that's very good. But while they were doing the heart, what they were really concerned about is I needed a kidney at the time. And so the cardiologist called himself giving me clearance to get my kidney. And upon laying on that table, he said, do you have your family in the waiting room? And I said, for what? And he said, oh, I've got to talk to them. I told him, no, you got to talk to me. And sure enough, they had me on the operating table that night to give me a triple bypass. But lo and behold, God, they told me, oh, Dee, this is going to push back that kidney situation. And I don't know, this kidney is in very bad shape. The other one's gone. But this one is holding on by a thread. We don't know what's going to happen. I said, well, how long do I have to wait? They said, well, your heart's got to heal. I said, my heart's got to heal? He said, no, so we can't do anything before 9, 10 months at the earliest. God had it that I was on the table 4 months after having heart surgery, replacing my donated kidney from my son. And I was very sick woman. And I laid there in that room, and a lot of things were going on. I won't go into detail, but they had the crash cart over there, and they're telling me the machines are not working. She's not going to make it. And I told them, get my pastor on the phone. And they said, what is she saying? I said, I need to talk to my pastor, please. And they brought me the phone, and Reverend Dr. Robert Waterman was on the other end of that phone. And the first thing he told me, don't worry. And sure enough, he prayed. And I will tell you, 20 minutes later, they were like, oh, get her room ready. We're going to send her on up. She's going to be fine. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you that you have to believe that you're going to be well. You have to decide, I'm going to live. And with God on my side, I'm going to be all right. You can't pray to God and still worry. You can't sit up here and tell people, oh, I missed my doctor's appointment, but I'll go next week. No, you can't. You asked for the help. You asked to be cured, and look what you did. And I'll tell you the truth. I'm a very proud woman standing here 6 feet tall. Because I tell you, not everybody, and I'm not bragging, but I'm going to brag a little bit, because I had him this morning. Not everybody can get the leader of the Democratic Party to shut the hospital down to come hold my hand to make sure I knew that my community was behind me. Not everybody this morning can have the entire New York State leadership, including the controller and everybody else, come and talk about the work that we've done with HIV and AIDS. Not everybody can have all of you sitting in this audience way after 4, almost 5 o'clock, after your long day, can sit here and hear our testimonies. But it's only us who believe in each other. It's only us who believe that God will take care of you. Thank you.
And I would like Reverend Dr. Robert Waterman to stand. The power of prayer.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
You know, we see Walmart in communities across the country, and most people are concerned with what's on the shelves and what happens at the cash register, but there's more to Walmart than that. They have a director of market health and wellness, because they deal with pharmacies and they deal with prescriptions and they deal with a variety of things because they're Walmart. And the brother who's that director is with us today. He got on a plane from Florida, came up, bought a ticket, because you know what it's like at the airports nowadays. So his flight is in just a little bit, but we held up the plane so that he could bring some information to you. And the question for our brother Donovan Martin is this: what's the role of the private sector? We spend a lot of money with Walmart, and we want to know, what is Walmart doing, and what are your thoughts about the role of the private sector in the health of our community?
All right, well, it's interesting because Florida is a lot like New York, right? When it comes down to providers. And I say that to say this: when I got on Google before I got on the stage here, I found that there were dozens of providers within 5 to 10 miles, even specialists that I could go see. But that's not the case around the US. There are cities, there are counties, there are states that are struggling with healthcare. There are areas that have just one hospital or one clinic that's caring for the entire community. At Walmart, we're trying to increase access to care. We have 4,600 stores, and 4,000 of those stores are in underserved areas with limited providers. And pharmacists, I'm a pharmacist by trade. I'm one of those providers that help bridge that gap to care. We do that through counseling, medication adherence, talking through lifestyle modifications, and even the services that we offer in store. Immunizations, we can even do test to treat in 20 states, where you can be swabbed for strep throat, you can be swabbed for flu, and you can actually be treated right there in store without having to find an urgent care or a hospital. We're also open 7 days a week. We're open. When you're up, we're up, right? And that's the bigger component of having access to care. It's not limited through Monday through Friday. Affordability. Walmart's really prized on increasing the affordability of things. And I'm gonna apologize in advance because I know my mother is going to hear this broadcast. And the first thing that she's gonna ask me is, why are you putting everybody in my business? So I'm sorry, Mom, I love you. Bear with me. But growing up, I've seen it firsthand in my own household that a decision had to be made when it came down to healthcare. I've watched her pick between medicines, and many of us have people that we know that do the same thing. I have blood pressure medicine, diabetes medicine, cholesterol medicine, but I have just enough for one and not all of them. So the culture here at Walmart is that we're prized on everyday low cost. That's not just on medicines. That's everything that's in the store from the moment that you walk in the building. That's food. That helps with having healthy eating options. That's the OTC medicines and the health and beauty items that we run in and grab whenever we're not feeling well. But primarily it's for prescriptions. We have $4 and $10 generics. Not only can I get the medicine that I need, I can get it for 3 months for the same cost of another place for 1 month. Vision centers. We have vision centers where you can get full glasses for $39. That's unheard of in other places. And I really wanted to emphasize that having what you need is what increases your overall health. Walmart's prides on increasing convenience. We reduce barriers here, and I've seen it firsthand. And when we talk about barriers, most people think it's money. It's not money. It's time. It's location. And honestly, you've heard it time and time again throughout some of the panelists. It's trust. With time, we have the hours that we're open so that you can make it there after work. You can make it there on a weekend, and you could see a healthcare provider like me. And I can talk you through what's bothering you and guide you personally. For location, in almost every state, there's a Walmart within 5 miles of someone's house. But that's not the case in some of these other states, and I've seen that as well. So how do you combat that? We have telehealth services built in through our network where you can use your phone, you can use your computer, and you can still see a provider. We have RX delivery services now where your prescription can get delivered to your door. And I have a 3-year-old son. I'll tell you, the last thing that I want to do is put him in the car when he's sick and miserable and drive to a store and wait in a lobby for a prescription when it can be dropped off at my house. Amen. Trust. I believe that trust is built face to face. When you go and talk to somebody and you tell them what's going on with you and they make a recommendation and they check up on you and they want to see if you're actually doing good, they call you, they follow up with you. That's how trust starts. Face to face, in person, with somebody like me in my community. The average person sees their pharmacist 4 times as much as they see their regular doctor. Mm-hmm. So keep that in mind when you're in the store. It's not some box in the corner. It's somebody that genuinely cares about your health. But you have to give them the opportunity to. I do want to close out by saying where you live shouldn't determine the quality or the access to the health care that you need. But I also want to say it's our responsibility at Walmart to make sure that we're increasing access, increasing affordability, and increasing the convenience to care. Thank you.
Donovan, go get your plane.
Sorry, I have to run out, but thank you all so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Choose Healthy Life is, in addition to New York, is in Atlanta, Newark, Detroit, and Washington, D.C. But the state of New York has 30 Choose Healthy Life churches. And the clergy leader in New York is some kind of special. He's the Reverend Doctor. I made him doctor today. He'll be a doctor in a few months. But Reverend Dr. Lawrence Aker from Cornerstone Baptist Church. He makes history every day. And our question is, my brother, what role should the black church play now in dealing with this health crisis in our communities? What is Choose Healthy Life doing, and what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Eagle Rev. Good afternoon, everyone. And let me just say I'm honored to be on the dream team of Deborah Fraser Howes. What a privilege. But to answer your question, the response of the black church, and it really deals with our theme, this prophetic mantle, the fierce urgency of now. If you think about it, this was a speech from Dr. King in 1963. So 63 years ago, he was saying it's urgent that we deal with the matters of racism and social justice. And so here we are 63 years later, still talking about the fierce urgency of now. And so it has historical overtones, because we know what has been done with black bodies in the United States. Amen? Harriet Washington has written a book entitled Medical Apartheid, and she looks at the history from colonial times to even now, as we see from the Tuskegee experiment to bad water to all of the landfills and landmines. We know how black bodies are treated. And so CHL, Choose Healthy Life, gives us a chance to attack that fierce urgency of now. But even in a more practical manner, one of our stellar moments and programs is the Blueprint for Wellness, the BFW. And that allows you to get a full medical comprehensive look at your body. And it's almost $1,000 worth of medical work that you can have done, and the cost is $0. And so we have 30 churches in the state of New York. You can sign up for a BFW, and they will give you a report, a booklet that you can take to your personal physician. I'm taking my booklet. I've done it for the past few years. I'm taking it to my physician, and I'm going to review it, and it is invaluable. And so I want to encourage you, get your BFW done with us. But then lastly, the response of the black church, we have a prophetic mantle that we are ensuing with this movement. And one of the things that I always suggest is that everyone here today, that you leave here today building a shed, S-H-E-D, a shed. S stands for sleep, sleep for your brain. While we rest, antitoxins are washed out of our brains, and it gives us a clear view. Have you ever heard that phrase, sleep on it? You'll feel better in the morning. That's because our brain is being washed while we sleep. And so get proper sleep. But then also the H stands for hobby. Get a hobby for your heart. You know that people who have hobbies, they're not having any trouble with someone else's success or someone else's life because they have a personal hobby for themselves. So they're able to mind their own black business. So if you have a hobby, it will help. The E stands for exercise. If you walk 30 minutes a day, if you do cardio, if you do my hobby, my exercise is kickboxing. Find something that allows you to work your muscles, to get stronger, and to make sure that you are still, because remember, motion is the best lotion. And if you're moving, if you're exercising, if you're stretching, and set a timer, and there are apps that you can get, so exercise for your body. And the last thing, the D stands for a divinity for your soul. And that's where the black church comes in once again, because the black church, as Richard Wright said, is where black bodies come to be refreshed in the cool, refreshing springs of hope. And so the black church is a spiritual spa. Jesus said, I came that you might have life. I got some Bible readers in the house. And have it more what? Abundantly. John 10 and 10. John 10 and 10. Remember, 10 wins. And you memorize that verse, actualize it, put it into practice. Because in summation and closing, listen, we don't want to shout about heaven and then remain silent about things that are killing people on earth. And so be a part, join a Choose Healthy Life church, find one. We have 30 in the state of New York because we want you to choose healthy life.
Madam President, with Kimberly Williams, will you please join us back on stage? And I want to give a special shout out to the Choose Healthy Life team. I see all the Yolanda, Ron, Tico, Nick Mancuso, any other, would you stand? These are the folks who make it happen. There are other members of the team. But this is an everyday, 365-day a year endeavor, and you should know the people who make this special. I've asked Reverend Williams to come back only because after we're going to take a picture, but she's been providing leadership. And here's something that this is a point of personal privilege, because, you know, we have a problem in our community with transition. We go through all kinds of changes trying to pass the baton. But right here, the baton was passed from one generation to the next. And there was no gossip, there was no rumors, there was no fight, there was no backbiting. And we have to get better at it. Coretta King talked about the Atlanta Olympics, where the women's Olympic team in 1992, each of the 4 runners were gold medalists and world records holders. But we failed to win the gold because they dropped the baton. Don't take it for granted. You know, in your church, your fraternity, your club, we have problems passing the baton. But at Choose Healthy Life, you have an example here. Why? Because this is a situation of life and death. Our closing speaker is familiar with life's struggles because he's the pastor of Perfecting Faith Church. Maybe you don't know the church, but you know him. He's been a voice, he's been an icon, he's been a light. The expression in the church is, this little light of mine. Well,
That's
Donnie
right.
McClurkin's light has been shining and illuminating and lifting and loving for decades now, and we want to show him some love. And we're going to ask him a question that, based on all that you've been through, what is your thoughts? What are your feelings about the health of black folk? And what should we be doing, and what lessons have you learned along the way? But before he speaks, could we show him some love?
Yeah.
Could we show him that we appreciate the road, the journey, the gifts? We want to say thank you, Donnie. Thank you for everything. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for what you're about to do. Thank you.
In the book of Deuteronomy 30 and verse 19, God gives an indictment and an opportunity. God says, I call all of heaven to bear witness today. He said, I put before you, behold, I set before you blessings and cursings, life and death. And then he says, choose life so that you and your children can live and prosper. And I want to thank you all for having me as a part of Choose Healthy Life and for the opportunity, because I, like Dr. House, I'm not supposed to be here. On August 18th, I had a massive heart attack and suffered because of congestive heart failure. I am a diabetic. I have chronic kidney disease. And all of the different things that go along with these diagnoses. I'm a man on 13 pills a day. And I got to the point as I had my heart attack at 4 o'clock in the morning and had to crawl to the elevator on the 4th floor and had to reach up to press the button to go down. Crawled on my belly to the front desk and no one was there, and I couldn't breathe like a fish out of water. And faith, which is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Faith in God was so essential. And as I lay there and struggled and finally collapsed and died, they had to defibrillate me and my heart wouldn't continue. They had to do it 4 times just to keep me alive because my heart wouldn't reactivate. And as I lay in a coma for 3 days in a hospital, intubated, tied with my wrist to the bed, and I woke up 3 days later. Please forgive me for being spiritual. And I woke up 3 days later to a voice saying, Donnie, get up from here. And my pastor stood over my bed, Marvin Monin stood over my bed and called me back to life. And it was an absolute God thing.
My God.
Celebrity and all the different accoutrements, or all the different accolades that go along with it means nothing. Because you can be on top of the world and your health be the last thing that you consider. And because of our ignorance, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but ignorance means we ignore signs. We ignore red flags. We ignore things that point to problems that we don't acknowledge until they become so desperate that we suffer based on our ignorance. I was ignorant. I ignored every symptom, everything that showed me signs of sickness. I believe in God. I believe in God. And that's where I ended up. Because God gives us a sense of responsibility. God gives us the responsibility over this thing that we call our body. God gives us the wisdom on how to take care of ourselves if we would just pay attention. And so now on the other side of death, sitting here as a miracle, everything in my life had to change. Everything that I should have changed before is now in place. But what did it take for me to finally come to the point of wisdom? No, hear me, because I'm talking to people right here. I'm talking to people that are watching and people that are in this room. How many of us ignore this thing called our body and burn candles at both ends and drive ourselves into an early grave and have people say swelling words over a coffin? How many preachers have died in the pulpit? How many people have lost their lives that they could have been living a greater life moving forward if we were just paid attention and chose a healthy lifestyle? The church is absolutely overrun with sick people. Amen, Donnie. The church is overrun with sick people with so many ailments and so many different conditions that we just praise God over and sing over and speak in tongues over and still end up in the hospital because we don't utilize our brain and realize that this body is frail. This body is something so complicated, and we've got an opportunity to change that, to shift this thing, and to come to a place where we take care of our bodies and our minds. I will end with this. The Bible says this: beloved, I would above all that you would prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. We don't take that seriously. We quote scriptures, but we don't put them into practice. I can only speak to you from a spiritual sense. All the rest of the dignitaries up here, they've given you statistics, they've given you wisdom. All I can do is tell you point blankly, I'm here by the grace of God. And I take it seriously. I take the rest of my days seriously. If you find yourself with conditions and with pains and with problems, do not overlook them. Sign up with Choose Healthy Life and live. Live longer, live better, live stronger, because you deserve a healthy life, my brother, my sister.
There are 8 people on this panel. 3 of them have told you about heart attacks. We didn't hear about diabetes or high blood pressure, but if there's 3 of the 8, how many are out there who are sitting with conditions, who are sitting with ailments, who are sitting with symptoms based on choices that you made? And now, based on this, we hope that you'll take this information and make some other choices, and take this information and tell somebody. They say in the community, run tell that. Run tell this. Somebody needs to hear what we saw today, what we heard today, what our hearts have felt and our eyes have seen. If everyone would please stand. This panel has been about life and death, and we choose life. And we ask that you would make a personal commitment right now to choose a healthy life, as the pastor has said, and then lift somebody else. And when we do these things, because we're not waiting for the midterms, we're not waiting for the Democrats or the Republicans. we're taking a stand today.
Yes, sir.
We're taking a stand today. We're going to show up and stand up and speak up and choose a healthy life. And when we do these things, that together, the best is yet to come. God bless you and see you next year. If the panel...
Never too much, never too much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying yourselves at the National Action Network's 35th Anniversary Convention. Just a special announcement, in case you have not visited, we have a merchandise table. We have a merchandise table right outside the Metropolitan Ballroom where we are offering some souvenirs from National Action Network's convention. Want you to stop by the table and please view what we have for you. We've got the Black Anniversary shirts that are $35. We've got the red and blue shirts that are $25. Hats, $20. And we've got the hats in red and blue as a shirt bundle for $35. We want you all to stop by the merchandise booth right outside the Metropolitan Ballroom, right outside on the second floor. Please step by and buy your t-shirts, your hats, your merchandise today. And as you are perusing the table, we invite you to join National Action Network. If you are not a member, you can join and be a part of the action. Let's give it up for our models modeling our merchandise for NAN's 35th anniversary. Y'all give it up. Happy 35th anniversary, National Action Network. Stay in the action. Stay involved. Please welcome at this time National Action Network's National Director of the Youth and College Division, Minister Christian Matthews.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let's try to all find our seats, please, and thank you as we are going into the final panel for this evening. Shh. Let's try to find our seats. If you want to talk, go in the hallway. But thank you all for joining us today. I am Christian Matthew. I serve as the National Youth and College President, as well as our House of Justice Headquarters Coordinator. And it is an honor to open up this panel for today. Before we open this panel, first, this panel is called Intervention to Impact, Advancing Community Safety in Our Communities. This is our annual gun violence panel where we will hear from so many leaders in the field of gun violence, in the field of activism, as they come forth. And so to begin, folks that are in this corner, thank you. So before we open up the panel and I call up our panelists, I want us to receive at this time the Honorable Alvin Bragg, who is a very big supporter of gun violence prevention and is doing the work here for the Borough of Manhattan, and he serves as the District Attorney of New York County, Manhattan. Let's receive him at this time with a warm National Action Network welcome.
Good afternoon, Nan. Good afternoon, Nan. I love it. I was here Wednesday morning with all of you and Rev to cut the ribbon, and I've been keeping track of everything that's been going on, and I think this panel is in the spirit of what he opened us up on, what he said we want action, right? Not just talk. So you're going to hear from people who are on the ground working on gun violence in our communities. So I am now the District Attorney of Manhattan. I'm 52 years old. I grew up in the village of Harlem during the height of the crack cocaine epidemic. Harlem, yeah, I love the shout out. And before I was, 20, I had 6 gunpoint incidents, 3 gunpoint stops by the NYPD that were unconstitutional, and 3 that had nothing to do with the police, that were more traditional public safety issues, and I can tell you all 6 were terrifying. And we talked on Wednesday morning about justice and fairness going hand in hand. That's what we try to do every day in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. So I am equally proud of the fact that shootings in Manhattan are down 70% from when I took office. Yeah, we clap for that. And I'm equally proud of that as I am of the fact that we vacated the conviction of Stephen Lopez, who was the 6th person on the Central Park 5 indictment. And they go hand in hand because that community trust that we need to do our work. I had people come up to me after that conviction was vacated and say, I never was going to talk to a prosecutor before, but I'll talk to you now. And we need those folks who are in our community being affected. We need their partnership. So I wanted to just talk briefly about the 3 ways that we've really driven down gun violence in Manhattan. The first is precision prosecution, strategic community engagement, right? So we sit down every day and we look at the very, very small percentage of people in our communities who are driving violence, and we focus on them. And we hold them accountable in a traditional way. So we are a prosecutor. We are doing that. People who are shooting people in Manhattan, I'm unapologetic about that. I say our first civil right is the right to walk to your corner store safely. But at the same time that we do that, we are engaging. You're going to hear from some incredible organizations that are on the ground. So when we bring a case, we want to engage with the local community to provide the resources so we don't just keep on seeing this same movie over and over again. So you're going to hear from people who are on the ground, or crisis intervention specialists, people we work with at the same time we're enforcing. We are also engaging with them, and that in tandem. One without the other is not going to work, but in tandem. So that's the first one. The second one, and we don't talk about this enough in our communities, Reverend Sharpton does, and I'm grateful to him for it. The victims look like you and me. In New York City, the percentage of people who are victims of gun violence who are Black and Latino, 95%. 95%. So this is a racial justice issue as well. So we have invested in my office in our advocates, in our social workers who are engaging with people who have been victims of gun violence, Because we know when we see it, someone who's a victim in January may be a witness in June and maybe a defendant by December. So we're trying to break that cycle with trauma-informed care and intervention. That's the second one. And the third is it's not just us, right? We can do what we're doing here locally, but we have to hold corporate actors accountable. And so we've seen a real uptick in ghost guns. These are unserialized guns with strong gun laws in New York, so people have been trying to get around them. You can print a gun out using a 3D printer. And we found out from some youth that we were engaging with who had ghost guns, well, how'd you get the ghost gun? Well, they were watching Call of Duty on YouTube, and the algorithm pushed them from being kids watching a game to showing kids how to build a gun. So we reached out to YouTube and said, well, I mean, you can't call yourself a engaged actor with us in the community if you don't stop this. And they responded and adjusted their algorithm. We just did something recently with that with 3D printers, encouraging them. We got a couple to agree to just take the technology and say the gun can't print a gun. You can't go home and print counterfeit money. You shouldn't be able to print a gun. And fortunately, we've got some engagement on that. So that's the recipe we've used in New York. Precision prosecution with community engagement, 1. 2, taking care of our victims, and 3, holding corporate systemic accountability actors accountable. And I'll just end with a story that it doesn't always have to be about traditional prosecution, even in the gun space. One of my most, I would say, moving moments as district attorney, it was a boy when he started. He was not 18 yet. He was a man by the time we were finished, but he shot himself in the leg by mistake. So he was going around the city with a gun. He shouldn't do that. Shot himself by mistake, and he wanted to do a problem-solving court. And he had a lot of issues in his life, a lot of issues, anger management, family issues, and he invested the time. And people hear about these problem-solving courts and they think it's easy. It's not easy to do this level of sort of looking into yourself, the anger management, the therapy. It's hard work, and he did that. And he said, well, I want to go see the DA when his case was over. His case was over, and he came and he sat down with me, and he'd gone from being, a 17-year-old boy who had inadvertently shot himself in the leg and had all these issues that he really needed to work on, to being a 19-year-old man who confidently sat down at my desk, and he said, look, I want to thank you for the opportunity to do this a different way. And it had not been for your office and the judge, I would have had a different outfit. I'd have had a jumpsuit, and I'd have had a series of numbers. And then he reached in his pocket, and he said, but because you gave me the opportunity to do this work program, I now have this card with a different set of numbers. And this is his union trade construction card. So we can do this together. We can do it together. We have the recipe, and you're going to hear from a dynamic group of folks, and you may hear some of the ideas I said. We got them from them because we were talking and listening to people and trying to bring it into government. So thank you so much, Dan, for all you do. Let's keep acting, let's keep doing, let's keep working together, and let's keep on stopping the violence in our communities. Thank you so much.
Let's give D.A. Bragg one more really big hand. And we are so glad for the numbers and the statistics that he gave us, because that just shows what this panel is going to be about. The word intervention, where you intervene before something happens in order to prevent it. And so that's why we are so glad for this panel. This is also one of our youth panels, youth-focused panels that we put together, the Youth and College Division. Ashley Sharpton is here. Let's give Ashley a very big hand. And Dominique and all of the leaders of our Youth and College Division and Youth Huddle. So I'm going to get out of the way so that they can get in of the way. And I'm going to introduce our panel as you come out. Please sit at your seat, and let's give them a warm welcome once I'm done reading the names. At this moment, I'm calling to the dais the Honorable William Allen, District Leader of New York, New York, Assembly District 70. Aaliyah Eastman, who is a Parkland survivor and co-founder of Teen Enough, Brandy Organizing Manager. Let's give her a hand as she comes. Rama Issa Ibrahim is the Executive Director of New York Center Anti-Violence Education. And let's give her a hand. Paul S. Smith, who is the Director of Local Officials United, Cities United. Stephanie McGraw, Founder, CEO of We All Really Matter, WARM. Nicole Myers, Director of Programs, Stand Up Against Violence, East Harlem Save. Michael Sean Smith, Managing Director of Community Safety Initiatives, Everytown for Gun Violence Safety. And last but not least, Mr. Greg Jackson, former Deputy Director of the White House Office to Prevent Gun Violence, President of the Rocket Foundation. Let's give all of these great people one big, great hand. And we made a joke in the back with Greg that we've been trying to get him here for a while. And we're so glad that Greg is here with us on today. Let's give all of them one more big, great hand. And to moderate this panel, I'm not moderating, thank the Lord. To moderate this panel, but we have the wonderful, the one and only Kebra, who is the Chief Wellness Officer of Life Camp Inc. Let's give her a big hand as she comes.
Greetings, 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 everyone. Welcome. I'm so grateful to be here. And so first, I just need to get my tools. You know, this panel is about intervention to impact. We all know how to intervene. We even interrupt. But how often do we make impact? And so I've learned that when I want to be impactful, I have to set the tone. And so the first thing I want to do, if we're talking about community, I need to acknowledge the elders in the room. Because one of the reasons that we have so much ill in our community is because we forgot about the traditions that make us a community. So I would like to invite all of those fabulous elders who are 70 years young to stand, please, or raise your hand. And let's give them a round. Yes, yes, okay, thank you. And now I would like to acknowledge, is there anyone between 75 and 80? Ooh, please stand. Wow. And now, is there anyone over the age of 80 but under the young age of 90? Go ahead. You gotta stand. Can you stand up? Can you stand up? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes. Now I just gotta know, are there any 90s in the house? Okay. Well, for the elders in the room, I ask permission for us to begin. I thank you for your presence. I welcome all of you online and in this room. And again, it is about community. And so before we get into the panel, the one other thing that I have to do is that I have to invite you to take a breath with me. Because you know, the breath is something that for every plant, every animal, every person laying in the hospital, anyone who's outside of this room is breathing the same breath. And the breath is the one thing that serves every living being at the same time. So the breath is omnipresent. And without the breath, there is no life. So for us humans, the breath is omnipotent. And you know, when we're stressed and we're dealing with all of the trauma in our communities, they tell us, relax and take a breath, so we can tap into that ancient wisdom to give us guidance. And so what other source of life is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent? So when I ask you to take a breath, do you know what you're breathing in? The breath of life. So I'm going to invite all of you to just sit up straight and take a deep breath in. And open your mouth and release with a sigh of, And now we're going to do it one more time. And this time I want you to breathe in and think of someone that you've lost. And when we exhale, I'm going to ask you to say their name out loud. Take a deep breath in and exhale and say their name. Robert Keir Sr. because that's who we're here for. So I thank you for just indulging me in that moment. So we're here today in the house of the National Action Network and Reverend Sharpton. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network, and congratulations on 35 years. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. Yes. So the title of this panel is Intervention to Impact, Advancing Community Safety. It's not intervention and impact, because today we're going to talk about how to get to impact. And so at Life Camp, we treat violence as a disease, as we do in the CVI network, and we have to be clear that violence is the disease and trauma is the catalyst. So a lot of us know about trauma, we talk about it, but knowing is not enough, we have to transform. And so before we begin this panel, a couple of ground rules. One, we are solution forward. We know that we have realities that are harsh, but we don't want to live in them today. Today we are here to give solutions. And I also brought my bell. So much as this is a multi-million-dollar production like the Oscars or the Grammys, if you hear the tone, that just means if you don't mind wrapping it up a little bit. That's the nicest way I can ask you. Is that okay, panelists? All right. So before we can talk about solutions, we have to be honest about what we're solving, right? And I'm going to introduce folks as I call them because we have a packed panel. Thank you, Ashley Sharpton, for inviting everyone, and thank you, everyone, for showing up. And so the first person I'm going to reach out to is a colleague and dear friend of mine, Greg Jackson, who is not only a gun violence survivor that went from a hospital bed after being shot in 2013 to the White House as the Deputy Director of the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And he is now running for DC Council.
That's right. Hello.
So Greg, from survivor to the White House to even Yale School of Public Health, what is it that is the biggest misconception about gun violence? Like, what is the country getting wrong about this crisis?
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. I think what I've seen, whether it's from my neighborhood in Southeast DC to academic analysis at Yale University, is that the problem with this crisis of gun violence and how people look at it is that for too long we've looked at this as a crime crisis and not a health crisis. When I was shot in 2013, I'll never forget, before I was pulled into surgery, I was pulled into an interrogation room and was questioned 3 rounds of interrogation as I was bleeding to death. And for so many folks across this country, especially in our black communities, we are seen as a suspect first and a human second. And frankly, the issue of gun violence has been all about a crime to solve and not a health crisis to prevent. Now, when we served in the Biden-Harris administration, we were able to convince President Biden and Vice President Harris that, hey, let's take a public health approach. Let's look at addressing the risk factors and preventing violence and shifting behavior just as aggressively as we look at holding people accountable and locking those up after they cause a crime. And thank God they listened. And so we moved forward 54 executive actions. We invested $242 billion into violence prevention efforts. And ultimately, we reduced homicides by 49% in just 3 years. 49%. Y'all got to clap. That's a big deal. Let me give you some context. After the 90s and the crack epidemic, when they tried to slam the hammer as hard as they could and incarcerate everyone they could, they only reduced homicides by 4%. And we know how many of our brothers, sisters, nephews, uncles, aunts were arrested, right? So to take a public health approach and cut it in half, that's the actual evidence we need. And so a public health approach is very simple. Let me just lay it out for you. It is looking at the people who have been most impacted, providing resources and support for them to heal and recover and minimize the spread of that trauma. Then you look at those who were exposed to the trauma. Maybe it was a little brother, a little sister, someone who saw the shooting, someone that heard about the shooting, someone that was in the classroom where the seat was lost, and making sure they have the support and resources they need to prevent future acts of violence. And then you step a little bit further out and you say, what are the neighborhoods? What are the entire families? What are the entire streets where we are seeing violence? And how do we invest more in violence intervention and victim services and jobs program and therapeutic strategies to make sure that we prevent violence before it happens. You couple that with accountability that's upstream, and for us, it was keeping guns out of the hands of those who are most vulnerable or most at risk. You know, we shut down 240 gun stores. We arrested 600 gun traffickers. We shut down the biggest manufacturer of ghost guns, as D.A. Bragg talked about. We looked at how do we keep guns out of the hands and out of the communities that are most vulnerable or most at risk while we help them heal, recover, and lead a better, healthier life.
So Greg just went through the entire panel. He talked about solutions, and he's running for office. So clearly, what I would like to do is have everybody stick to the question because we were trying to progress. But let's give a big round of applause for Greg because he's done so much. You know, I've known Greg for almost 10 years, and he from Community Justice Action Fund to all of the organizing that you've done, and the University of Chicago Community Violence Intervention Leadership Academy. But Greg is a powerhouse and a force to be reckoned with. So all of you watching online, make sure you vote. Am I allowed to say that? Yeah, this is our guy. Anyway, but I am going to ask the panelists to please stick to the question because we actually want to get to solutions later. But, a lot of times, and that's a good thing, we jump into the solution before we really understand the problem. And so just like any relationship in community, we have to know what it is that we're not getting right. So I want to talk to Nicole Myers. She is the Director of Programs at Save East Harlem. She's managing frontline credible messengers inside New York City's crisis management system, and she is a force to be reckoned with. Nicole leads a team of frontline staff. So Nicole, my question for you, what is your frontline staff bringing back to the office every day? What is the misconception that you are tired of confronting either on their behalf or having to clarify because there are so many misconceptions about this work?
That we're not doing anything.
What did you say?
To be honest, that we're not doing anything. I've heard East Harlem, I'm from East Harlem. We service Wagner, Jefferson, and Johnson. And so what I hear from our constituents is that SAVE is not doing anything. And I don't know what that means, but I see the staff day in and day out. At 2 in the morning when they're getting phone calls from our young people because our young person's about to go off the ledge and they have to talk them off the ledge, that equals that you are doing something. And that young person is now saying, I'm not gonna go off the ledge. I'm gonna come in the office the next day and we're gonna do a GED program, we're gonna do vocational training, we're gonna do emotional well-being, we're gonna expose you to things that you've never been exposed to, right? And so what we're seeing on the ground, Kepra, is that a lot of times our kids are dealing with the adult life of trauma when they're maybe 16 and 17 and don't know how to have critical thinking as a tool in their toolbox.
Thank you. I definitely hear that about behavior, and it's the conditions that create the behavior that often create a lot of misconceptions. I want to hear from the youngest person on the panel who's actually going to give us something profound, I'm sure, just in terms of the voice of the young people. And so, Sister Alea, forgive me. I made a mistake. Sister Alea, give me 1 second. Trinidadian American activist who survived one of the most horrific school shootings in America at 16 years old. She has founded Team Enough and introduced President Biden at the National Safer Communities Summit. Alea Eastman is a powerhouse, and she has been a young person traveling around the country to make sure that the youth are heard. And so, Alea, I want to ask you, from the voice of young people, from traveling around the country, what are some of the misconceptions about violence as it pertains to young people?
Yeah. Welcome, everyone, and I'm super happy to be here. I just want to acknowledge the last time I was here in the room with Nan on a panel, I was only 17 years old, and I'm now 25, so this is a very full circle moment. And I'm so happy to still be in this movement and still doing this work. But a big misconception that I've noticed is that a lot of people don't realize that young people do have the answers as well. This is the leading cause of death for young people, and I believe that we know it best. And it's important as we're having conversations like this to have more young people at the table because we do have the answers and we do have the solutions. Another thing that I've noticed is when we're speaking with legislators, they oftentimes don't take young people seriously because they feel like we're young, we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the education to back up some of these facts, but in fact, we do. And I think our lived experience with dealing with this gun violence day to day should be enough to just give us a seat at the table. And sometimes I've noticed young people have started to create their own tables in this movement because we're tired of asking to get a seat, but instead we've created our own spaces. Thank you. We've created our own spaces, and that's what I was able to do in founding Team Enough after the shooting at my high school. I don't know if you all remember in 2018, the Parkland shooting. It caused a worldwide conversation of what are we doing in this country to address gun violence. And I noticed there was a national conversation about school shootings and mass shootings, which is only a very small percentage of gun violence as a whole. And as a young Black woman, I felt like it was my duty to speak on the violence that we see in our inner city communities, especially because I am originally from Brooklyn, New York, and I've also lost my uncle, Patrick Edwards, to gun violence in this city. So I just think it's really important for us to continue to center young people and really listen to their stories, and not only listen to their stories, but actually give them the tools that they need to be able to actually do this work.
Well said. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Alea Eastman. Apologies for missing your name. So let's talk about the data, because the proof is in the numbers, and you know it's all about the data. I want to pivot to Michael Sean Pence, who's the Managing Director of Community Safety Initiatives at Everytown for Gun Safety and the founder of the Everytown Community Safety Fund. They invest over $15 million in 142 grassroots organizations, and he's also an adjunct professor at the University of Chicago's CVI Leadership Academy, the first of its kind in the nation. Michael, I want to ask you about the data. As a funder and a professor training the next generation of CVI leaders, what are those leaders telling you that's not showing up in the data? What are the needs that we're not funding?
Well, I appreciate the question, and before I answer, I want to just say how grateful I am for this opportunity to not only be here with all of you, but on this panel of modern-day heroes. Similarly, I'm a product of New York City. I'm from East Elmhurst. You might know it as the location of Malcolm X's home that was firebombed. And growing up in this city, I had my own experiences with gun violence. You know, 20 blocks away from here at the age of 13, I looked down the barrel of a gun as my chain was popped. And that inspired my journey to not only be a part of public safety, but the solution. To answer your question, I've had the opportunity to support, as you mentioned, 142 programs across 72 cities, including many right here in New York City, Getting Out, Staying Out in Harlem, Not Another Child, Life Camp, Kings Against Violence Initiative in Brooklyn. And I'll tell you what they tell me is missing from the data. The real stories of the lives that have been changed, the stories of the real impact made, the stories of the mothers who are turning their trauma and grief into progress. They're developing organizations and they're leading the life-saving work. We're in a fragile moment. Just a year ago, April 20th, in the middle of the night, many of my programs and so many others received an email from this current administration canceling more than $820 million via email. Many of the groups had already incurred the expenses from doing the work, and we're now awaiting reimbursement that will never come. We're seeing organizations in Philadelphia and Miami cut their programs, reduce the number of people they can serve. Some of our programs don't exist anymore at all. So I go back to what my brother Greg Jackson mentioned. We're in the midst of a historic decline, due in large part to the investment the prior administration provided under the guidance and leadership of folks like Greg to support community-based groups like those led by Nicole and Alea to do the frontline work of supporting the people who need us most. That money was taken away. So what we're not hearing is about how those stories of impact are that much more harder to achieve. because they don't have the funding, they don't have the resources needed to fulfill the promise that we know all community-based groups have the potential to provide. So when I talk to my programs, that's what they're telling me, that the real story isn't being told. But that's why we're here and why I'm so grateful. Because we can't depend on the federal government, state or local, to tell our story. It's on us to tell people how we're saving lives, how we're reaching in our own pockets when kids at school need something to eat. It's time for us to tell the story and also to tell that story at the ballot box, but y'all know that already. That means supporting the folks who really understand and get the impact community-based programs have already had and are in a position to ensure the resources. And I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about training, okay? I'm talking about convenings, able to come together to share the best practices. We already know the solutions, so we now have to share them. We need folks in office who get it and are willing to invest.
Well said. Well said. Yes. So I want to continue talking about the data. And I have on this panel Stephanie McGraw from WARM, We All Really Matter. Stephanie, in your history of working with domestic violence survivors and intimate partner violence, by the way, she is the first Black woman to create a domestic violence agency in Harlem. That's right. Built from her own survival, because domestic violence is one of the primary drivers of gun violence, yet when we talk about community violence intervention, we often don't talk about domestic violence. So I'd love for you to tell me, in your history of working with survivors and victims, what is missing? What is the data not telling us that you can offer?
Thank you so much. It's such a great question. I'm so honored to be here. I'd like to thank Reverend Al Sharpton and Nan for 35 years of power in action, because that's what we're doing. We are grassroots and boots on the ground that is in this fight. And one of the things that the correlation, a big correlation that's missing is how the powers that be are trying to separate domestic violence from gun violence. Violence is violence. On 2023, Asia was shot to death by her boyfriend, rolling their 3-month-old baby in the park, right? So the violence that's happening in our community when it comes to domestic violence is something we are still so scared to talk about, or no one wants to talk about it. You know, I want to talk about how deeply rooted, like, the trauma is in our community, right? So we're not talking about the trauma and how deeply it rooted is, because the issues is in the tissues. And if we don't start addressing that trauma, then it's going to recycle itself. The data that we're seeing, that another thing we're not talking about how many Black women are being murdered due to domestic violence. If any of you come up to my center, you'll see a wall that we have in our center of women that have been murdered by domestic violence. You know, NYPD just started this new unit that they added another 450 officers to the domestic violence unit, because what we were seeing in our community, because the numbers of domestic violence rising at a rapid rate, and the issue is still something that we don't want to talk about. It just makes people feel uncomfortable. So our job is to bring this awareness, to bring this education, to talk about dealing with the trauma, because if we don't address that, you know we're already dealing with 400 years of trauma. There wasn't no therapists and doctors at the boat when they released our ancestors. There was no help for our mothers and fathers to talk about this issue. I grew up in domestic violence. I'm a survivor. Thank God I don't look like nothing I've been through. Okay? At the age of 62, and got my GED at 50 and got a college education at 55. It was my story to come back and talk to these women about this issue. There's no shame in talking about domestic violence. The only shame is not talking about it. So the way we begin to tackle it, we go to the corners, because that's where change happens. It's happening on the street, on the corners. So that's where we are out talking about it. We're talking about the issue. We opened up the first holistic center for victims of of domestic violence, to talk about that trauma and to get to the root of the trauma so we can begin to start our healing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. So in the last 3 to 5 years, we look at different drivers of gun violence and what's driving violence now. I want to turn to Paul John, who's the director of Local Officials United, a part of Cities United, one of the leading national network of mayors that reduces homicides, focusing on young black men and boys. And shout out to Anthony Smith, the executive director, who wasn't able to be here today, but we see you, Anthony, and we miss you. Paul, right now, Cities United, or in 2025 through this year, was doing a Leading the Way tour. And I'd love to know on that tour, as you were going to different cities and talking to communities about solutions and what's going on in driving gun violence, what were you learning about the leading drivers of gun violence? Like, what's been the trend in the last 3 to 5 years?
So thank you for that question. Really happy to be here. Paul John, Local Officials United at Cities United. And the folks on this panel, I think one of the things that stood out to me most and that we've learned over the Leading the Way tour, I'll give you a brief preview of what that was, or that is actually. We have a couple more jurisdictions to visit, is we're going around to each community that we're working with closely and learning more about what's working, what's not, the investments that need to be made, and how we can better support those jurisdictions. So what I heard from you, Alea, was young people, right? The needed investments in young people are crucial. We make sure that every jurisdiction we go to, we bring young people to the table. So we have a session with them just talking to us, just explaining to us what it is that's happening with them, what's happening in their communities, and what the potential solutions are. Because what we hear is that people aren't listening to them. They're the ones who are experiencing the highest rates of gun violence in the black community, especially young black men and boys, which is why Cities United focuses specifically on young black men and boys in their jurisdictions. But what it is that they want most is mentorship from older men and boys, sorry, not older men and boys, older men, and even the women in their communities, right? But also empowering them to use what it is that they have at their disposal, but also bringing them together. A lot of the folks don't travel outside of their neighborhoods, but when we get there, we're able to bring folks from different neighborhoods together just to share, break bread, just to talk. And once they talk and get to know each other, that breaks down a lot of the barriers that they have within their communities. We're also seeing that they need after-school activities, things to do on the weekend. A lot of kids in elementary school and sometimes even in college, they have those outlets, but when it comes to high school, when it comes to older teens, all they really have is maybe the shopping mall, the movies, but they need things to do outside of maybe organized sports that they're sometimes involved in but can't necessarily take advantage of. So all of these things really want to make sure that we want to wrap our arms around them and give them what it is that they need. One of the things that we also hear is they need job opportunities. Mm-hmm. So when we go to communities, instead of saying, hey, can you come out to this session, we say, hey, we'd like to pay you to come out to this session. So we give them $500 to make sure that they're incentivized to come out and share their solutions with us and to talk with us and to make sure that they understand that they're part of the solution. Because we can't suggest to a community that you need to pay your young people if we can't set that standard for them. That's right. So there are many, many solutions that we've been hearing. The biggest solution, I think, is called a comprehensive public safety strategy, and that's what we try to support whenever we go to a jurisdiction. Dismantling systems of inequity, investing in infrastructure, and also breaking down those silos. People operate in too many different silos. Come together, talk about what needs to be done, and get it done.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. So let's move to what's working. Y'all got to give a little bit more energy. Thank you. It takes a lot to sit up here and to field questions and to talk about your work. So I want to pivot to what's working, and I want to talk about transformation. I want to pivot to Samson Stiles. He is an award-winning filmmaker and journalist raised in Brownsville who spent years in prison, survived a near-fatal shooting, and then produced a phenomenal documentary called Killing Beef, where he tracked down the man who shot him and brought him to a youth event and told the young people, that's the man that shot me. And he did that after the man came home having done 25 years in prison. So I want to anchor this for a moment. When we talk about violence, we're talking about the root cause. If we're dealing with a public health approach, like Greg eloquently stated, we're talking about the root cause, which is trauma. And so there's levels to trauma. Like we say in the community, there's levels to this. And so if you look at it from just policing, that is trauma indifferent. Like, don't care what's going on, we're just going to have a punitive approach. And then there's trauma reactive, when you only respond when there's a crisis. Or there's trauma sensitive or trauma informed, like I know about trauma and I'm aware and I know my triggers and I'm going to try to avoid them, right? And then there's trauma responsive, where you're making decisions and you're training and you're doing things to give people information. But it's not enough if people aren't transforming and we're not changing the conditions that cause trauma. And for those of you who know the word, it says, be ye also transformed by the renewing of your mind. So I want to pivot to Samson, because I want you to talk about the power of storytelling and how telling your story is a form of intervention, and what that did for you as well in terms of transforming the trauma.
Good question. Good evening, everyone. Give you a brief. I came home from prison in 2004, and there wasn't enough resources while I was in prison to help me transition when I came home. So I knew whatever I was going to do was going to be on the entrepreneurial level, because I didn't have access to the opportunities that someone that didn't have 4 felony convictions had. So I asked one of my friends, that was in the music industry, I said, how do I get into music now? And he said, you have to do film, because music is being digitized, the internet and everything is going on, the music industry is, basically declining. So I said, okay, I want to shoot a film then. I didn't know what I was doing, but I just knew I was eager, and I wanted to make some change, and I didn't want to do anything illegal. So one of my friends that shot videos, he asked me, did I want to do a documentary on myself? I felt my story was the same as everyone else that grew up in the neighborhood that we grew up in. You do violence, you glorified for it, you come home from prison, and and that's the normal story. So I said, let me start a fight club, which wasn't legal. But the women in Brownsville used to fight so much, I knew how to basically monetize it and get them to do something. Since they was fighting anyway, I said, hey, you might as well fight for me, right? So it's like the Don King of Brownsville, right? So, but I started filming it. And upon filming it, I filmed the girls' lives, what they was going through and why they had to fight and why they thought they had to fight. So long story short, I was planning on, okay, I'm going to kick out a DVD every month, and this is going to be my new wave to make money legally, right? So upon shopping that documentary, I started shooting. I wound up meeting the president of BET. And they said, you got some skills, and they gave me an opportunity, and they brought me to BET and said, and you look good on camera. So I became a broadcast journalist like that, right? Yeah. So from there, I learned everything. I was the first one there and the last one to leave. So I learned how to shoot, direct, produce, write, edit, because I knew opportunities like that don't come. And for someone in my situation, I had to take full advantage of it. So from there, they gave me the platform to be able to tell my stories from a unique perspective. Because when they talked about gun violence, I said, man, I know, I was on both ends of the gun. I got shot 5 times, and I used to be the perpetrator as well. I know the mindset that perpetuates in these communities. So I could tell the story from a different angle that makes sense to the people that, come from where I come from. So that was successful. And now I'm on Rikers Island with the youth, with the King's Foundation. Shout out to them and all the other CMS sites, Life Camp and Man Up Inc. and the rest of them, SOS, I could go on and on. But they are the one that's providing opportunities also for these young people that's in the streets to be able to transition. So that's my spill, me being able to be afforded an opportunity, and I took full advantage of it. And one of my first big interviews was with Reverend Al Sharpton when Sean Bell had gotten shot. Yeah, and we made a documentary about that at BET called 50 Shots.
Ashe.
So this is full circle again.
Ashe. Beautiful. You know, the National Action Network has worked on more cases for police violence and advocacy than any other organization in the country and maybe arguably the world. I want to pivot to Rama Issa Ibrahim. She is the executive director of the New York Center of Anti-Violence Education for the Center for Anti-Violence Education. She is a Syrian-Brazilian-American activist and the first executive director of color at the organization. She works on police violence and hate crimes, and she works on marginalized communities. There you are. Rama, when you look at NAN's history of fighting police violence and hate crime, what's one intervention strategy from your lens that you've seen that actually helps to increase community safety?
Thank you so much for having me here and sitting next to these amazing people. So I'm just feeling very honored right now. I think one of the things is that community safety is a co-creation, right, between community and government, community and different neighborhoods, and it's something that as people we need to step up to make sure that our communities and the people that we love are safe. And when it comes to police violence, I think what you see very often is areas that are heavily policed also have heavy numbers of gun violence. And if policing was the answer to gun violence, it would have been solved. And so what we're seeing, so I think one of the things is really where are the investments going? I think in New York City, for example, you look at the police department, it's about $6 billion, an additional $4 to $5 billion that come from the foundation. So it really adds up to about $11 billion. And then you look at CMS, the crisis management system, a lot of folks who are on this stage, and you could ask them how much money is being invested in their organizations. And it truly is pennies compared to how much we invest in incarceration, in jails, in prisons. And so a big part of this is how are we moving from a punitive carceral system into one that centers survivors and one that centers communities. I know that it's, sometimes it could sound corny to say that what we really want is love and connection, but a big part of the work that a lot of these organizations do is to create connection between different neighbors and between communities. And so that is the level of investment that we need to see. If you're putting $11 billion in the NYPD, but you're only giving a few million to violence prevention and violence interruption, then you're not really being serious about, interrupting violence, right? I think one of the things as an Arab, as a Middle Eastern, I'm watching my whole region burn and billions of dollars being spent that way. So when people say there is no money, they're lying to you. Mm-hmm. Because the reality is we're just not investing it in life-affirming services. Right. We're not investing it in housing. We're not investing it in youth development. We're not investing it in education. So, this is in childcare, these are like simple solutions to intervene and interrupt violence, actually, because violence is a tragic expression of unmet needs. That's what it boils down to. So if you're going to treat violence like a public health issue, like Greg was mentioning pretty early on, you need to have real investments in how to build community, in building beloved communities. And that is something that our governments just have fallen very, very, very short. And we can continue to see the divestment. It's not just like things are not being invested in, they're being divested. Money is being divested from housing. Money is being divested from public education and being invested again in detention centers, in prisons, in war, in missiles. So the money is there. Budgets are moral documents. You just need to be able to move the money from one place to the other. That really is it, and you need the political will to do that. And unfortunately, we're not at a place where that will exist. But then it falls on us to kind of push our governments to be like, okay, if you're investing this much in Rikers Island, which by the way is $500,000 per person at Rikers Island, per person. Imagine what you could do with $500,000 per person in your communities.
That's right. Thank you, Rama. Yes. So let's talk about the money. How many people were here this morning when Vice President Kamala Harris was here? Kamala Harris.
Yes.
The White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention was built under her watch, and it was shut down on Inauguration Day 2025. And in that moment, federal funding was gutted across the country. And so we have to name what's happening to the infrastructure of this work because people are feeling it. And Greg, you were there. You were the deputy director of that office. And so in 2 minutes or less, you've talked to us a little bit about some of the milestones, but if there's anything that you've missed, feel free to share. But I really want to continue with what Rama said. Talk to us about what was lost when it was closed, and where do we go from here?
Man, it's a long list for 2 minutes.
You can do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. I think I can take the title of being one of the first people that got doged by Trump. He shut down our office day one, and we think about what that means. An office that literally led a homicide reduction by 49% in partnership with the community and organizations here, and it was the first thing on the chopping block for Trump. And his response was, hey, we need to send more troops out there to deal with these rough communities. I live in D.C., and we have National Guard patrol, and they're spending $1.3 million a day for National Guard to patrol, who don't have no jurisdiction. I mean, you can rob somebody right in front of them, and they can't arrest you, right? But it's literally a sign of intimidation. And so it kind of comes back to where the money is going. So as far as what's being cut and what we lost, one, we lost a team that was focusing on the issue of gun violence every single day. Again, we moved 54 executive actions, everything from adding more youth summer jobs for communities impacted by violence to making sure that Medicaid can be used for long-term care for someone who's been harmed or maybe even paralyzed by violence, to educating schools on the importance of school safety, safe storage of firearms, and how do we prevent school shootings. All of the different elements of how violence was showing up, we lost a team that worked on that every day. Yeah. We also lost, frankly, the coordination. I was the coordinating person. They didn't give me a formal title for that. I guess it would cost too much. But coordinated all the responses to mass shootings. And so now if a mass shooting happens or a surge of violence happens in Harlem or Chicago, there's no federal response. There's no federal team that can support that community to navigate through that trauma and recover. But lastly, we lost the team that was implementing one of the most historic laws ever to pass on the issue of gun violence. In 2022, we passed what was called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And in that bill, it had $15 billion that went to mental health, school programs, community violence intervention, domestic violence, victim services. It made gun trafficking a federal offense. It cracked down on gun stores. It made sure domestic abusers didn't get firearms. All the elements of that bill, that historic bill that we think plowed us ahead to reduce violence, the team that was making sure it was implemented properly was cut. And we were replaced by an Office on Gun Rights. And the first thing they did is try to dissect everything that we did and figure out how to reverse it. But we're smarter than that. Our team has so much gold buried that it would take them years to reverse everything that we did. So I'm very proud of that. But frankly, we are seeing, please clap, it's a lot of hard work. It may take them decades to reverse what this community here fought so hard to create. But frankly, that is the direction that the current administration is going. And it is critical that in these midterms, in the next presidential, that we return power to folks who care about our lives and saving us from what is literally the biggest health crisis of our time.
That's right. In 2 minutes or less. Thank you, Greg. And thank you for your contribution. I don't think people realize how hard this young man worked on behalf of us in the White House. You know, so I just want to give you another round of applause, honestly. It's not an easy job. And since we're talking about the money, I want to pivot to District Leader William Allen, the Honorable William Allen. He is a district leader from Assembly District 70 who has lost his twin brother to gun violence. And I just want to thank you for your presence. I had the pleasure of meeting you at the awards dinner yesterday, and your energy is so amazing. And I ate the apple pie and I didn't share any. I sure did. I was very selfish. It was shout out to Erica Ford, she made a great apple pie. But I want to ask you, just to kind of continue what Greg was talking about, when city, state, and federal dollars disappear, because you're on the ground representing what the constituents need, what can you deliver to the constituents that no check can replace?
Thank you so much. Well, let me just first thank Reverend Sharpton for providing this opportunity and the entire NAN family, and certainly Ashley Sharpton, who put together this panel. I just want to thank Ashley Sharpton, who has been the conscious and the mother of youth movement inside of NAN, and I just want to really thank her for all her great work. And I'm going to get to your question, but I'm going to say, because some people, when they see you, they wonder how you got here, right? And so I got here through bloody streets and bloody days. As you heard, my twin brother was murdered, but I had two first male cousins. They were also murdered by guns too, and so my family experienced a lot of violence and trauma while we were in Harlem and the Bronx. But there was one day, after all this public service I've had, being the first teenager on a community board, the youngest person appointed as a trustee of a school district in the history of this state, there was one meeting that was most important to me, and that was with my best friend since 9th grade, Courtney Bennett. Yes. And we sat at the Menacing Townhouse, and we said, there's something that we have to do. And we were able to write the first grant proposal that fund critical messaging programs in the state of New York. And that really today make the difference. And that's why now we have, a plethora of programs. But it really started with him and I just talking, like, we got to do something else. And it happened. I want to thank Derek Perkinson for being in the audience with me today, who was my colleague when I was at NAN. He was my Robin. And of course, Patrick Edge is here, my mentee, my godson is here. And I also want to thank Attorney Nathan Ford, who's also here with me today. And it's good to see Corey, my East Harlem, Schaumburg family here today, right? And I share this because I've learned for us, we are resource rich and coordination poor. Let me say that. We are resource, and Fareen Griffin know what I'm talking about. We are resource rich and coordination poor. I remember the time when I was a kid, walking from meeting to meeting with my mother, community rooms and meeting rooms were filled. Our churches was filled. We had after-school programs. We were an engaged community, and so therefore that was the buffer for the violence also in our community. We had summer youth employment program. We had jobs. We had opportunities. And today I got to tell you, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. The message is that we got to educate, engage, and hold each other accountable. We got to do that, and we got to give that to our young people. Our young people are our best hope, but if we educate them, and if we engage them, and we hold them accountable, we can be saved. We can be really saved. You know, in a generation, you're going to get a Stephanie McGraw. You're going to get others, women like her, and Nicole Myers, you know. But we want to see more people like us. You know, we're aging out. You know, hey, you know, some of our greatest leaders are now gone. Hazel Dukes is gone. Charlie Rangel's gone, right? And so it's time for many of us to step up. Often, sometimes what I hear, some people are waiting for somebody else to do the work. Well, guess what, guys? We are the people that we've been looking for. You are the leaders in this audience. You are the ones that can save your community. You don't have to have a PhD. You don't have to have a law degree. You don't have to have 2 masters. You just have to have a willing to serve. And I say that because on 140th Street, between 7th and 8th, where I first grew up at, there was 2 women, Nancy Bynum and Nancy Reynolds. One was on the 7th Avenue side of the block, the other was on the 8th Avenue side of the block. And they kept the block safe. We had summer trips. We had an after-school program on the block. And I remember when they had long died and passed, someone said, oh my God, we don't have these things anymore. Because nobody stepped up. Nancy, they were unique women, but we're all unique. They gave us a roadmap. It's our time to lead. And so when we're talking about community safety in our communities, it really starts with us. It really do. You should make sure there's a block association on your block, that there's active tenant associations, your church is active in the community. We got to do these things again. And that's what's going to really save us, you know, and that's the message I think that Reverend Sharpton has been trying to tell us for a long, long time. He said that if we all stand up for something that we truly believe in, we can save each other.
Amen.
And so while we're looking for the money, and let me just say this, the money's out there. If we're organized, we can get it. The money's out there. You got here in New York City, you got 23 assembly districts that are held by African Americans. And the 5 counties here in New York City, the county leader of the Democratic Party are all black people. You got Alvin Bragg, who's the DA in Manhattan. You got Darcel, who's the DA in the Bronx. You know, we are in pivotal positions. We're the Speaker of the Assembly. We're the Majority Leader of the State Senate. We just had a black mayor. We now have someone who I think is going to work with us. Hey, I'm hoping. Please, I'm really hoping, guys. I'm really, really hoping that he'll keep his word. I'm serious. Because we have elected a lot of folks for a long time, but now we got to make sure that we stay in touch with them. It's not just about electing somebody. We got to make sure that we monitor and say, how many of you go up to Albany? Okay, corporations hire lobbyists to go to Albany every day to monitor our elected officials. We got to do the same thing. Republicans got a plethora of think tanks. How many black think tanks do we have in America? Very few, guys. So I'm looking at my time over here, so I'm keeping to my time, Ashley. But my point is, if we become organized, we marshal our resources, we can really conquer this violence issue in our community. We can give hope to our young people, and we can stop the bloodshedding of gentrification that's now also taking over our prized communities like Harlem and Bed-Stuy, where black folks are being pushed out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just had one more note on the money because that's really where it's at. I want to pivot back to Michael Sean Spence. As the philanthropic side steps in, which you all have done a phenomenal job of filling the gap at every town. And I just want to know, is philanthropy a real substitute for federal investment? And what can people in this room actually do to help get those gaps filled?
That's a phenomenal question. And I'm not going to pull any punches, and I'm going to be very honest. Philanthropy dollars can never be a replacement for government funding. It can't. There just isn't the capacity, there isn't the level of investment. It just can't happen. But what philanthropy can, should, and must do as we've endeavored to do, is to plant the seed of innovation. It's to catalyze the progress. It's to ensure those who are, as I mentioned earlier, channeling their trauma and creating new programs and doing the work, giving them the opportunity to keep the lights on, keep their doors open, continue serving the communities that many of them are from, and continue to stay in. That's the opportunity for philanthropy. So what we're doing now is, one, of course, trying to meet this moment. As I mentioned earlier, so many programs lost necessary funding last year. What we did was we reached out to many of them, and we tried to invest in them to ensure their core programs could be sustained, that their core staff could keep their jobs. But what we've also done is we've built partnerships with organizations like the University of Chicago, CVI, Leadership Academy, the University of Maryland's Violence Reduction Center. Just last week, I was down at Morehouse College. We're working with universities to train the next generation, to ensure, though we might not have every dollar needed today, that they can have unrestricted access to the knowledge needed to do their work most effectively, to reach the communities that need them most, and to scale these programs in service of our communities. So there's a role for philanthropy to play. There's also a role for corporations to play. The corporations who benefit from our safe streets by opening new McDonald's and Chick-fil-A's and getting people to spend more and more of their hard-earned money. They need to be investing, ensuring the communities they're operating and profiting in are safe for the people who live there. So there's a role for all of us to play. And as we were reminded, Reverend Al has always told us that all of us need to stand up. It's not about me, and it's not about you. It's about all of us. The power has never been in a federal or state or local grant. It's never been in some white shoe nonprofit cutting a check one time. The power has always been in the people. It's always been in our collective. So what we can do is keep us together, plant the seeds so that we can grow together, and pressure our politicians to make the real investment that we all know we need.
Thank you. So we've got about 20 minutes, and what we want to do is we definitely want to make time for questions. So I'm going to invite each panelist to make one final statement before we open up the floor. You've got 1 minute. Please stick to the minute. The clock is here. And I'm going to ask you, what does community safety really look like? Like, what makes impact? Okay? And I'm going to start all the way to my left with Samson. If you need a minute to think, then pass it to the next person so that your minute is full. But at the minute, I'm going to start playing like a cool song because the Honorable William Allen, I was like getting into my tune and he was going, but he had a lot of great things to say. So, Samson, what does community safety, real community safety look like to you from the lens of storytelling or your story?
So community safety looks like collaboration of public officials, people that's on the streets, the whole community coming together to provide resources, especially to the youth, like community centers. I grew up taking karate, I turned ping pong, pool, learned a lot of morals and values from the community. And teaching, especially the junior high school students, before they get to high school, us coming together as a community to address them. I'm talking everyone, you know, as a community to address them so that they could grow up without this sense of mentality that encourages violence. That's what it looks like for me.
Rama?
So community safety for me is about love and connection and about all of us stepping up. One report that the Brooklyn Movement Center in the heart of Brooklyn came up with a few years ago called Invest in Black Futures compared to specific neighborhoods, the Upper East Side and Brownsville. And the Upper East Side's life expectancy is 90 and Brownsville was 70. The Upper East Side does not over-policed, and Brownsville is definitely over-policed. And the safer neighborhood is the Upper East Side. So what is it that they have that Brownsville doesn't? And it's investments in their communities. It's investment in housing, in youth programming, it's investment in education, in mental health services, investment in public spaces. So community safety is about really coming together and investing in very specific communities. And some need more investment than others, and that's what's equity. So a big part of it is pushing our elected officials to put the money where it needs to be.
Thank you. Alea?
Community safety to me looks like addressing the root causes of this violence and also shifting the blame of this violence away from the community and actually holding those accountable that actually drive these guns and firearms in our communities. Right. And that means holding gun manufacturers accountable and gun dealers accountable because they are oftentimes racist, and where they are located is not by mistake. So addressing the root causes and making sure that we continue to center survivors and center young people in the work.
Paul?
Yep. So for us, community safety looks like when someone gets shot, they have a hospital violence intervention worker at their bedside, not just a police officer trying to take a statement. It looks like young people having a seat at the table designed to protect them, or having their own tables designed to protect them, not that just being consulted after the fact. And it looks like cities having comprehensive public safety strategies, multi-year public safety strategies geared towards reducing gun violence, not just press conference after press conference, shooting after shooting.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah. Look, 78% of black folks who are killed from a homicide are killed by somebody they know. And only 18.7% of those homicides are connected to another felony. So we are not dealing with the same crime crisis of the 90s. And so when we think about community safety, I think it starts with building trust in our communities, helping those heal who have been traumatized, and holding each other accountable before it gets to the point of pulling a firearm and taking someone's life. And we have to do that as a community, which means believing in that young person, whether they got a shiesty mask on or they're wearing a quarter zip jacket. But pouring into our younger generations, pouring into each other as families, and also recognizing that we can't allow a system to try to heal and recover and protect us. We keep us safe, and we should push our government, our public officials, and our public resources, our tax dollars, to better empower the community to do that healing, accountability, and love work that we need.
Thank you. The Honorable William Allen.
Thank you. I'm here thinking about Adam Clayton Powell, and I'm thinking about community safety as this fair trade. Just imagine all the money that our young people spend on different products. Imagine if they got a fair trade. Imagine if Nike wrote a bigger check back to them for all the money that they spent on them. That would create community safety. Imagine if Jordan spent more money on our kids as they spend on Jordan, we'll get money back. That is community safety. Right. Imagine all the money that black folks spend on everybody else but themselves. That will create community safety. So Adam Clayton Powell said it best. He said, don't shop, don't buy where you can't work and you can't own. And we need to get back to some original stuff. Dr. King's last speech was an economic speech. And he said if we recognize our economic power, we will have safety in our community.
Stephanie?
Yes, but such a great question. Thank you for asking that question. You know, when I grew up in my neighborhood, it was no I and me. It was we and us. Mm-hmm. It was, if I did something wrong, I got beat by my mother's friend. And then my mother's friend brought me to my mother, and I got beat by my mother. So we got, but it straightened us out because we were accountable. It was a community. It was unity. So one of the things we need to do is come together on one accord and talk about our issues and talk about the poverty that keeps us disconnected, because that's a big issue too that we're not talking about, the lack of education and how we have these systems in place that cripples us and intentionally leads to keep us divided. So community safety to me looks like coming together on one accord so we can begin to talk about our issues. You know, Harriet Tubman said, you know, I would have freed more if only they knew they were slaves. Right? We want to free more if only they knew that they are in this vicious cycle of violence, that all of these powers that be that made it so common to harm one another. That's not normal. So let's attack it with what it is. It's a soul sickness. Until we start dealing with it like that and going to get our brothers and sisters. It ain't just you, it's us. Go get our people. And bring them along with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Nicole?
That was powerful. Thank you to all the panelists that's on the panel. These are some powerhouses. I didn't get to say thank you to Ashley Sharpton, but thank you for making that call, and I said yes, right? So public safety, community safety is not just the absence of violence, it's the presence, right? It's the opportunity. It's about healing, it's about stability, it's about connection with the community, right? It looks like when we hear from our young people, right? We heard our young person on this, the youngest one on the stage, say that young people need to be seen and heard and valued, right? So real safety is not created by a reaction of the violence, but it's built by investing in people. It's built by healing communities and creating pathways where our young people can choose life over survival.
Hard to follow all these great minds. I will tell you this, everything they said, plus, blessed are the peacekeepers.
Amen.
We need everything that was just shared. We need collaboration. We need our community. We need our strategies to be comprehensive. We need to be well integrated into that program. Community safety cannot be an afterthought. It can't be a peripheral investment. It has to be a priority.
Yes.
And the only way that happens is if the peacemakers are not only at the table, but at the head of the table. That's what community safety looks like. It looks like the survivors of gun violence. It looks like the frontline practitioners. It looks like the ER doctors that are going home with trauma. The EMTs that are trying to keep people alive on the sidewalk at the head of the table. I like to remind folks when we talk about the success of community violence that this isn't something that just happened overnight. As we heard, decades ago, we just got our first initial grants and investment. We have folks like Erica Ford who pioneered this strategy here in New York in the 90s.
That's right.
We have folks who, as members of the Black Panther Party, tested out a lot of the strategies, the community engagement and support strategies that we're implementing now. Warm meals for our kids on an early morning. These are strategies that many of us are benefiting from today. So we have to be tethered not only to the present, but to our past. We have to continue to center those who know that history, as well as those who are doing the work, and that's what community safety should look like.
Thank you. Thank you. So we want to open it up to 2 questions. If we have 2 folks in the audience that would like to ask a question, I want your question to be intentional. The name of this panel is Intervention to Impact, and we're talking about community safety. So if there's anyone who has a question, is there a microphone in the audience? Okay. We only have 2 questions. So I want you all to show that democratic, diplomatic approach for deciding who's going to go. We are only taking 2 questions, and the clock is running down. So where is the first question? Okay.
Hi, so my name is Colette Boston, and I have a business called Shifting the Paradigm, and it's a Black empowerment movement. And I was told that I should not do that because it's for Black people. But the question I wanted to ask is, how does someone get in touch with each one of you, number one? And number two, when we need you to come out, let's say we have to fly you out or whatever we have to do, are we able to get maybe a little lower prices? Because we have organizations that don't have the money but will give you something, an honorarium. We need your voices, but it's hard sometimes to get to you because you guys are very busy. How do we get to you?
Yeah, so I would say that we could spend 10 minutes having everybody give their email, but you could actually connect with the National Action Network because they have the resource to connect with these folks. And it is challenging because folks are busy, but we are all here, and if we're not here, then you can be connected to someone in our network so that you can get the support and assistance that you need.
Social media too.
Yeah, and social media as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your question. Social media is a great tool, and actually if you take your program and look up everyone, you can follow them on LinkedIn and Instagram. You can get in touch with them directly.
My question is towards Michael and the right end. Notice talking about the funding. Have you guys been checking out with the city, state for funding? And I also figure that the New York Police Force, they have money when they do gun buybacks. Those are sources that money could actually goes towards prevention as opposed to buyback guns?
I'm so sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
No, my question is in terms of, I know Michael was alerting about funding, and I say that can you access to the city and state for funding towards this prevention, and also for NYPD where they do gun buybacks at the end of the year.
Got it.
Could those be source of funding?
I understand your question. So one, yes, there are current state funds that are available for community safety, primarily through New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, but there are other funds through other agencies. Through New York City, yes, there's also funding. As of last year, it flowed through the Department of Youth and Community Development. There have been some changes in how that funding is being structured through the city. So yes, there's funding at both levels that have continued despite the challenges at the federal level. As far as gun buybacks, that money goes to the NYPD. They do what they do with it.
Thank you, Michael. So, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to really quick, thank you so much. So I want to touch on environment, like how much the environment plays a part in a lot of these, and that's a lot of times the root cause. First off, thanks so much for what you've been sharing. My name is Sierra Scott. I'm a member of NAN, but also the founder of National Clean Water Collective. We focus on water equity issues. But we also, in our work in Flint, Michigan, we noticed that a lot of the root causes as to why children and adults are acting out and what's leading to a lot of the criminal behavior or pushing them, or what we call the poison to prison pipeline. Is lead in water. And I don't know if you all have been touching on or thinking about that as to that being the cause or the root cause. But our young people, we have a youth council that are right now working on testing, sort of like looking at data in schools. And they're looking at how many of the schools are dealing with lead issues in the schools. And they're studying how the behavior of children and how they're acting out. But lead is a neurotoxin. It causes erratic behavior.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's important to be.
We understand. What's your question?
The environmental piece.
So it's important to think about that. I'm wondering if you all are considering that in your work, because this is a real thing that's directly or disproportionately affecting Black and Brown communities.
Thank you. I want to give time to answer. Greg, go ahead.
Yes. So there are a lot of academic leaders that will point to environmental issues as to why violence is occurring in our communities. I'm going to be upfront with y'all. There are connections between environmental issues and stress and mental health. And that is one of the risk factors that leads to violence. But what I will say, there are communities that have those same stressors that are not suffering from the same level of violence. And so you can look at a place like Newark, New Jersey, that is suffering from poverty, struggling education, housing instability, but they're doing a phenomenal job at violence prevention, investing in victims and families. And last year they had 17 homicides, right? And so I'm here to say that, yes, we need to work on the environmental side of things because those are the root causes. but that is very far away from the very quick, short-term changes that we can make right now to save lives now. And so I'll challenge us to think about what we can do now and then work our way out to the environmental root causes.
Yes, yes. And I want to say, you know, as much as we were able to get the CDC and the Attorney General to validate that violence is a disease, we know that that disease of violence comes from trauma, and it starts in the heart and the mind. And we still get funding to respond to trauma. Violence interrupters, the violence has already happened. Hospital responders are responding. And while we need those critical roles, there is no money in healing the root cause, which is the trauma. And so it's really important in our homes that we take back control of our minds and the hearts of our children, that we teach them how to self-regulate. Simple things like taking a breath, like pausing before you decide to step out and move with emotion. Like, we have the power. We are the healers in this room. I see all these beautiful black women. They say if you heal a woman, you heal a nation. I see beautiful black men. It's time for black men and women to come together, and we take back our communities. We have the power to do it. We have the ancestral wisdom. We have to find time to go somewhere and sit down and be still and know who we are, because we can't always look for external sources to come when we have built the pyramids, y'all. So I want to give in this 2 minutes, in 1 or 2 words, what's one thing you feel you want to encourage people to take with them from this panel? Samson, go. Quick, we running out of time, running down the clock.
Transformation.
No, ma'am. Keep going, rapid fire.
Creativity.
Youth engagement.
Invest in young people.
Healed people heal people.
I was about to say, you want to take my stuff.
Fair trade.
Education.
Lead with love.
Peacemakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We pray you receive something amazing and transformative. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. We invite you to now join us for our 90s Throwback for Justice as we celebrate National Action Network's 35th anniversary. It's a party. And we invite you all to join us right next door at the Metropolitan West Ballroom.